leave away the whole narrative. Let's act as if you don't know what planet you're living on. If you were to film down on a circle, you guys said it yourself. When you look at planets in space, do you see a planet or do you see just a circle? So what's the difference? When you look at the planet, if you look at the sphere, you see a circle. So I think everybody agrees on that. So when you fly up and you actually see a curve, what you're seeing is just like looking down on a dinner plate. The dinner plate is flat. You still see it's curving. It's a circle. That's the circle you see. You don't see curvature. You see circle.
Is a square dinner plate appearing the same?
No, because that's square. I meant a round dinner plate, of course. Why did you assume I meant the square dinner plate?
So curvature now, like when we visualize curvature as we rise up above ground level, it's actually just an optical effect, is it? We're not actually seeing curvature at all. It's just an optical effect. Are you actually acknowledging that?
I've always said that you see. I always said that you would see a circle. It's definitely not evidence for flat Earth, but there is.
No, but hang on. Ruhif is adamant that you will never ever see left to right curvature, and here you are essentially saying that you will
don't
see it, but it's an optical effect.
How did I tell you that you see left to the right curvature? I never told you that you don't see left to right curvature. You just see a dinner plate. You see a circle.
Okay, but you're looking at the edge. You're looking at the edge of the plate.
Yes, you're looking at the edge of the plate. You're not seeing left to right curvature.
Okay, how else would you describe that effect of curvature as opposed to left to right?
You're just looking at, if you take a picture of a dinner plate, you see the edges of the dinner plate coming towards you. That's not Earth curving. That's just the edges coming towards you. I know that.
Right, okay. So it appears curved though, doesn't it? It appears curved or not?
It appears.
Okay.
It appears
so Ruhif says you will never see the appearance of curvature like that.
Yeah, and that's
You're saying
I think
yes,
that's what
we do.
Meant.
He's saying no, you never will.
Did I say we see left to right curvature?
You just finished saying that when you go up, there's a horizontal plane, a circle, and you can see that appearing to be curvature. Not physical curvature, appearing to be curvature.
So have you asked Ruhif this specific
that would
question?
show up in a photo, wouldn't it? If you took a photo as that appeared to be curvature, would it appear to be curvature in the photo?
And that you see.
No, Ruhif says you'll never see that.
Are you sure that's what he meant? I'm going to ask him.
Yes, he was.
I severely doubt it. Saying that
there is nothing left to right that you will see.
It would be interesting if you had like this taped, because I have very much. I have a lot of experience with you guys changing this fact a little bit all the time. I'm not going to say that you are Crit, but like Crit has like a very tendency to change every single story that has been told. Even while like I'm literally here and he's changing my story all the time. So I have.
You did with me before. I never said many of the things that you claimed I said and just inserted words. Is that what you're referring to? That sort of tactic? Yeah, I thought so.
Well, I was claiming it was implied when you said it.
Oh, right. Interesting. Wonder if Crit does the same thing. You don't want to be a hypocrite now, do you?
If he says I imply some things, then he can say that, but he just changed the story.
You be you, man. You be you.
That doesn't mean... It's the dumbest thing I ever heard. I mean, it's...
I can crit it up for you if you want.
Yeah, if you want to kill the whole fucking debate, then you can start it with saying you be
you. You killed it ages ago. You killed it ages ago when you said that you have to just trust people. And even if they've been
Did I say that?
you should just trust them.
Did I say that?
You did. You did. Yep.
When did I say that?
That's what you said. Go back through the recording.
Did I say you should trust everybody?
Yeah, you said I'm too cynical. I should just trust everybody.
No, I said you shouldn't distrust everybody.
And I never said I did. I said I only distrust those that have given me reason to in the past.
That's fair. I don't see how NASA hurt you before or done anything.
No, but there's plenty of video footage of them in a swimming pool with scuba divers trying to hide the fact that they're in a pool. So that
did they try? Why would they film it? Why would there be a video of them swimming? They have the world's deepest
that they present as real footage from space, and there's clearly a scuba diver inside the ISS. So unless they're trying to say they accidentally gave us some footage from under the pool, and they meant to give us some footage from space. Like, you can come up with all sorts of excuses, I suppose. But
I mean, are they trying
that would really fuck your narrative up, wouldn't it?
I completely disagree with you that they are hiding the swimming, because if you Google the world's deepest swimming pool, are you saying they're trying to hide that they have a swimming pool?
Of course not.
You said that earlier. They're trying to hide the fact that they have a swimming pool.
No, they're trying to hide the scuba divers, mate, in the footage that they presented as real. They thought they hid them, but they didn't. That was the problem. And the fact that they even have an ISS under fucking water in a pool is very questionable. Not to mention, the only video footage I've ever seen of them testing a spacesuit, the guy inside nearly died instantly. There's no other footage I've seen of them testing spacesuits where everyone's getting around in a verified vacuum, all good to go. Doo-doo-doo. Have you seen that footage? I'd like to see that. I've seen the one where he boils his tongue out and passes out real quick. I've seen that one. Nothing else.
Yeah, well, I don't think there is a scuba diver in space.
Sounds like really good science. Really good documenting of the scientific process when you've just got one video of someone boiling in their suit and no videos of successful tests. That's quite bizarre.
You mean testing you mean when they test their equipment in the vacuum chamber?
Spacesuit. Yeah.
I've seen they test that.
You've seen the test?
I mean, the one that are most known is the one that failed, of course, because that is more exciting.
Oh, of course. Is it? I thought the one where they'd successfully be in a vacuum with a suit, that would be more exciting, wouldn't it?
You'll be surprised how little people find that boring. Watching a guy step into a chamber.
Boring at all.
You watch him sit in the chamber.
In a suit could withstand a vacuum, and someone could exist inside. That would be amazing.
How many times have you watched people just sitting in a pressure chamber after they've dived? Do they watch videos of that all the time? Do they watch videos of that all the time? Not very exciting.
Anyone to watch videos of something all of the time? No, but I expect some hype over the first release of it. Yeah, I'm sure the first video of someone going into a decompression chamber, it was, people were interested in watching what happened to the people inside. I'm sure it was very interesting. Do they watch it? I
have never seen a video of it happening the first time.
Well, if you like, you're obviously not interested.
Yeah, that's my point. No, people aren't interested in that. Yeah, but that's my point. People aren't interested in
No, it's not. No, people
I'm not interested in that.
Your point is not many.
Who are interested in that?
Anyone who's interested in scientific integrity in the process would be very interested in seeing a spacesuit being tested for the first time.
Yeah, but most people aren't interested in that. People didn't even know there was people don't even know when there is a rocket.
Who cares about most people? I'm not talking about most people, mate.
I'm talking about most people.
Oh, again, excellent. Good for you.
Yeah, Yeah, you asked like like does people watch this, and I said no, people aren't interested in that stuff.
No, people are. There you go. You just said it again for me. People, not most people. People. People are interested in that. Very interested.
When I say people
Most
are,
people know.
I mean most people.
Oh, why would you not use the right words?
If I were to mean like any people, then I would say there are people, or they exist people. I wouldn't say people are, because normally that means people in general, and people in general are not interested.
No, you would say people in general are interested, not people are interested.
So
Because
when
people
I
are
say
interested refers that people are interested. 5 people, 10 people, 20 people, who would know that people are interested?
that's
There
not
are people
English.
interested. Well, whatever, mate. Whatever. I probably didn't use a full stop in the right spot either, mate. You going to pull me up on that?
Well,
Don't worry.
I didn't hear what you said.
No, it's all good.
Okay, fine. Trying to look at ISS scuba diver. I can't find anyone. ISS
You can't
scuba
find it.
diver.
Did
I found
you go straight to the wiki fact check site? Did you look for the
no.
debunked video of the scuba diver?
I use DuckDuckGo.
Really? Who has a 3-worded fucking search engine name? Excuse me.
Is the one you mean?
I haven't seen it in about 5 years, mate. So it could possibly be. I'll have a look at it.
I don't think it looks like I don't see how you can say it's a scuba suit. I mean, you have to be very imaginative. I also found a Mindscape video. Actually, it's due to it was actually very interesting. White's word after yesterday, when you talked about like nothing being real, or like stuff not being real, time not being real, for example. Your nickname is that. There is a guy here, a podcast with a guy named Jody Azuni, and he's a philosophical nominalist. And it's like a branch of ontology, which goes into what exists and stuff like that. And he claims that, for example, math isn't real, and there are certain things that aren't real. But you might find that interesting. Foolish?
Hey, Funk.
You know a little bit more about this. I heard you talked about it before. The footage from the moon landing, that they are very difficult to fake with the technology they had. I remember I saw some kind of like a photograph expert or something talking about it.
I think the best example I can think of for that is some of the work that Jem actually did in his video, where he did go into that. That's most of what I know is cribbed from there, and some of the sort of conspiracy / anti-conspiracy sites.
What's his name?
Jem Panda.
Oh, Jem Panda has done it. Okay,
Yeah,
that's interesting.
he did an hour-long video just on, did we go to the moon or not?
Is this
Which
page
obviously-
called Humans of Earth?
I think so, yeah. Give me a second, I might even have it saved somewhere.
Yeah. I've seen this. There's a video here. I've seen him.
Oh, I know we went to the moon. And then also he did a debunk of a funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
Yeah, I've seen him many videos here. What the fuck?
I still think the funniest session I was ever involved in on that is I think it was Farmer's Boy, who got the sort of breakdown of how they built the lunar lander, because someone was saying, "Oh, how can something just made out of tin foil do that?" And he actually showed what it was made of and all the construction diagrams, and they kind of went, "Oh, I didn't realize it was like that."
Well, I'm not like a mechanical engineer. I'm an instrumental engineer, but I know that like the pressure is very. The pressure. It's not very. It's first of all, it's much simpler to contain outward pressure than indoors. I know that much
yeah.
from much. It's much easier to make a balloon than making a
pressure vessel weighs up
submarine.
Yeah.
But like from a mechanical standpoint, but also you have like it's very little pressure. It's they didn't even have atmospheric pressure in it. They have less.
It's only about 5 psi, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was the figure that leapt into my head when you said that.
And try to fill out like a car tire with like with 1 bar. It's not a lot, you know? It's very little. It takes very little to contain 1 bar.
Of course, atmospheric pressure isn't real according to Spurs.
I gotta watch this video. It's funny. Did you see Foolish? Did you see that was horrible? Did you see the video from Nathan Oakley joining? I'm not gonna even call it a debate. It was barely a conversation between Nathan and some guy named Flat Earth Math or something like that.
No, we've got
Oh
link
man,
posted.
that was horrible.
It's probably Nathan letting him get 3 words out and then over-talking him and calling
Yes.
him an idiot.
Oh, he got 4 words most of the times. He counted them every time. 4 words, he said, and then he got interrupted. And then, yeah, it's just 1 hour of Nathan Oakley screaming.
Sounds entertaining.
It's man, civil discourse.
I kind of morally object to people like Huey, Nathan, Fight the Flat Earth, those type of guys.
Yeah.
Because if you treat people like shit, what do you expect? So I try not to give them any views. Because I think giving them views enables them, and you don't treat bad behavior with attention.
No, that's true. Well, I'm never on this. I was on this server a little bit in the beginning before I knew like who they were properly. But it didn't take me many times. I think I've talked to Nathan Oakley 1 time, and he like muted me very quickly. So I found another Flat Earth server where people actually let me talk. So I just stay there instead.
Yeah, I mean, Gio's a much more reasonable human being, in my view. Most of the people on here are much more reasonable human beings.
Yeah, like they allow us to talk. I find it very difficult on the. Before you had this server Nathan Oakley and the Ballbuster stuff happens. You had like Nathan Oakley and this stuff had their own thing, and then you had the after show where most Globers joined. But now, like they made like everybody mod over there, and it's they just mute everybody. So it's impossible to be in there.
Oh yeah, I mean, I when last time I was in there was when someone was making a complete hash of a logical fallacy. I only went in there to sort of say, "Hey, you're making a complete." You know, both sides were making a complete hash of a logical fallacy. And one of them was ad homs. And they just, well, you know, if you insult me, it's an ad hom. I said, no, it's not. If I call you a cunt, it doesn't mean that's an ad hom. That's an insult. An ad hom would be your arguments are crap because you're a cunt.
Yeah, yeah. That's my point as well. Like saying you can go, so of course you can say, and that's also unless the whole thing we are discussing is a person a cunt or not. Because I have debated that. I was accused of I was blocked down because we were talking about Nathan Oakley's motivation to do what he does, and therefore with like his personal thing and his character comes into play, of course. And I would say, well, you can't say that because that's an ad hom. No, that's not an ad hom. Like, what the fuck? That's the subject. We're talking about it. It's like in the middle of what we are talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just because you're insulting somebody, it doesn't mean that it's automatically an ad hom. It's just like an informal fallacy that it's like a bad argument. That's nothing to do with the topic.
Yeah. Yeah, and an insult is different to an ad hom. The only time it becomes an ad hom is where you're saying the argument is invalid because you're an idiot, or you're not giving a reason for the invalidity of the argument. You're just insulting the person to discredit the argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, but isn't that always what insults are, especially in this arena? They're done to try to discredit the other person in lieu of whatever the argument is. Like, if you're really solid and stable in whatever it is you're saying, you should be able to share it and have that be it. But if you have to add on all these insults, that means that you're not very confident in your position, and you need to try to make a spectacle of, fireworks and trying to publicly shame the other person into submission.
Yeah, I think if you're using that to denigrate the argument, then you're bang on point. I mean, it's the problem I have with Crit a lot of the time in text is, he'll attack me, he won't attack my argument. And I don't tell him it's an ad hoc, but it is an ad hoc. It's like saying, well, you're wrong because you don't understand. Well, that's not an explanation of why you're wrong. That's just basically saying, making a claim that you don't understand something. If I go, you're wrong because of X, Y, and Z, which makes me think that you don't understand this topic, that's not an ad hoc. So yeah, that I'd agree with that, which is why I try not to do it. I'm not always successful, I'll be honest. But I put effort in. That's what I've got against Fight the Flat Earth. He goes for the insults a bit too much.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Which is why I don't look at, I put Fight the Flat Earth, Nathan, QE all in the same bucket. MC Toon to a little extent, maybe on occasion. But yeah.
Yeah. I've seen him being very rude and go too far in his Twitter, which is like he has been like very personal with Bev, which I don't like. Although, like, I've seen him being very cordial and nice in streams, but he does say something that is too far, I think.
I just don't think it's particularly necessary, to be honest. I don't think you need to resort to insults to show that an argument's crap.
No.
Yeah, especially if we're talking about evidentiary arguments. I've just been loaned the world's worst motorbike I've ever ridden for a very long time. Well, the worst motorbike I have ridden for a very long time. Did not like it.
We have, I know a few friends who are very, like, they are a little bit like, not gearheads, but they are very fond of cars. Especially some of them are like BMW enthusiasts. And they're a bit depressed now that the whole country is turning into electric cars. And also BMW. BMW will become like purely electric after a while.
Yeah, I think it's always going to be a niche thing, still to be a petrol head. It'll just become more specialized as it becomes more difficult to be one. I'm waiting for a decent electric motorbike to come out, but there really aren't any at the moment. Though I have seen a very interesting electric trike.
I think the problem now is it's a bit too expensive, and now the power is pretty expensive as well. So yeah, it's hard to justify buying it. It can actually be cheaper to just buy a cheap car, pay a bit more gas for the gas than to fill it with the electricity.
Yeah, I mean, here there's like incentives for companies to put in charging stations. So my company, for instance, if I had an electric car, I could charge it for free.
Yeah. You know what happened here? They had like before electric car was like a huge thing. They had
the sort of hydrogen / petrol.
No, I mean like before electric cars was a very huge thing. Like maybe 15 years ago, electric cars wasn't that common, and we had electric chargers everywhere because they were. I think it was like mandatory by the government. But when it started actually being used, then they started charging people for it. It's kind of funny.
All a scam.
I don't like the Tesla, however. I don't like the looks of it, and I also I want buttons in my car. I don't want a smartphone in my car just being the only thing that I see. I really don't like it.
My problem is I like simple mechanics. I mean, I don't like a lot of electrical fuddy-duddy stuff on my bikes because they just all go wrong eventually.
Yeah.
So the simpler you can make it, the more reliable it's going to be. So if it's got indicators, lights, and an engine, that's pretty cool. ABS at a push, though my bike at the moment doesn't have ABS. The one I've got today does. But the one I've got today's got traction control as well, which was interesting because it kept stalling. Because of the traction control, because it's really wet here at the moment and the roads are a bit slippy. So I was just being really gentle because it's a bike that I haven't ridden before.
Yeah.
It's quite a different style of bike, so the sort of control positions are all very different for my feet and my hands. So, don't want to take the piss with it. And every time I move, because normally I use engine braking quite a lot on my bike because it's a big engine and it's very torquey. So I don't use my brakes very much. And this, I had to use the brakes all the time and not the engine, because if I use the engine, the traction control would cut in and say, oh, and then it would cut the engine off, which was really fun in the middle of a roundabout.
Huh?
But we worked it out now, so we now know what we're doing. On the 15-mile ride home through town, and then through a load of country roads.
I'm also in the same boat in terms of technology. Like, I like technology, but I want it to mature. I don't want to be the first in line, because I hate when my car just stops for silly reasons. Like, this sensor stopped working, so your car stopped. I just hate that. So my last car I bought, if you buy a Toyota or a Mazda or something, they are pretty conservative with their technology compared to other companies. And yeah, especially Toyotas are very, of course, very reliable, and they have very little problems with most things. And I bought there's a thing for hybrids and or maybe tiny engine with turbos, which are also a thing. But Mazda went completely opposite. They went bigger engines and no turbo, because I think they think that's actually that's better. And I think they actually hit pretty well there, because it doesn't really use any more gasoline. It actually uses the same. It's more reliable. You have fewer parts. It's much simpler. You just have an engine and a carburetor. That's it. You don't have a lot of advanced shit.
Well, one of my best friends, he's still driving the same car. He's had it for about 30 odd years. It used to be his main car. It's now his second car, to be fair. But it's a 1970s Land Rover Discovery.
Oh.
It just goes.
Shit.
He said, "Oh yeah, I haven't started it for 3 months. So I charged the battery, put the battery back in, turn the key, boom, off I go." Same way for me. I'm a serial Honda motor. So the last 5 bikes I've had have been Hondas.
Yeah, Hondas are good.
And you literally put the key in, turn the key, press the button, and off it goes. The annoying thing is, because they changed the petrol, it makes it a little bit harder to start in the morning.
Okay.
When it's cold, because there's not enough acetylene. I think I forget the chemical they produce down there. They've gone from E10 to E5 or E5 to E10. I can't remember now. Standard. So yeah, the ethanol. That was the word I was looking for.
Oh. So you drive a diesel?
No, it's petrol.
But they add I think they do so here. I don't think we are being told that.
E10. Oh, it's the octane value.
Oh, it's the octane. Okay.
Yeah.
It's called 95 octane here, or 98.
Yeah, 95 octane is.
Yeah, you can buy 98, but it's more
now it's
expensive.
become 90.
Oh, 90.
I think so.
Oh, that's
E10.
fucking low, man.
Yeah, E10 petrol contains up to 10% renewable ethanol, which will help reduce the carbon dioxide emissions. So it is ethanol. I was right. I should have stuck with my first thought.
Okay, so it's not octane.
Yeah. But it changes the octane value of what is it saying here? Reading it. Yeah, basically it's renewable, so they get ethanol from a renewable source rather than from oil.
Oh, E10 is 95 octane, it seemed like. I think.
Yeah, so now you have to pay for the super grades to get the old standard petrol here. Yeah.
But 95 octane has been like the thing for a long time here. 98 octane, you can buy 98 octane, but I think it's more people who have special cars or maybe old cars buy
Older
98.
cars, yeah. So if you're an old classic car, then you want to put the higher octane. That seems to be what the site I'm just reading is telling me.
Yeah. I think it has to do with like more reliable ignition. That it's like you can get like ticks from the engine, valve ticks or what it's called, if you have too low octane compared to the engine, then it can ignite at the wrong time.
Right, I got to do stuff. I will catch you in a bit.
Same here. Whiteword, I posted for you. I'll link you. This. Here. Wait, I'll post it.
Yes. Muted long enough. Get the fuck out of here. Get the funk out of here. Get the funk. Get that funk out of here. I'm gonna funk you up. I'm you up. You up. Oh, look out. Now, DJ Dawn in the house. Time believer himself. Mmm. So fruity. Avant to suck your feet. Weird. getting a bit late for a steak. Peckish though. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Dawnbuster, you there, mate? Busting a Dawny? Oh, not in your part of the world. Get ready for bed.
Looks like some good conversations today, huh? This morning.
Talking about the moon landing. Missed it.
Yeah, I know. Good direct energy weapons.
Yeah.
So they figured out they went to the moon because they just know it.
No, it was a fuel receipt.
No, I'm saying the globalists. The globalists say they went to the moon because what? How? How do they know it?
They've got a fuel receipt. Neil deGrasse Tyson has the fuel receipt for the
Oh, okay.
rocket.
Yeah, I misheard.
Yeah,
I
that's
thought you said, what
fascinating.
did you mean? I thought you said.
Oh, right, no.
Yeah, so, okay, fuel receipt. Yeah. So they just
Yeah,
had to
no, they're
produce.
happy.
Funk said that he has no reason to distrust NASA like he thinks that thinking that they're lying is a much greater leap than thinking that they did it.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning,
Hey,
Don.
don't.
See, that's the best part is that they can sit there and harp on it like flat earthers are dumb, right? They just don't understand the science. The majority of people who call it the lunar hoax have nothing to do with flat earth. They hate flat earthers more than those globalists do. They think flat earth is some sort of controlled op to discredit truth movements. Yet they'll sit there and they'll be like, oh, the only people talking about the lunar hoax. Like they can't even look back in context of what happened back then. Or why there's never been another manned spaceflight since.
I remember Jeranism used to reference a website, which I can't remember the name of, which was apparently like his go-to for all the debunking of the moon landing. But those people were fucking dead set against anything flat Earth. They were
Yeah.
all for the full fake of the moon, but they're dead set against flat Earth. I can't remember the website, but it's a good reference to the moon stuff.
Yet that Rob Skiba, he thinks flat Earth is just completely asinine. It's like so stupid. It's like don't if anyone uses his stuff in flat Earth, he like strikes it and copyright.
Yeah, that site is aulis.com, AULIS.com. Got a shitload of stuff there.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, I was trying to bloody remind myself, and I kept on coming up with the Elias effect. That's what I was having in my mind, Elias, but it's AU. Yeah, thank you. I really didn't want to have to go back through old journalism videos. You should post that in chat anyway for other people. Sure.
Have you guys heard of AUKUS? It's a special security pact between the UK, America, and Australia.
Definitely. Yes.
AUKUS. I think it's a double-edged sword. It's dangerous for Australia to be in a pact with the UK and America, but it's also a safety measure for them.
Oh, it's all just a cover for whatever it is they're really doing, mate. Fuck. You know that?
Well, they're going to globalize you into the Western idea. Also watching a conspiracy theory tier list. So if there's anything interesting, I can tell you about it.
A what? Conspiracy? What?
A tier list. So this guy's made a conspiracy theory iceberg where he's done 7 videos about every conspiracy theory on the diagram of the iceberg. And now he's summing up his favorite 30 conspiracy theories. 70, sorry. So we've got Admiral Byrd, Giants, they're up at the top, his favorite conspiracies.
You reckon Admiral Byrd is a conspiracy, or what he's talking about?
Yeah, what he's talking about. It bleeds
Okay.
into lots of other conspiracies.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, see, it's so interesting in it because it was back in the time, like with regards to Admiral Byrd, it was back in the time when some things were on television. Like things were able to get on television necessarily like vetted. If you know what I mean? Like TV was so young and things could just be a bit more spontaneous and could happen. Obviously it's very much controlled now. Whatever we get to see and whatever we see we're meant to see. So I reckon back in those days, in those early days, I reckon there were some things on television necessarily they meant to do. I'm not saying it's true, but
You agree Admiral Byrd is a conspiracy?
I agree. Admiral Byrd was something we were meant to hear.
Yeah.
Not something we weren't meant to hear. So I can't verify anything beyond that, Dawn, and neither can you. So
I call it a pointing. When I don't call it evidence for a truth, I call it a pointing. So it's pointing us towards looking at Antarctica, looking at anthropology, looking at hidden Nazis.
Yeah.
This sort of thing.
By pointing, do you mean like breadcrumb? You know, like a little...
Yeah, a clue.
Yeah, cool.
Sometimes it's not even a clue, it's just a pointing. So they're saying, look at this. It could be a clue.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a Buddhist term. They say like Muji's pointing is very direct or something. One that he got up on the A in his second favourite category is Cicada 313, I think it is. Just a weird puzzle game, alternative reality puzzle game, was apparently testing for spies. So it had 3 puzzles. The third one was never confirmed who solved it and what they won. But the theory is that everyone who won the third puzzle, figured it out, is now hired by the CIA or something.
Interesting. Or killed.
Maybe.
Get rid of these cunts. They're onto it. Yeah, no, mate, it's an interesting thought because at the end of the day, we all know that there's black ops shit going on and stuff we don't know about, and experiments and this, and you know, there's all sorts of shit going on. You're naive to think otherwise. When you hear about the...
What were you saying?
No, I was just going to say when you hear about the... I can't remember the name, sorry, go on.
I was going to tell you a really sad, weak conspiracy theory where someone once found a note, and on the note it said, "I've killed a camera head." And now there's like a theory about what a camera head is, how you kill them, and why you would want to kill them. I think it's like a theory about there's some of us that are like Borgs with cameras instead of eyes.
Interesting. Camera head. Sounds like something out of Mad Max.
Like if you were already, your mind was already blown and you believed in lots of weird things, then you found a weird note on the floor and it said, "I killed a camera head." What would you think? Like,
Well, it would very much depend on your mindset when you found the note, eh?
yeah.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. That's almost like a choose your own adventure situation there. Yeah, that'd actually be quite a good little experiment. Put a note on the floor, just invite 10 random people, fucking,
Oh
maybe
yeah, that
some
would be interesting. Yeah.
pub one night that are all pissed and shit, and then just have them come in somewhere and stumble across this note and see how they react to it.
Yeah.
You know what would happen if the stoners come across it? Fucking hell. Oh man, found this note, man.
What even is a camera head, bro? Oh. There's another conspiracy, which is a solution to another conspiracy. If you've heard of missing 411, it's the conspiracy that too many people go missing in forests in America,
Yeah, the national park system.
especially national park one. So it's their own forests.
Yes, I've heard of that. Yeah.
So there's a solution that it could just be a berry bush that we haven't identified yet. It gives you hallucinations, and you eat this berry, and then 2 hours later you take all your clothes off and climb up a tree and die.
In werewolves.
Yeah, of course.
I
Yeah,
heard
I
it.
think that's why it's a mystery.
It kills all the cryptids and the CIA theories and just says it's a berry bush that we don't know about.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I'm
Other people
thinking
missing though?
like over 400. Like 440.
Yeah, I can't see how a berry bush hides people after you take the fucking berries, man.
Yeah, I don't see how that explains the missing one. It only explains the found mental ones.
What's weird about it too is like, say a family will go missing, like a mother, father, and a kid. Like 3 weeks later, the kid is found, completely clean, unharmed, nothing, not malnourished or anything. Like, how did you survive 3 weeks on your own out here? And there's not a speck of dirt on you.
I'll give you my theory. My theory is that they're kidnapped by the CIA and programmed and then given back. So that the CIA are LARPing as a cryptid, almost.
Going by the sound coming on Mike Dawn, I think they've hacked you. You mentioned the word CIA too many times, mate.
Is my mic really rubbish?
It's buzzing and doing all sorts of shit, yeah.
Is that any better?
It seems to have stopped.
I think it's my cable.
Karen.
Yeah,
CIA.
so I think missing 411 is similar to alien abduction, where CIA are pretending to be a being that we don't know about, an other, and they're kidnapping a family, they're kidnapping a child, they're doing weird stuff, they're wearing weird costumes, they're using weird tricks, and they're making themselves into a conspiracy. So now we don't trust our own forests.
Well, that's a possibility too, Dor. Yeah, I mean, it's all possible. I mean, I used to think something similar was happening when they talk about cow mutilations. And some cow was found halfway up a tree and, had certain organs removed, blah, blah, blah.
I think that's my theory for that as well. CIA pretending to be beings.
We're just doing shit and then letting people make up their own minds because people's imaginations run wild.
Yeah, but I think they've got an agenda what they want people to think. This is extraterrestrial. This is alien. This is a cult.
All right, champ. Have a good sleep.
This is another silly one. It's a solution to why we don't see Bigfoot. Bigfoot is a time traveler, and he just jumps in and out of our timeline.
Stargate.
And it's not real, so that can't be. I can rule that one right out.
I think that spoils the whole idea of an old creature and it managing to hide from humans.
Now look, there's things in the ocean we've never seen. So there'd be things in forests that we've never seen.
I do think that's good logic. I think it's a stretch just to say there's a Bigfoot running in the forest. So that's still a weird thing if we haven't found it and seen it much yet.
Werewolves.
Well, definitive proof, you're right. Yeah.
Werewolves. That could be a solution to conspiracy or another conspiracy, couldn't it?
See, the werewolf part makes sense because that's why the kids are found. Because it's sort of a den mother effect.
Right. Tries to make them werewolf babies, and like a week later, realizes they're different. It just leaves them in the woods.
Yeah, like leaves them where they're, a place could be found. Yeah, they can be found by others.
What's the other? There's theories that like a wildcat, but not a dangerous one, carries them up the mountain and then leaves them up the mountain or something. I know people have come up with stupid, weird theories.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even necessarily stupid or weird if it's like within the realm of possibility. Like, if there are big cats in the area, and they take it up, thinking it's going to be a feed or whatever, or it was one of their contract delivery or something, Next thing you know, what the hell is this thing? And they just leave
Instead of just eating it, they're carrying it back to their den, but halfway back up the hill, they feel like, oh no, maybe I shouldn't take this, and they just leave it.
Well, maybe not, but maybe instinct made them grab it, and then they've realised, hang on a minute, this isn't what I thought it was. It smells different, and it's got weird clothes on it, and I can smell the human.
Yeah.
Dump it
could
around.
make sense. But I don't think it explains all of every missing person, does it?
Of course not. God no. And are there big cats like that in the area? I mean, I don't know. Different national parks, isn't it?
It could technically explain.
Or different ones?
It could explain the one kid up a mountain story, but it couldn't explain all of them.
No, is this? I can't remember. Is this one national park in particular, or lots of different ones that happens at?
There's a few main ones and lots of little ones.
Yeah, so it's not an isolated thing. That makes it even more interesting, doesn't it? National park related.
The guy's got a huge map and he's adding red dots to it and hot areas all the time.
Hot areas. I want to know
not
how
just one. It's all the national parks. We're not all of them. I mean, a lot. There's like they're keeping track of which ones have which people went missing.
That sort of leads one to believe that. Hang on a minute. So, who's responsible for designating national parks? And then what could possibly be there for them to designate them national parks to sort of keep people away from developing?
Why are they even a national park?
Tunnels. They're probably fucking entries and exit points all sorts of
The
shit.
theory that they like the most is there's a cryptid in the woods, and the CIA know about it, but they don't fully know about it to control it. So they just have to monitor it and clean up after each cryptid attack.
Well, I suppose that's another possibility. You know? Yeah.
Some of the
It's a
park rangers
hypothesis.
know.
Possibility.
Talking hotspots, imagine something that is 70 million degrees centigrade. Now, what could possibly contain something that is 70 million degrees centigrade?
Only a magnetic field, right?
I'd
You
say
reckon?
what about a huge star? Wouldn't that have
Well, okay, here on Earth, 70 million degrees centigrade.
Yeah.
Would you believe that could happen?
No, I wouldn't believe it could happen. No, that would be the
Well,
only thing in theory that
I
could
believe
contain it.
nature gets really hot, so maybe.
Well, apparently it's happened in China. They built a clean energy experiment known as the artificial sun, and it reached 70 million degrees centigrade, and they held it for more than 17 minutes.
And what did they get from this? And what was the input? What was the output?
God, who knows? Who knows what they would have done to achieve that? But just containing something so hot, I can't even imagine being able to contain something so hot, even in a magnetic field. What about the radiated heat and all that sort of stuff? Everything would just disintegrate around it.
You see, they reckon, like, how big was it? Because they reckon that a collapse, like air bubble in the water from gravitation. So when an air bubble collapses in water, they reckon the instantaneous heat that's released from that is fucking something stupid. But it only lasts so short a time that it's
I'm all right.
that it can't do
What have you been
anything.
up to?
17 minutes, Jesus, that's a long time. 17 million degrees for 17, or 70 million for 17 minutes. That's quite the claim, isn't it? Quite the claim.
Got another conspiracy that's just come up on the list. Japan cannibal village. Apparently, there's a village there where they've mutated into a new form of old school cannibalism and mixed in Satanism and weird rituals. And it's all hidden in one village in Japan. They're eating each other and killing each other.
It's crazy. It's amazing what a dictator or a cult leader or, you know, something like that can do, isn't it?
It's just, and also weird just how traditions end up looking weird in the new light.
Yeah, if it's even a tradition.
Yeah,
You know?
I guess it's always going to be weird if you eat each other in a village and everyone else doesn't. There's that feeling nowadays. How is that still happening? That sort of feeling.
Yeah, but again, like I said before, we don't know the oceans, we don't know the jungles and shit, mate. You know?
What do you
We
reckon
think
is
we
in the
do, but
ocean?
there's shit we don't know.
Do you believe in a huge deep sea octopus like a kraken, but a real kraken?
Look, it's not that I believe. Do I think it's possible that there are much bigger versions of some of the that we already see?
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Maybe.
Just as it's been proven here in Australia that there were very big kangaroos, very, very big lizards.
Yeah.
I'm not talking dinosaurs, I'm just talking bigger versions of what we already have. Yeah.
There's also a myth that there was some huge birds once that kept attacking humans. The humans couldn't stop them.
That's my worst fear. I've got chickens, Dawn, and my worst fear is that the chickens will bigger than us. Because that would be fucking Devo, mate.
Yeah.
Like, I don't, like, unless I could quickly build myself a gun or a bow and arrow or fucking something sharp and take down a whole heap of chickens really quick, I'd be fucked. Like, they would be the dominant species for sure. You should see them attack anything, man. Like, even another chicken with a little wound, gone. That chicken's gone. An egg without a crack, no problems. An egg with a crack, fucking look out. I don't give a shit. Yes. Thank goodness chickens weren't actually. We've never found giant chicken bones.
Yeah, what if they used to be big birds and that's why there's so many symbols and myths about eagles, maybe they used to attack us.
Yeah, well, hey, who could say they didn't? It might have been easier prey for them, actually, with the abundant food that was around, so they might not have necessarily targeted us. But yeah, the
Two
times
big
get tough. Times get tough.
Take down a woman, couldn't they? Two big eagles.
Take down a woman? Yeah, shit, yeah. Yeah, I've seen footage like of a big eagle or hawk or something trying to get a deer, or an antelope or something, trying to fucking take it away. Just couldn't quite lift it off the ground.
Actually, have you seen that footage where they swoop in and pull a sheep off the mountain, and for a minute they're holding the sheep while they're falling, and they're guiding their fall with the wing.
Right. Yeah.
And then they drop it and it bounces, and they can like catch it again and follow it to the ground at the hill. That's fucking nuts.
Pretty clever, aren't they?
Birds used to be big. I think that's one of my conspiracies.
Well, that's not a conspiracy. It's just logical, isn't it? Because there's evidence that other things that we have here now that are living, of them being bigger many, many years ago. So it's just a logical progression. Birds would have been bigger too. There was more atmospheric pressure, there was more oxygen, trees were bigger, everything was bigger. And they've reproduced that in experiments. Inside chambers with animals and insects and things, and raised the pressure, raised the oxygen, and shit grew fucking heaps bigger than it otherwise does here. So it's just logic, right? That's not even a conspiracy. Were they giant humans? That is a conspiracy. Could be true though. They hide them all apparently. And they're found, Smithsonian come along and hide them all. That's where the conspiracy there lies. They don't do that with big kangaroo face.
Recently I watched a squirrel attack on video. There's a man just doing work on his workbench in America in a big garage. Seems like America. And the squirrel comes walking in the garage in the background. You see it just walking along through the garage. He knows it's in a human's garage. Walks up, bounces on the worktop where the man's working, and jumps straight into the man's face to attack him.
Jesus.
I just wonder how did this squirrel plan this, and why is it so crazy? The man has to grab it, throw it off his face, and say, "Fuck! Oh, fucking hell, you bugger!"
Right, dude. I know it was bath salts. Yeah, some bath salts.
I know squirrels are really clever, but I wonder why this one got crazy.
Well, there's stories about squirrels being addicted to crack cocaine in Central Park in New York, actually. They would actually try and steal crack cocaine off of the various people smoking crack in said park, and then would be found like eating any sort of paraphernalia or trying to, sort of find any forms of paraphernalia that they could.
It was an addict. He planned on just jumping this man's face to see if he had any crack. Yeah.
Right, so I'm just saying, obviously, the mysterious things go on with squirrels, clearly, by the story I just presented. I can't remember if it was squirrels or rats, right? there's not much difference, I imagine, in the brains between the two. Obviously, rats are a lot shitter than squirrels. Like, squirrels are much better animals.
I believe this because squirrels can solve problems. So one head alpha squirrel once stole a big rock, and he enjoyed the buzz. You know, the next day another alpha squirrel is going to sense it in the air, try and do the same thing.
That's sort of, yeah. If it was rats, then I'm sorry I got the story wrong. But yeah, this is actually a genuine story that I read, that there was like in Central Park in America or something, or it might have even been in the UK, in London. I can't remember which capital it was. That effectively these either squirrels or rats were like addicted to crack cocaine. And I was like, what the? I was like, that's crazy. I was like, that's some crazy shit. How do you know for a fact that that squirrel attacked that man? Maybe he did it on accident. Like maybe he like jumped on his face.
I'll get you the footage. It's quite damning. It's a great.
Is it? Oh
great
man,
setup.
I didn't feel like sentencing a squirrel today in my mind as an attacker. But it might just have to happen.
Once you see it, that he is an attacker.
Right,
Just sit, mate. Just sit.
What was that sound a second ago? It sounded like someone was like clipping the nails of a dog.
No, I'm trimming leaves.
Right. Okay.
He comes walking in slowly from the background. Bounce, bounce, attack.
Alright, wait there. Where's this posted? Live stream.
Stream text.
I think this is the first time I've been in this server, you know.
Yeah, sorry. Is the scissor noise quite loud, is it?
Huh?
Oh, the scissor loud.
No, it's alright, it's alright.
No one's ever commented.
It's a weird, loud sound, but it's not that loud. It's just a weird, distinct sound.
Yeah, it's not annoying or anything. It's just, yeah. See this squirrel, like, fuck a man up, innit?
It's great, this clip.
Bath salts. The squirrel smoked some bath salts and tried to gnaw the fuck out of that guy's face. What humans do, isn't it?
It says, "You cocksucker," after it.
I need to watch it on my phone, I think. My laptop's being too slow.
That's sad. So we go to your phone from a laptop. Shit. Times have changed, haven't they?
Why? It's because all my equipment was broken a little while ago, like a long time ago, in an event. So this laptop was given to me. Someone sent it. Listen to this. Someone sent this to my house, right? One of the guys that I know, and he actually just writ my name on there, not as my actual name. He just writ Crack Villain. He even drew the crosses in front of the cross in front of the name and the cross at the end of the name.
That's awesome.
Sent it to me in the post like that, and I was like, oh no, the postman's like knocked on my door with this parcel that says Crack Villain across it. Brilliant. I didn't think about it, like what name is he gonna put on the parcels? I never thought, he didn't even know my name. Bloody brilliant. Right, let me drive. Right, so this one's called Earth Awakenings. Yeah, that sound with the scissors, it's not, yeah, it really sounds like clipping, like, so I used to have an Alaska Malamute, right? And he had, like, big nails. And when I clipped his nail, it sounds exactly like that.
That's funny,
I know, it's so distinctive.
Bring you back some memories with your dog. They're probably
Yeah, man. There you go. Bit of nostalgia from the clipping sounds.
Audible nostalgia, that's good.
Right, let's have a look then.
Did you say it was an Alaskan Malamute?
Hey?
What sort of dog was it?
Alaskan Malamute.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, they're beautiful dogs.
Yeah, my one he was big, bro. Like, he was definitely a giant one.
Yeah.
100%. He was absolutely massive. He weighed like 11 stone, which is a lot for a dog to weigh.
Fucking eat a lot, no doubt.
Huh?
He would eat a lot.
To be fair, he actually wasn't too much of a pig. Like, I've met smaller dogs that are much worse and much greedier. Right. Alright, sweet. Because when I was looking at this on the laptop, I couldn't even see the side of where the squirrel jumped in from. I'm just thinking that he must have been like walked past the squirrel, and the squirrel like saw him in the corner of his eye, and it like made him jump, and he jumped in the wrong direction. And once he's like in the air, he's already committed. Now he's on the face. Now he's like, fuck, he can kill me because I've already touched him. So it's like, once you touch me, bro, I'm gonna fuck you up. And the squirrel knows about that, like, you know, mutual defense combat system. So he's like, right, mutually assured destruction. I better just try and win the fight now that I'm on the face. Like, maybe that's the way it went. I don't know. But I'm gonna watch the footage now.
That's some pretty good running commentary, I think. That's pretty fair. I haven't seen the video, but that sounds like that's plausible, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Especially if they feed like that too. That'd be funnier.
Yeah. For real though, what the hell, man? Come on. Oh yeah, sneaking up behind the man, and it runs up his body.
So it bounces up the worktop, straight to the face.
Premeditated.
It seems so. I feel like maybe the squirrel thought my man was stood still and was part of the furniture.
Oh no! Don't make excuses for this guy.
I'm making excuses for the squirrel, bro. Like,
yeah, this is what I'm saying. He's 100% a criminal at this point. You can't make excuses.
It could be fake.
It's just sick.
It could be fake.
This is a specific face attack. Uncalled for.
Sneaks up behind the man and everything, and he was moving just before the squirrel snuck up on him, which it sort of fucks up my whole theory.
Bath salts guy? Do you remember the guy who had his face eaten off by the
Yeah.
What are you saying? The guy had recently did bath salts. Squirrel wanted some.
No, what we're saying.
Bath salts, and then that's the effect. Boom.
It sent the squirrel crazy because the man had bath salts on him.
Wait there a second. I want to clear some of that. Bath salts. There's no drug. Right, so none of this shit out there that they call bath salts were actually bath salts, okay? Right, people name them as bath salts. If you were to bathe in these so-called salts, it wouldn't be very nice. They are drugs. They're drugs that have been around for a very long time. Some of them are synthesized by very famous people. They were just drugs that didn't necessarily fit the bill for what potentially they could have been used on based on their category. Let's say it was like 2,5-I-N-bone, which is a hallucinogen. That wasn't used because it wasn't exactly the best effects, as opposed to lysergic acid. And then if we go into, like, for instance, synthetic cannabinoids like AM2201, that shit's not very good, obviously, as well, because it's a fully synthetic cannabinoid. And obviously having no, let's say, CBD attached or any way of interacting with that, like a cannabinoid running wild in your brain with no restriction, is bit dangerous. That's why spice ain't so good. Mephedrone is a cathone at the same time. Works on the dopamine and noradrenaline and oxytocin and serotonin. These are just stimulants, right? So like they sell it under the name of bath salts. That was just a legality. So because if you sell something not as a drug that has yet to be banned as a Schedule 1 drug or a Class A drug, right? Like then if you sell it as something that is not for human consumption, it's a bath salt, or let's say plant food, whatever like way they could get it in. That's what it's. They're all drugs. It's just that they were sold under those sort of phraseologies, you know.
Well, whatever it was that guy took to gnaw someone's face off, the squirrel come across the same. That's what I was saying. Whatever it was.
Yeah, man, he could have done.
Certainly not your run-of-the-mill heroin, that's for sure.
It really could be the case as well, man. We never know. Squirrels be drug addicts, and I'm pretty sure that's true. You see the way they collect acorns, huh?
Is there rabies where this squirrel is? The squirrels get rabies?
I don't know. I imagine they should be able to, right? Possums get it.
Imagine a rabid squirrel would be pretty interesting.
You seen the way that they collect the acorns?
Yeah, that's fucking funny as in. That's awesome, actually. I love that shit.
I just mean, like, let's think about this on a psychological perspective. And from a psychological perspective, them squirrels, they seek out those acorns, right? And like they collect them up, right?
Preppers, mate.
Right. This is the point I'm getting to. It's kind of like they're addicted to collecting them. I don't even know if they ever actually eat the acorns. That's the other part. I've never seen any evidence.
Preservation. It's just one of those. It's like a camel, you know? A camel doesn't deliberately think to store its hump. It just goes through the process of eating very fatty food so it actually gets the hump in case it needs it. Just instinct.
Oh, maybe he simply thought the man had an acorn. Yeah, this could explain it. Because he's worked up into an acorn obsession, and he was confused that the man had an acorn because the man had just eaten some nut paste, something like that.
Possibly. That is a possibility, man. His eyes appear to look like acorns.
Okay, so Idaho squirrel attacks burglar. Okay. So it's looking like this is not just a standalone event, that this is not some form of isolated phenomena.
It's rabies.
I don't know, man. It attacked a burglar, so it's almost like it knew right from wrong in that moment. So, I'm starting to get worried at this point. Here, I provided it in there.
An attack squirrel. Get him! Get him! Chicken Rex.
Right, so what does that shit mean when it's like you've got emerald? What's emerald mean?
What are you talking about?
When you're in here on this server, the different what do you call it? The different roles or whatever.
Emerald means you're green.
Green. Fucking hell. What an entry.
What's up, baby?
Classic.
Okay. Voice verified, not live stream verified. Okay.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Yes, I am on this server, but I'm not sure.
Jeremy.
Talk about moderator things or whatever.
Pardon? Oh, I was just looking at the roles in this server. It's like the first time I've been in here. One of the first times.
Well, this is a trained pet squirrel, isn't it? So it's a bit of a different case.
I don't know, mate.
We can gain more information about the attacking characteristics of squirrels
From him, but then I would feel then also that you were making a claim that that squirrel that attacked the guy randomly in his garage was somehow not a trained attack squirrel. Also, we have no clue of his history. We don't know anything about anything, in fact, to do with his
I
history.
feel he wasn't a pet. I feel he was working, learned from nature.
You reckon? I reckon that squirrel and the squirrel in the video I just sent you know each other and went to the same training camp, like our ISIS training camp almost, but one of the squirrels. Yeah.
I personally think that's the more plausible thing that's going on here.
Like a squirrel meetup cult thing where
Yeah.
you learn attack training. Oh my god.
Well, apparently there was a big group of them in Central Park or wherever it was that were addicted to crack. I need to find that story 'cause it's quite funny. It's either rats or squirrels.
Do not talk about Squirrel Club.
Yeah, man. That's it. There you go. He went to the club by the sounds of it. Right. Squirrels. Addicted.
If you want to see the squirrel's puzzle solving qualities, I know there's lots of videos about it, but Mark Rober has got a good one. If you can handle watching him for 40, 50 minutes. He builds
Who?
Mark Rober, one of these invention YouTubers. He builds a massive obstacle course around his whole garden with like a safe, all ornate safe full of chestnuts. And he trains his garden squirrels to slowly work out how to release all of these nuts. Quite fascinating.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I found the article from back in 2005. It actually was not in Central Park. It's in Brixton, in London. Cracked. What about in New York as well?
Imagine how wounded you would be if you were just smoking your last crack pipe and a squirrel dived out of a tree and knocked it out of your hand and then stole it off the floor and ran off. You'd be fucking wounded for the rest of your life.
You'd be dead. Dead.
This reminds me of another clip I've seen on the interwebs of a bird, I think it's a pigeon, that steals a spliff out of a man's hand after he sparks out and flies off. That is a really good clip if you can find it.
Okay, so
that
now
would have been viral for sure.
alright, let me show you this, alright? We even got, because I remember seeing this, right, in the newspaper and everything, bro. Because I thought, this is silly, right? Obviously, I don't even know if the story's fucking true, right? Don't get me wrong. I ain't saying that this is even a true story. I'm just saying that it's a funny ass story, right? Oh, come on, let me share this shit, dickheads.
Is it the story about how Will Smith the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air
How Will Smith did what?
become the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air?
Can you repeat what you were saying? Oh, I can't send the video.
No, it's okay. It's alright. It was very pointless.
Sorry, bro.
No, all good.
Who can post an image? Who can post an image in the live stream text? I can't. So,
No, you're right.
who?
Yeah, man, I don't even know how to give those roles.
Who said that?
Let me see if me and Gio got him in DM.
Oh no, wait there. Yeah, Jeremy. Let me just send it to you then. Post it in the
Yeah, you
live
can
stream.
send it to me, but let me see if Gio. I want you to have the posting roles though.
Yeah, I'm not. That's cool. Just. So there's a news article about it, and then there's also that image, and I remember seeing that as well. Seeing that printed.
One guy got arrested in America. I think he trained. He had this squirrel on meth, and he trained it to attack people.
Yeah, bro. Oh, see, what did I say? Wait, what did I say, bro? That video you sent, or that video you posted, of the squirrel attacking Dawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I trained
What is that in America, bro? Was that video in America?
I assumed it's America or Canada. Well, I don't know.
Right, so there's a guy who's, as we just heard from Jeremy, there was a guy who got done. Right?
Okay, yeah. Could be like a death guy with pet attack squirrels.
Training it, bro. Look at that. South London Press that squirrels on crack, and then above, The Guardian, it's from 2005. Chugs in Brixton. Apparently they were finding stash that was buried in the park, like they were just like finding, crack stashes, like where people were slinging rock on, like selling it, dealing it. And the squirrels were like out finding it all. It's obviously maybe bullshit, but it's still funny. What, hey?
Kids with the guinea pigs. They've got intelligence.
Yeah.
This is good. This lends credence to that movie. G-Force, I think it was called. G-Force.
Yeah. I think I know what you're talking about. And then again...
If you got kids, you probably should, yeah. No, you're right, Carl.
Alvin and the Chipmunks too. What about that?
In the comments, someone said, "This is not rabies. This is a professional attack." Professional
Yeah, that's what I was saying about that. Maybe he was trained, just as Jeremy was saying, right? Like,
Yeah.
Wait a minute, Jeremy, you still here? So you're saying someone was arrested for training a squirrel to attack people, right?
Yeah, it was just a storyline I saw. I don't know if it was, but I didn't look into it that much because it was fucking crazy. Yeah. It sounds like something an American or a Canadian would do, though.
Sounds like a Florida man type thing, but the thing is like, I would just like to know how the fuck could you prove that I trained a squirrel to attack anyone?
That's what I mean. Any animal, like, even if that shit came to me after, I'd be like, I don't know what this squirrel's doing. You could never prove that.
But then again,
how to train your squirrel.
That's actually impressive. I don't even think you should get arrested for that.
Neither do I. No. You could say, well, I theoretically trained him to attack people, but like, how did I even give said command to squirrel? No, it makes no sense. It's like I wouldn't go to prison if my dog attacked someone, unless you train your dog to attack someone, and you do it in the wrong way. You can go to prison for it, but there's obviously certain ways,
A dog to attack people. I think that would be enough.
Well, I don't know. A lot of the time, the dog just gets the blame and gets put down, and
Oh, definitely. It's just like it's kids, man. It's not a kid's fault. It's a kid's play up.
But yeah, with like the trained like hitman assassin squirrel, like the guy. Well, then again, it's like people admit when their dogs bite people, maybe he didn't want the squirrel getting hurt or destroyed. He maybe wanted to be like, look, here's the excuse why. This is why I did this. I trained him. It's not his fault. Maybe he loved the squirrel like it was a dog, and he gave the evidence himself. Or he filmed the squirrel chasing after him, like down the road, and he had one of those like things like on his arm, and the squirrel jumps up and grabs it, like like the dogs. They do the attack dogs. Maybe he had evidence in that way that they saw the squirrel doing it on video. An idiot.
Well, that's why I mentioned he's got an ebook that he's selling, How to Train Your Squirrel to Attack. That would be enough. But gotta make your money somewhere.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that theory. An ebook was what done it. Yeah, what done him. Yeah. Straight up. It's weird though. The reason why I said it was weird that he brought up about squirrels attacking and that, right? I haven't seen a squirrel in like a little while. Like I've not been seeing them around. And then yesterday, it's mentioned to me about a squirrel, right? I'm talking to my girl, and then she just says like, where your mind goes off, right? Like, can you draw a blank because you think about someone else? Almost like she's like, yeah, almost like when you see a squirrel and then you sort of like your eyes follow it and you forget what you're saying. And that's like squirrel. Shit, sorry. That's like a way of saying sorry for like losing focus. Yeah, saying squirrel. And then like she says that to me, and then I'm like walking down the road on the phone to her, and I get distracted by like, this movement across the top of the wall, and it's like literally a squirrel right there. I'm like, oh shit, let me take a photo of it quick. Take a photo of it quickly and send it to her, and she's like, what the fuck? You literally just mentioned that to you like 10 minutes ago about being distracted by a squirrel, and then it happens to you like straight afterwards. It's like, yo, my life. It really did shock me as well because I hadn't seen a squirrel in like what seemed like months and months. It's not like when you like see a new car or some shit, right? And it's like, or you buy a car yourself and it's a red VW Golf, let's say, and then you start seeing them everywhere, and it's only because obviously you yourself own one now. It's not like you're seeing more; it's just you're more aware that they exist, right? But I feel like with the squirrel thing, it's different.
Well, it would be though, wouldn't it? Because at the end of the day, it's cars are just everywhere anyway, but squirrels aren't. So if you're seeing them, you're seeing them. Whereas in general with cars, we're seeing cars every day anyway.
That's what I mean,
Red,
bro.
blue,
Like,
green, yellow.
that's what I'm saying, man. What are the odds that someone says 10 minutes before, oh, when you get distracted by a squirrel, and then literally within 10 minutes, I'm like walking down the street and I get distracted by a squirrel.
Yeah, well, that's Murphy's law, isn't it? Really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Apparently so.
Are you fighting back the Rona?
Where?
Are you fighting back the dreaded flu Rona?
Oh, mate, yeah. Not the Rona, but I've been pretty ill for a while.
Sounds like the Rona. Sounds like the Rona. You should get vaccinated, bro. I don't know. Sound horrible.
Yeah, that'll help.
Serious, man. You sound really sick.
Nate, what's up, Nate?
I feel better than what I did.
Yo, Jeremy, how did it end with you and what's his face?
Did you ever figure out how the triangles work, bro? I was worried about you with the triangles.
I know how they work. I'm just curious how did it end with you and Scott Mackey?
Oh, it was good. It ended good. Come to find out, remember they said they were, well, they're not doing spherical excess measurements. They were doing some other shit because they were using more than one triangle. But come to find out, this whole time they It goes by how much up or down it is from the because they keep the horizontal, so they find out how much up or down it is off it, and they go off that. So come to find out, the spherical excess measurements are actually highly dependent on up and down refraction. If there's any up and down refraction, like I got told for years that there's no refraction is not a thing in spherical excess because there's no left to right refraction. But that would be true if you were making one triangle the real way. They do it some other weird way, not spherical excess. They do some other thing that is dependent on up and down refraction. So it's fucking ridiculous, bro. Just the lies, or I don't know if people were lying to me or just didn't know what they were talking about.
I think it's more they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, but I mean, this was coming from all the guys in Gems, though. This was coming from all the guys in Gems for years. Zanuck, Rumpus, everyone.
Yeah, because they end up... Listen, those guys assume that what's published is factual straight away. That's
the thing is, crack. Here's the thing: they don't actually do spherical excess. Uses one spherical triangle. They do 3 points. They connect the dots. They take the angles off them. Right? They don't actually ever do that, though. They never ever do that. There's not one spherical excess measurement that's like that. They do some other weird shit where they measure.
Yeah.
They make 3 triangles.
In the real world, they don't do that. But if you're trying to do like a small exercise at home, that's how you would do it, Jeremy.
That's not how I would do it at home. That's how you would do it anywhere. That's how spherical excess works. One triangle, bro.
No. If you would what I'm saying is, if you were doing the calculation at home and you didn't have a theodolite, it was like, let's say you were writing a math exam, and they told you from these 3 points calculate the spherical axis. You would have to, do the whole three triangle thing. If you were like writing like a math paper.
If you're doing spherical excess, you do one triangle.
If you are out there in the field, getting line of sight and things, you do one triangle. But what I'm saying is, if you're in your classroom, writing the math paper, you would use the 3 triangles to do your calculations.
It wouldn't be spherical excess, though. It'd be something else.
No, it would still be spherical excess.
No, spherical excess uses one triangle.
It depends, Jeremy. If you're doing
it doesn't
real
depend. Nate, find me a definition or something that says you use 3 triangles, because every definition I find says you only use one triangle.
I understand that, and I'm not debating that. What I'm saying is, when you are doing a math paper in the classroom, you don't have the theodolite, you don't have a protractor, you're not out there in the field getting line of sight. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so if they were like, hey, we want you to calculate spherical excess, they would give you 3 angle measurements. They wouldn't give you 3 triangles or 9 angles or whatever.
All right, then I want you to calculate spherical axis just using 3 angle measurements. Do it.
Give me the 3 angles. Give me the 3 angles. I'll tell you if they're spherical excess or not.
All right, let's do this. This is what I was asking for yesterday. Let's run through an example.
All you gotta do is add 3 angles up. If it comes to more than 180, you got it.
No, you don't just add 3 angles up. But I want you to do it and see if you get the right answer.
Nate, do you know what spherical excess is? You get 3 angles and you add the angles up, and if they come to more than 180, you're on a sphere. That's literally all it is. It's super simple. Like there's no kind of crazy calculations or nothing, bro. When it comes to spherical excess,
but it's not that simple.
It is that simple. Go look at it.
I'm going to give you a question, and I want you to calculate it. All right,
Nate, go look at what spherical excess is, and it's simply 3 angles that come to more than 180, made from a triangle on the surface of the sphere. What's up, Noah?
All right, Jeremy. Anywho, how's y'all's Tuesday going?
Oh, it's a Tuesday? For fuck's sake.
All right, Jeremy, do you have a pen and paper there? Jeremy?
Hold on.
Too far.
So I'm going to give you a question, and take your time. You can come back to me tomorrow if you want. I'm not saying you got to sit down and figure it out right now.
Okay. If you're giving me more than 3 angle measurements, it's not spherical excess. It's nothing else.
I'm giving you 3 angular measurements and the radius of the sphere, because you also need the radius of the sphere to figure out what the spherical
No, you
axis is.
don't.
No,
No, you
No,
don't.
you
You just
don't.
need
no, you
3
don't.
angles, bro.
You just
Nate,
need the 3 angles. You really.
It's super simple, dude. It's super simple. Spherical excess is just 3 angle
Sorry.
measurements.
I want you to find. Okay. I made a mistake. I was thinking of the area. My bad. You were
It's
right.
all
You just
good.
need
It's all good. It's all good. You drive me nuts with these angles, Nate.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
Because they would never ask you to find the angle. It's too easy. I'm thinking of the area. That's why I was trying to give you the radius of the sphere.
Yeah, yeah. So they're not actually ever doing spherical.
Why were you guys debating that though? Like, what does that got to do with flat Earth? What
I
was
don't
the
know.
link?
Chemo brought it up. What do you mean? What's it got to do with spherical excess, bro? Chemo brought it up, so we were talking about it, and and they were talking about using all these 3 triangles. I'm like, dude, you don't use 3 triangles of spherical excess. You use 1. And you know what I'm saying? That's like literally the I found three definitions real quick off the top, but they all say that.
I bet people get really annoyed with Jeremy telling
dude,
everyone.
I was hot yesterday.
Because like you're annoying if you're right as well. Like, because like not like it's annoying. Like I've never been on the opposite end of it or anything, but yeah, I could tell that you could be an annoying bastard when you're correct.
Oh hell yeah!
You're a bit like me. You'll stick to it, like no matter what. If you know that you're correct, you're just going to stick to what you were saying, no matter what. Just so you should, like, you know.
So,
all right, but let's say I gave you the distance between 3 points. How would you find the spherical axis then?
If all you had what?
If you had the distance between 3 points, how would you go about finding the spherical axis? Yeah.
Use the distance to find out the 3 angles.
Yeah, you need 3 angles, bro. You need 3 angles.
No. What if I give you 3 distances between points A, B, and C? How would you
don't
figure
use
out
distances, Nate? You don't use distances. You know what you do with spherical excess? You make 3 angle measurements, and then you add the angles up.
Jeremy.
Yeah, but Jeremy,
you're not
don't have
incorrect.
the angles. All I'm giving you is the distance. So you would use the distance to find the angles, and then you'd find what your excess is.
You can't do that because
you can.
You can't do that
it's
because
the
they
laws
could
of
be
sine and cosine. If you have the side,
what if they're straight? What if the lines
There is
are
a way of
straight,
doing
Nate?
it.
If the lines are straight, there's not going to be any spherical excess.
Yeah, but Jeremy, what I'm saying is we don't know if the lines are straight or bent. All I've told you is the distance between 3
And the
points.
distance isn't going to tell me that.
But this is the thing.
The distance between the lines won't tell me if they're curved or
Jeremy.
not.
If I give you the distance between 3 points, you use those distances to figure out the angle.
No, you can't. That's not.
Why not?
That's not
Why
possible.
can't you?
In a 2-dimensional triangle, yes.
Nate,
why is it impossible?
Let me tell you why. Because giving me the distance doesn't tell me how much the lines are curving. How much the lines are curving will tell me how much spherical excess there is. The information you're giving me with the distance is not. That's not going to do it.
If I give you the distance,
told you.
Why can't you use the distances to figure out what the angles are at A, B, and C?
Nate, if the distances are straight, if the distances are straight lines, there's going to be it's going to be 180 degrees.
But we don't know.
I'll never know if you just give me the distance.
But you use the
distance is not enough information.
Figure it out. It is
Not enough information.
Why do you feel it's not enough, Jeremy?
Because they could be straight lines or they could be curving lines. We don't know because all I have is the
use
distance.
the distances to figure that out. You figure that
can't.
out by determining what the size of the angles are. If the angles, all of them together, it's more than 180, then you know you're dealing with curved lines.
Are you saying on Earth in the globe model, or you're just going to give me?
No, I'm just saying as a simple math example. If you were writing a math quiz and all I gave you was 3 distances between points A, B, and C, how would you determine the angles?
No one would. No one could.
Bro, anyone does it. I mean, I did it.
Literally no one could. Unless you're saying this is on Earth. Are you saying this is on Earth in the globe model? Nate, are you saying this is on Earth? You're saying on Earth in the globe model.
It is trigonometry, Jeremy. It's a math problem. I'm not saying
Okay,
this
so
is
you're
real
saying
world.
on Earth in the Nate, stop. You're saying on Earth in the globe model, you're going to give me some distances? Then yeah, okay, you could figure out the angle.
Yeah,
In
I'm
reality,
saying
though, you wouldn't. In reality, though, you would never know if it was actually more or not. You're just going off the globe model.
So just dealing with the lines, you're not going to know if it's. So if I just give you 3 distances, you're not going to know if the
I
lines.
can tell you what the globe model says there should
Jeremy,
be for the angles.
you gotta let me get this out, please, bro.
Go ahead.
So if I give you 3 distances between points A, B, and C, all I've given you is distance. You know, point A to B it's 2 miles, and then B to C it's 2 miles, and A to C is 6 miles.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Oh my God. All right, bro.
What you're failing to comprehend is what you're asking. What you're giving him is 3 points, and you're saying that these 3 points form a triangle, and here are the distances. Now, if they form a triangle on a sphere, then we know that there's spherical excess.
But what if you don't know if it's on a sphere or not? Let's say you were writing a math quiz, and this is real world, right? This is what's happening to students taking high level mathematics and trigonometry. You know, I've written math tests like this. All they give you is 3 distances between 3 points, and they tell you
had to do it too. Mm-hmm.
Exactly, and they tell you use this to find the angles at the 3 points and whether or not there's spherical excess. So you're gonna use the laws of sine and cosine to figure out what the angles are, and then once you have your 3 angles, you add them together and you see, do my 3 angles add to 180? If they add to 180, then it's straight lines and it's a flat surface. If they are in excess of 180,
then
curved
we have
lines.
spherical excess.
Exactly. You know, that's how you would do it, and you could do that in real world as well if all you have is distances. It's just trigonometry, you know. It's not impossible.
So you can calculate a sphere yet again. Calculate a sphere.
We're not calculating the sphere. We're just calculating what the angles are, and once we know what the angles are, that will tell us: are we working on a sphere or a flat surface? Using the laws of sine and cosine, because I've given you all 3 sides. I've given you the lengths of all 3 sides. The distances are given to you. Something has to be given to you. You need something. You can't start from blank.
In real world, how would you verify?
In real world, you would determine your own distances. You would set your markers. You would decide, I want to calculate it over a distance of 2 miles or 5 miles. It's your choice. What size you want to work with in real world.
And what then you paste that out, or what would you do?
In real world, I would set my distances, try to get line of sight, and then from there I would need to determine. Well, okay, so the assumption is already made that I'm working on a curved surface because I'm working on Earth, so it wouldn't be a normal trigonometric calculation. I would need a a protractor, and I would need to calculate my azimuth angles. But all of this is done with the assumption that I'm working on a ball. You see what I'm saying?
Well, don't assume that.
Well, if I don't assume that, then I would first have to figure out if I'm working on a ball or a flat surface. And I'm not going to be able to figure that out using triangle. I'm going to have to, do different things. Yeah.
Interesting. Thank you for saying that.
I could try and do it using triangles. I could, if I was able to get line of sight between all 3 points, and then I calculated the azimuth angles between all 3 points. And if they came up to more than 180, I could come to the conclusion that I'm working on a sphere.
Fortunately,
but that's not simple.
The distances are too far on the size of our sphere to do that.
Right.
Well, you determined the distances, though. But yeah, you would need a big. You would need a big part. Yeah, you need to work with a lot.
Exactly.
Yeah.
To overcome the error factor as well, the margin of error.
Yeah, and to factor in curvature, considering. So if the base assumption is you're going to have curvature over 3 miles, you would need to have a triangle longer than that. Otherwise, curvature is not really coming into effect. If we're testing for curvature. right? We would need to determine what is our rate of curvature, and then our test would need to be done over distances that exceed that rate.
Yeah,
But
and to be definitive, you'd want to physically pace out those distances. Like, let's just say it was 5 miles, you know, as your largest length or whatever. You'd want to pace that out, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would want to get line of sight between you and your 5 mile target.
Yep. And
what is
pace that distance out so you knew.
what is great about this type of test is that it's not reliant on refraction and like elevation changes and stuff like that, because you only need to find something which is along a vertical line in front of you, because you only care about the angles between each observer, not that you are on the same elevation.
No, you need to be at the same elevation. You're talking about spherical excess?
Yes.
Oh, you need to be at the same elevation.
Why?
Definitely.
Do you know how spherical excess works?
Yes.
Tell me how.
So you just measure the angle for between 3 triangles.
No, how many triangles? Sorry, how many triangles?
You measure the angles between between each point for 3 points.
So one triangle, right?
Yes.
Okay.
They created many triangles for these tests, but yes, you can do one.
And you don't think it has to be on the surface? You think the points can be at high? Some points can be higher elevation and shit than others.
Yeah.
Why does the elevation matter, Jeremy? How is that going to change things?
Because it's going to make it. It's going to make if you are on a curved surface, now it's going to make it curve more.
No, it's not.
What? Explain, go in depth. Show us how in your math formula, in your calculations, you would factor for elevation.
Listen. If you have one at when you have them all at the same elevation, there's no problem. But if you have one of the points at say 1,000 feet in the air, and the other one is at sea level, that's gonna fuck your whole thing up.
Why?
Because it's gonna.
I'm
make
not
it
saying
look
I don't agree with you. I'm just curious as to why.
I think it depends. I think it depends on how.
Listen. Spherical excess is done on the surface of a ball. Okay, if you're 1,000 feet in the air, guess where you're not.
I guess. Wait. That depends. That depends on how you're measuring the angle. If you're measuring the angle in a parallel way to the ground, then it doesn't matter how far you are.
Dude,
how high you are.
Where is spherical excess taken at?
Do you get what I said?
I know. I heard what you said, but do you understand where spherical excess is taken at?
Sorry?
Do you understand the spherical excess is taken at the surface of a sphere?
Mm-hmm. And if you take the angle,
and if you're 1,000
parallel...
feet in the air, hold on. If you're 1,000 feet in the air, are you on the surface?
No. But if you take the angle in a parallel way to the surface, it will be.
If you take the angle in a parallel way, dude, you take the angle to the other. You take the angle to the other point.
Wait.
Does altitude matter or not? Does altitude matter or not? If it's 1,000 feet higher at one point, where is it? It's not on the ground, right?
Depends on how you're. Yeah, but depend on. You don't take the angles directly. You take.
Yes, you do. You directly take angle measurements.
Wait, stop. You take the. I think the declination angle, if I'm mistaken. So it doesn't matter how high it is.
No, that's not how spherical excess is done. Go ahead, Craig.
Well, I'm just saying. What? So you say you take the declination. What's declination?
That's not how it's even done. He's wrong.
Maybe I'm picking the wrong word, but what I mean is the angle moving through moving parallel to the horizon.
No.
Because you can.
Hold on.
Wait.
Just stop. So many wrong things got said in the past 2 minutes. It's unbelievable. All right,
not the horizon, not the visible horizon. I mean the horizontal.
There's no horizon involved. There's no.
Can someone terms to
if you can only change your direction in a.
It's as I said it earlier. You take a verticals when you point the tool at what you're observing. You don't care if it's a little bit over or atop, because you only aim along a vertical line as long as it's hitting along the vertical line inside your your scope, that's what the only thing you're caring about, because you're caring about your angle between what you're pointing out, and then you're turning your scope to the left or to the right to hit the other target. And then if that is 10 meter lower or higher, it doesn't matter. You're creating a vertical line.
It's called the azimuth. So that line that's parallel to the horizon would be a curving line. And you would measure it using a protractor. But the best analogy I can give you is imagine you have a compass. And your compass is pointed at point A, and then you swing it to point B. So let's say point B is all the way behind you. You would swing it 180 degrees. That would be the parallel line to the horizon or the angle you're measuring. And that you would call the azimuth. If I could post a picture, I could show you that.
I don't know how to give. I don't know how to give permission. I don't know how to give permission to post pictures, Nate. So my bad. I have to wait till Geo.
I'm gonna send it to you.
Just give him a row. Just give him a row.
I'll send it to you and you post it, Jeremy.
Can you give out
let me just the azimuth that he just mentioned was trying to describe as taking the angle in a parallel way to a horizontal plane.
Exactly.
I posted the image.
Okay.
So there it is. There's the azimuth. You don't care about the altitude. You only care about the azimuth.
Exactly. That's why it doesn't matter, Jeremy.
And that's what he meant by that line is parallel to the horizon, because we assume the horizon is a curved line, right?
It matters if you want to do spherical excess. If you want to do some other shit, then I guess, nothing matters. You can bring you can do it from an airplane or something, and you can do whatever the fuck you want. If you want to do spherical excess, though, you're going to need to be on the surface, right?
No, because the angle, that's not going to change the azimuthal angle, is it? If it's not going to change the azimuthal angle, then the measurements are going to be the same. So you can say
very carefully. Listen to me. Do you know how spherical excess is done?
Yeah,
it just
on the surface of a sphere. On the surface of a sphere, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're telling me you're still going to do spherical excess, but you're not going to be on the surface. You're going to be 1,000 feet in the air.
You can do it
still above the surface.
That's still very close. Relatively speaking, you're still on the globe. You're still on the surface.
Yeah, you still have a position on the surface.
1,000 feet above it. Shut up.
That's a huge number if you're depending on your scale, but in the scale of Earth, it's not. It's just like peanut. It's nothing.
Yeah, you're just making a semantic argument there because you're not picturing what you're saying. Well, I mean, you're not picturing what you're saying because your counterpoint to how is the altitude going to change the measurement is just to say, well, it has to be done in the surface.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. You know what we're going to do? All right, you know what we're going to do next? You can be on the surface all day. That's good. We're going to go high above the surface enough so that we have line of sight on all 3 points, and now we're going to do it. Does it still work? Does it still work?
If you use the azimuthal angle, yes, it's still going to be
the
same angle.
Where would you even? No, it's Jeremy. There's more. Actually, I'll let you say
azimuthal angle. Hold on, Crack. Stop saying azimuthal angle. When you do spherical excess, you take an angle measurement, regular angle measurement, in between all the angles. There's nothing azimuthal. There's no azimuthal thing about this. If that means regular angle,
there is. If
azimuth angle means regular angle, then fine. If it doesn't mean regular angle, if azimuth doesn't mean regular angle, hold on, guys. If azimuth doesn't mean regular angle, then you're doing something. If azimuth doesn't mean regular, go ahead. You guys are fucking idiots.
I was just saying. I'm just saying you don't care about the angle in one direction. You don't care if there is an angle altitude-wise. Because there is an angle there, but that wouldn't affect the experiment.
Dude, all you do, this is a real simple thing, bro. If you're doing spherical excess, you're on the surface of a sphere and you're measuring the angle between all 3 points. Okay, if you're doing azimuth angles and you're up above the surface, you're no longer doing spherical excess. You're doing some other shit that I don't know what it is.
Okay,
neither do you.
So if you define taking this axis strictly as you're defining it, then maybe you wouldn't fit your definition, but you would still be measuring.
Hold on.
Stop. Let me finish. It would still.
I didn't make that shit up, bro. I'm posting it in the chat right now.
Where does it say it has to be a regular angle? And what's a regular angle?
I'm gonna post it in the chat right now. If you can find me some other shit that says differently, I'm open to it. However, these
Okay,
are
okay. It doesn't matter if it's your, or let's say that's the definition. I'm going to accept. I'm going to get it. Accept that that's the definition. Right. So I'm going to take that as the definition of spherical axis, and I'm going to agree with you that what we're describing doesn't fit that description. It's still measuring the curvature. It doesn't matter how you label it. It's still a measurement that works on spheres that don't work on flat surfaces. You can scream as much as you want that doesn't fit the definition of a spherical axis. It doesn't matter. The geometry of it still matches how you measure this curvature.
Okay, so what if we make the 3 points the same altitude? If we make the 3 points the exact same altitude, right? Okay, then and you're saying it wouldn't work on a flat plane, right? That's what you're stating in that sense. But you could almost, if you make the 3 points the correct height and the correct distance apart from one another, they would effectively be on a completely flat trajectory. So
go ahead, Crack. My bad.
No, I'm just saying. So then, are you saying then, however, you wouldn't be able to basically measure the curvature of the Earth by doing so, when actually you could have these 3 points could all be lower than 1,000 feet off of the surface of the Earth, right? They would all be different, different heights, but roughly the same, right? Depending on their position on what you would call the globe. But because they all match up to make a flat plane, then therefore you're saying you wouldn't be able to do it, right? Or if they're all at the exact same altitude, is my point.
I don't even know what they're doing at this point because they're not doing spherical access. So this is some other shit. So I know that if you have line of sight on it,
are you trying to understand this other shit?
I don't. What's it called? What's your other shit called?
Oh, why does it matter?
Because I don't know what the fuck you're doing. Did you make this up?
We are explaining it. We are explaining.
Is this a real thing?
We are. Well, that's how a spherical axis is taken.
No, that's not how spherical access is taken. I told you and posted definitions on how spherical access is taken. This is not spherical access. This is some new shit.
Yeah, where does it says there that things have to be on the same altitude? Because if they aren't,
it says they have to be on the surface. It says they have to be on the surface, right? Did you read that part?
Yeah, but a surface isn't perfectly spherical, right? There's elevation change, right? So if you don't want that affecting your calculations, you can take the azimuthal angle between them.
Oh, it actually doesn't say surface.
Sorry?
Oh, you're all right, kiddo.
Taking the azimuthal angle instead of a direct angle between them is just going to make it not sensible to elevation change. That's all. I'm not radically changing the idea of taking spherical axis.
What's the difference between an azimuthal angle and a regular angle?
I don't know what's a regular angle.
No, what's the difference between an azimuthal angle and a regular angle?
I have to know what's a regular angle to know the difference.
A regular angle, degrees. Protractor, 2 degrees, 1 degree.
Azimuth angles is also measured in degrees. The difference is how you're measuring them, not what they are.
What do you mean,
how? It tells you just what axis you're measuring the angle along.
Yeah,
okay,
that's
like all irrelevant.
It's just like
the azimuthal thing. Hold on, guys. The azimuthal thing is completely irrelevant. That's not what you do. All you do is you measure the angle. Stop saying azimuth. That has nothing to do with spherical excess.
Azimuth is an angle. It's a way of measuring angles. There are multiple ways.
All you do is measure the angle. Oh, you guys are fucking driving me nuts.
It's just a normal angle measured on a curved surface. That's all it is. Literally, it's a normal angle, but you're dealing with curved lines and curved surfaces.
Okay, well that's not what we do with this. All we do in this is we measure an angle. You're making an angle measurement, and all we need to do is see if those angles add up to.
That's an angle measurement.
That's your azimuth. Your angle measurement
has nothing to do with sphericals.
It does. If you're working with spherical excess.
If you know if it's a sphere yet, don't even know if it's a sphere yet because we haven't. All you have to do is take an angle measurement.
True,
This
true.
is not.
That's why.
That's all you have to do is an angle measurement between 3 points. You guys are making some wacky
Jeremy,
shit up.
I told you.
And you're pissing me off.
If we don't know if it's flat or curved, we wouldn't call it an azimuth. We would just call it a normal angle. But because we know the Earth is a sphere, we call these azimuth angles. It's a normal angle but on a curved surface. That's all.
And if you don't know if the Earth is flat or not, and you don't want elevation change messing up your measurements, then when you're taking the angle, you're taking a parallel way to the horizontal. That way, it doesn't matter if it's spherical or flat. You're gonna get the angle between the triangle of the surface.
Yeah, let me tell you another thing. If you want to start going up in height and altitude off the surface, you're going to have an issue because if you have line of sight on all these things, that's a problem. Obviously, if you're trying to measure spherical excess.
Well, yeah, that's why altitude actually does make a difference, and that's why it does matter.
If you have line of sight on all 3 points in your triangle, you'll never get spherical excess. It doesn't matter what's underneath you.
Exactly.
Why not?
That's why I was trying to say.
I don't get it.
Well, why do you think? What do you mean you don't get it? Because if
Nate,
you have
we
line
went through
of
this
sight,
yesterday.
if you're on a sphere, right, would you have line of sight between 3 points that are 5 miles away? Yes or no?
You could.
If we were to emulate that, right, up, right, and you was to separate yourself from it, and you just left the 3 dots there, right? Okay, and then
5 miles away on the surface, like on the ground.
Then you drew lines, right, and then you were able to come away from it in a 3D perspective. And you're able to draw a line from the 3 points, and then draw a point in the middle of the 3 points of the triangle, right? And then just draw lines, right, going either up in altitude and then down in altitude to meet up with the 3 lines already drawn on the triangle, right? What would happen if you're on a sphere at that point, okay, once you had removed the Earth from underneath it and these things at the surface, right? Now what you would have would be a triangle snippet that would actually reflect the spherosity of the Earth because you'd have the lines going around and down to the lines that are created on the triangle. It's hard for me to explain this. But if you remove those 3 points of the triangle and higher them in elevation, right, so that they all have line of sight to one another, right, then you do the exact same thing. You emulate yourself out away from those 3 points, a triangle drawn. What is it? It's a flat triangle.
Yeah, the whole point, Nate, the whole point is... Go ahead, Crack, my bad.
Sorry, no, I'm just saying, like, I wish I could just draw this out really quickly instead.
I totally understood what you said. Like, what you said makes perfect sense to me. I understand it.
Yeah, Nate, the whole point is if you have line of sight on all the points, you'll be drawing straight lines. The whole reason you get spherical excess is because the lines are curved on the z-axis. Remember, we went over this yesterday. I thought you got it when we were done.
We did. And
why didn't you get it?
I agree with you until you started making the claim that it's impossible to have line of sight if the lines are curved.
No, it's impossible to get spherical excess if you have line of sight on all the points.
Yeah, you need to explain that, Jeremy. What makes it impossible?
Okay, it's impossible because if you have line of sight on all 3 points, you can now draw perfectly straight lines, not curving on the z-axis. That'll give you a regular triangle. That'll give you a regular triangle. Hold on, Nate. Don't talk. Just listen, because this is where I teach you how triangles work. Okay. If they're straight, if they're perfectly straight lines, now you have a regular triangle with 180 degrees. You can't get anything different than that as long as you're making straight lines. The whole reason you get spherical excess is because the lines are bent on the z-axis. If the lines aren't bent on that z-axis, they're always going to be 180 degrees. That's just how a triangle works with straight lines, straight sides. That's it. It's simple.
Yeah, you're saying the same thing you said yesterday. All you were saying is it's impossible to have line of sight if there's spherical excess, because if you have line of sight, all you're going to end up with is straight lines. That's what you're saying.
You understand if you have 3 straight lines, connect. If you have 3 points and 3 straight lines connecting those 3 points, you understand you now have a 180-degree triangle.
If I have, it
Nate,
depends.
you have to answer that question.
It depends on the surface I'm
question.
working on.
Answer this
Then,
question.
if
Regardless
I'm being
of the
forced to
surface of
answer,
Earth.
then regardless of the surface, no. I would say no, because the surface matters.
Okay,
the
stop.
triangle-
Don't
the
interrupt,
triangle-
please. Hold on 1 second, Bacon. 1 second. I've been doing this for 2 days with Nate now, and I'm starting to get frustrated. Nate, you have 3 points with 3 straight lines connecting them. Okay, they're not bending in any way whatsoever. Perfectly straight lines, 3 points. You understand that's a triangle. We've just made a triangle with 180 degrees. Do you understand that?
Okay, so just to
Do you
say
think that
back
can have more? Do you think
Just
that
to
can have
repeat
more than
back-
180 degrees?
Just to repeat back what you said, Jeremy, so we're on the same page. It's a
Hey, you have 3
straight
points.
line. They're not bending on the X, Y, or Z axis.
Yep.
Then yes, I agree with you. It's a one.
Okay,
it's a
so if we
flat
have line of
surface,
sight, Nate. So if we have line of sight on all the, points, we'll be drawing straight lines to them, won't we? Not curving on any axis.
It depends.
the
I mean, the reason why they would curve is because you're using a plumb line to define your alignment of your theodolite. So when you do that, it wouldn't be showing any curvature if all these plumbs were the same direction. If they all were parallel, then you would have and you pointed at each other directly, then you wouldn't have any. But because the plumbs are as we believe at least, are pointing outwards from each other, that would imply
Create
that
the axis?
Yeah, it would create angles that are a little bit bigger than 180 because
Okay,
they're
is there
pointing
anyone here-
outwards.
And the reason
Is there anyone
and-
here that thinks? Hold on, guys. Is there
Exactly.
anyone here
I
that
totally agree with what that guy just said.
Okay,
And let me
so there's
complement
people
it.
here that think. Hold on, there's people here that think you can have 3 points and then connect three perfectly straight lines to them and get more than 180 degrees. There's really
No,
people.
that's
that are,
not what he was saying.
That's
Because
what Nate
the
thinks.
angles. No,
That's what
the,
Nate
the
thinks
angles.
right now.
No. The angles that Funk referred to aren't the angles that you would get out of that triangle you just described. The angles that he described are the ones you're gonna get with the theodolite pointing from one plumb to the other, which is the same thing. Which
So
is
we're
the
making
same
a triangle,
thing as
bro.
Yeah, the
But
triangle
that
you
is a
described.
triangle. If you're
the
using a
triangle-
theodolite between 3 points, it's a triangle, Jeremy. Any
Yeah.
shape with 3 points is a triangle.
The triangle you described is a three-dimensional triangle up in the air, right? And the triangle that we are looking for is one that can have spherical axis, which is one aligned with the surface. So we are not just going to take 3 straight lines between the points. We want to measure the angle between their plumb lines. That's why we
Okay,
take the azimuthal angle.
That's not how spherical. Like once again, you're doing some other shit.
Oh,
Alright,
guess
Jim.
you're not picturing it then.
I can picture what you're doing. I don't. What's the name of what you're doing?
Spherical axis.
No, spherical axis is when you make one triangle and you measure the angles, the angles in
I
between
am
all
making
the.
one triangle. I'm just not making your triangle.
Yeah, it's one triangle.
It's just not the triangle you're picturing.
Yeah, it's literally one triangle with 3 points. All he did is he measured the angles caused by when you drop a plumb line into 3 points, them not being parallel to each other. That excess angle, because they're bent away from each other now, that gives you the spherical axis. And that's what we're measuring using the theodolite.
Yeah, there ain't no plumb lines involved with spherical axis.
They can
There is
be.
because they're using it.
No, there's not.
Geodetic
Nate, there's
survey, you would use a plumb line.
Yeah, when you
How do you know what the vertical line is? That's that's the azimuth. How do you know where the azimuth is if you don't know where it is? Like that's how you
don't
decide
need to
where
know.
azimuth is.
You don't need to know. You make listen, spherical axis. You make 3 dots on the surface of a sphere and you connect them.
Yeah.
Yes, but you don't.
There ain't no
connect-
plumb lines
you-
involved. There ain't no azimuth involved. You guys are weirdos, man. Nate, you're
but
still
it's-
sitting here thinking. Nate, you still sit here and think you can have 3 straight lines on a triangle, and it's more than 180 degrees. You guys are driving me nuts. I'm done here. I'm done.
It does if you have if you have the axis point each other from it. You have the axis pointing out from each other.
So you're telling me I could have 3 straight lines. You're telling me I could have 3 straight lines connecting 3 points, not curving at all, perfectly straight lines, and that's going to be more than 180 degrees?
All right, now you're saying something different. If you're saying that the lines don't curve on the Z, X, or Y axis, then we agree with you, Jeremy. It's a flat surface.
Nate, you motherfucker. I've been saying that for fucking 2 days now with you.
But now we're saying something different, which is what you're not getting. What we're saying is now, instead of drawing lines between the 3 points, we're not going to draw lines. We're going to have 3 markers. Listen to me.
Right.
We're going to have 3 markers, all right? 3 set distances from each other. Distance X, Y, and Z. 3 points, all right, from each other. And at each point, we're going to drop a plumb line. If what we're working with is a 180 degree triangle, the internal angles of this triangle add up to 180. Those plumb lines should be parallel to each other. But when we drop them, they're not parallel.
Yeah, dude, you're doing
because they're not parallel. That tells us there's spherical excess.
Nate, you're doing some other shit. No. Nate, you're doing some other shit now. There's no plumb lines involved with spherical excess. You make 3 points. You make 3. What's the name of what you're doing? I'm with it. I feel you. I hear you. What are you doing? What's the name of it?
Geodetic surveying. That's what we do.
Geodetic surveying.
Geodetic surveying.
So not
you calculate spherical excess.
No, not spherical. You're not doing spherical excess.
That was like something like people don't do geodetic surveying manually anymore, I think.
Yeah, obviously we.
But this is what they do back in. They did this back in the day before satellite to measure, specifically to measure the curvature of the Earth, how much it's curving.
Yeah,
that's why they did.
Obviously, no one would do that today, but us not owning satellites, that's what we would do.
Yeah.
Really? And how would that impact your life?
Doesn't impact
nothing really. Just
nothing.
But
so
I mean,
Jeremy, help guide a narrative. What's the point of measuring it?
Jeremy, let's say you were out in the field, right? You went upstate, and you had 3 set distances. How would you go about calculating spherical excess? All you have is your 3 points, and you know how far away they are from each other. You don't know what the angles are at those points. What would you do to measure the angles and like figure like everything out? What would be your steps?
Do we have line of sight to each point?
Does it matter?
Well, yeah. Do we have line of sight to each point?
Okay, you can have line of sight if you want to each point. Yeah, cool. Now what?
Okay, well that's a straight line then. That's a straight line to every point.
Yeah, but
they can be straight, but their axis can be different.
My question was,
sorry.
My question was, how do you calculate the angles between those 3 points? Not whether or not the lines between them are straight or bent. What would you do to calculate the angles between those 3 points? You have point A, B, and C, distance X, Y, and Z from each other on the surface.
You don't calculate them. You measure it. You don't calculate it.
How would you measure it? How would you measure it? What would you step?
A protractor, a theodolite.
Carry on. How would you do it?
How would you do it with theodolite? Because if the theodolite can't see both at the same time, right? You're going to have to move the theodolite, and depending on how you move the theodolite.
Why are we moving the theodolite? You're measuring the distance. You're measuring the angle between 2 points, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm measure the angle between 2 points.
Yeah, you need to have
both at the same time.
Exactly. If you want to know the direction of both of them, you have to, take at least make 2 observations, right? So you can see both of the targets.
Okay, so what?
Now carry on.
How do you measure the angle between those 2 observations?
Yeah, using your theodolite.
You put it at one point. You see how many degrees you got to turn it or whatever to get to the other point. What do you mean?
Yeah, and depending on how you turn it, that's going to give you a different angle.
What?
I posted the image. And it's a very extreme image. I think this is it's very good for explaining. Try to explain. So if you have point A, B, and C, and you're measuring, if you're not pointing directly at A, you're just aligning your theodolites with a plumb, and then you're pointing it so your azimuth is hitting A, and then you twist your theodolite so that your azimuth hits along the azimuth so that it hits point C. That would be in the example here. That would be 90 degrees for all these points on this sphere. But if you were to align them so they were in the same, how should I say, plane, if you were to align all these dots, you would have to tilt it away from plumb. But that's the whole point. Since the plumbs are pointing in the different directions, and you're aligning along the azimuth, you'll actually have to twist it and measure the angles between them would become more than 180 degrees. In this example, it's...
What a joke. Spherical excess is just a calculation. It's not a measurement. It's just a calculation, Funk. That's all
Thanks
it
for
is.
the
How is
very
it
useful contribution.
How is it not a measurement?
It's just trolling.
It's a calculation.
Yeah,
So when you
that is scary.
It's not a troll at all.
So you trust your car when you speedometer on your car? That's also a calculation.
Why wouldn't I? And your speedometer
it's just a calculation, so why do you trust it?
And your speedometer isn't 100%
It can be verified.
All right. And yes,
it's just a calculation, so I wouldn't trust it.
Let's not run away from the discussion.
The discussion is, even though I've jumped in late on this conversation, this kind of conversation has been happening all day, and spherical excess is just a calculation, nothing more, nothing less. It's not a direct measurement.
It sounds
it's just a calculation.
I don't care. That's fine.
It's just a calculation that proves the sphericity of the surface, right?
No, it doesn't prove anything.
No.
It's a calculation.
Yes, it does.
It's a calculation.
Don't prove things.
So
you can't measure spherical excess just with one triangle. You need a minimum of 3 triangles to measure spherical excess. You can't do it with one.
Why?
Yes, you can.
You can't. They don't. No, they don't do it.
I show you the example why you can do it. I literally cannot explain it any better.
Liz, your phone is vibrating near the microphone.
My phone. Mine. Oh, Lise. Nice.
Oh, I'm muted.
No, somebody's got to fix that.
Yeah, I'll fix it. I'll fix it for him.
No, already.
Well, but I posted like it's about like the axis which you're measuring angles along, which is the clue here. Why you get more than 180 degrees.
I'll tell you what, Funk. Get 3 mountains where we've got line of sight to 3 mountains. All right, so it doesn't matter from whatever mountain you're standing upon, you can see the other 2 mountains, right? Mm-hmm. And you draw a straight line between those 3 points. So from point A to point B to point C, and point C back to point A. Those angles will always measure 180 degrees. They won't measure any more than 180 degrees.
But then you're not measuring along that. Then you don't use a plumb as your axis, as your defining axis. You're just pointing at it. And then, of course, you create the plane. You can create a plane using point A, B, and C on the sphere I posted, which have degrees up to 180 degrees. Sure, that plane would cut through the Earth, but that's not what we do. We measure along the using for each point plumb as the axis which we measure along.
Right. No, you're not measuring. You're just calculating it, right?
Hold on. Who posted this?
You're
posted
measuring
this triangle? Who posted this thing with 3 triangles here with the
There's
A,
3
B,
triangles.
and C dotted line?
I posted the sphere. I posted the sphere.
That was Stark Otter.
Yeah, he's not here in the voice.
Oh, sorry.
But yeah, this is a good example on what triangle Jeremy was talking about, and we were talking about. So we were
No, the
talking
one I'm
about
talking about is the one I'm talking about is the one you posted on the sphere with A, B, and C. That's the one I'm talking about. That's the one.
No.
This other thing with 3 triangles is the one that now you're dealing with up and down refraction.
No, the triangle that you were referring to is the one with dotted lines.
Are you talking about mine with A, B, and C, where I sphere? It's a sphere with A, B, and C.
A sphere or a sphere?
Yeah, the one on the sphere is fine. That's how you do spherical excess, and then you just measure the angles in between A, B, and C. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
so that's yeah. So I explained, if you were to point a line and create a direct line from A to C, wouldn't that cut through Earth, cut through the sphere?
No, but you don't make a direct line. You make a line on the surface, and then it's curving, and that's how you get spherical excess from the curve.
And that would happen if you did it, even if it was if you did the same method, but you had a line of sight to it, you would still have to use the same method. You would have to measure it azimutally. That means even if the thing in the distance was at the same elevation, it would be lower than you. So it would you would point it at the mountain and stuff.
So listen, you're under the idea that if I have three points with line of sight to all of them, that I can draw straight lines to them, and it can be more than 180 degrees.
But that's not what you do. You don't point it directly at it. You're measuring it along a specific axis. That's
with your thing, yes. With your thing, with your thing not called spherical excess. With your thing not called spherical excess, that's what you do. When you're doing spherical excess, though, you're measuring the angle between 3.
Yeah, the definition.
When you're doing spherical excess, you're measuring the angle between three points.
Yeah, but
you're measuring the angle on a triangle.
Along a specific axis.
Yeah, the spherical
that's
axis.
some other shit. When you start talking about axes and shit, now you're not doing spherical excess anymore.
Yes, you are. You're not. Your picture
spherical
posted
excess.
for.
Listen to me. I posted a definition. I posted a definition in chat.
You posted one definition that doesn't give you step by.
I posted 3 of them.
Right. They don't give you a step-by-step way to do it. It's just a general description of what it means.
They tell you exactly what to do. You measure a triangle. You measure the angles in that triangle.
They don't tell you exactly how to measure the angle.
Azimuthal angle. It says so in the explanation.
I'm done with you fucking
I can post. Yeah. I can. Would you trust me if I posted the
No, I don't trust you for shit. You don't even know what you're talking about.
It's not my. You don't have to trust me. I'll post fucking citations explaining this. And you can trust that instead. Here's the link, and here is part of it.
Spherical axis. Spherical axis is about the surface, right? And if you make a 3-dimensional triangle, of course that's not going to be. That now you're using Euclidean geometry, right? You're using X, Y, and Z distances. Of course, they're going to give you 180 degrees. But if you want to align the triangle with the surface, you can't just take straight lines from the 3 points. You have to take the angles in taking the surface as your baseline. Because
listen to me. Listen, spherical excess. Here, you want the Merriam-Webster one?
Yes.
The definition of spherical excess, the amount by which the sum of 3 angles of a spherical triangle exceeds 2 right angles. It's more than 180. So you're taking the angles between 3 points in a triangle, and you're measuring how many degrees are in them. That's it.
Yeah,
that's spherical excess.
So if somebody else displaying it in a more deeper sense than just a 2 sentences, then you would not trust that. You would trust the Merriam-Webster one.
It's not that I trust Merriam-Webster. It's not that I trust Merriam-Webster, guys. I can't get loud right now.
Some people
guys, I'm holding my son. I can't get loud right now. So
sorry.
I'm just going to say this and go. When you're measuring spherical excess, you're measuring the angles of a triangle in between the points. That's all you're doing. You guys are trying to do some other new shit that's not spherical excess. It's not wrong. I have 3 definitions. I have 3 definitions.
Merriam-Webster.
We are not.
I have 3 definitions.
Yeah,
I don't
your-
disagree
none of
with
your
using the word
definitions.
I don't disagree using the word angles, but when they use the word angles, it can be used in a simpler way. But you have pages or citations which explain it more deeply, and they specifically say azimuth angles. Why would they say that if it's not true? I'm not making
I
this up.
stopped listening to you guys. You guys are
Because
worthless.
That's why I said. That's why I said he's just making a semantical argument. Because all he can do is pick the simplest definition of it.
It's not the
And
simplest
fact that it
definition.
doesn't-
There's multiple
you're
definitions.
You're cherry
There's
picking
multiple
now.
definitions
You're just
that say
picking
the
the
same
only
exact
definition
thing.
that fits.
There's
Yeah,
multiple
all those-
definitions that say the same exact thing of what I'm saying. Now you guys
Sure.
are saying some other shit and have no. Show me a definition that says that. What you're saying.
I showed you.
Bring a
What we are
definition
saying-
up. Bring a
what we are
definition up
saying-
of spherical excess that says what you guys are saying. Let's go.
Funk just did.
The distance as an azimuthal observations made on topographic surface. That's
Okay,
like
just
that's the
out of
introduction of
curiosity.
that's the
Where's
that's
it
the
at?
introduction from spherical.
Where's your
axis.
definition at? Post it in Livestream 1.
I posted it.
Where? Oh, are you Starboarder?
No.
He's fun.
No.
He's fun.
Where's
we
this from,
had-
dude? Did
if
you
we
just
had-
type that out? Let's see the
I-
post. Let's see the post. I don't trust you
You
for
blocked
shit.
me. You blocked me or something.
got it
No,
from
I
Wiki.
see it.
Distance and
Journal?
azimuthal observations. Yeah, that is the source, and then I posted a snippet from it.
Oh, the Journal of Young Scientists.
What's
US
wrong with
Army.
you? Don't like it, Jeremy?
Is that the? I'm asking. Is this the one?
Yeah.
Yes. Young Journal of Young Scientists.
Sounds good.
And where does it say spherical excess is this?
It says this is for
We're looking for the
establishing-
definition of spherical excess, right?
This
I
is
was reading it.
establishing spherical axis. This is how you do it. And then they have an introduction and they say what observation they did. And they did distance and azimuthal observations made on topographic surface.
Dude, where's the definition for
It's not the
spherical excess?
it's not the dictionary.
Where's the definition of? Where's the definition saying spherical excess is something other than what I'm saying?
It's not the dictionary. It's just explaining you how to do it, and it explains you by observing the azimuthal observation.
Okay, so you don't have any definitions. I'm the only one with
It's not the-
definitions on.
it's not
So I'm the only one. I
dictionary.
understand. You don't have a definition. I understand.
Oh,
so I'm the
you're
only
so
one with a
ignorant now.
definition.
And you're
I'm
not
the only
making
one with a
semantical
definition.
arguments, right? And it's not a
Give
semantical
me the
argument.
definition, guys. Shut the
Does that
fuck up.
matter?
I'm the only one with a definition who's telling you what spherical excess is, correct?
We accept
But
your
it's the
definition.
definition,
It's
the only
just
thing that matters
not enough
here.
detailed. Your definition isn't describing how the angle is
Just
being measured.
explain
describe it.
anything how you do it.
You measure
At
the
all.
You measure the angles. You could do it with a protractor,
It
a
doesn't say
theodolite.
that. Your
It doesn't
definition
matter
doesn't
how
say
you
that.
measure it. You measure the
Your-
degrees. It doesn't matter what tool
How did you learn
use.
that?
You measure the degree. Dude, shut the fuck
Hold
up.
up, let him get out.
Ugh.
Jeremy,
Yeah, that's
You
not
know what?
in
I
your...
can't even do this right now. You guys are fucking. You guys are
What
just
you're doing
straight
now,
trolling me.
Jeremy,
Straight
you're
trolling me right now, and you
cherry-picking.
guys can.
You're
You guys can go
you're-
fuck yourself.
you're
No,
explaining
let-
how to
let-
do
let-
spherical
let-
axis,
Funk,
and then
let
you
Jeremy
cherry
get it
pick.
out. Just let Jeremy get it out. Jeremy, go ahead, bro.
Said he was going.
Yeah, we
You're-
just
he
used you're saying
I asked him why. How does he know how to do
You
spherical
ask him a
axis?
question and
Because
you won't let him give you a-
his definition doesn't tell him that, so he cherry picks. He
Son,
picks.
You ask
he
him a
knows how.
question and you won't let him
in-
finish.
He
The
knows
definition
how.
how-
tells you.
asking
The
him.
definition tells you exactly what to do. You make 3 points on a sphere, and you measure the angles in between them. Doesn't matter how you measure the angles. You could use
Does
a
it says that?
protractor. You could. Shut up, dude. Shut up. The definition tells you exactly what to do. You take 3 points. You measure the angles in between on that triangle. It doesn't matter if you use a theodolite, a protractor, however you want to measure an angle. It's irrelevant.
Why is it relevant?
It's irrelevant how you measure the angle because if you're measuring an angle, does it matter if you use a protractor, a theodolite, or your dick?
I didn't
Nope.
say
Yes.
what you're using. I didn't
does
say
matter.
what you're using.
Well, that's
Yeah,
what
I
he
mean,
said,
don't
and
think-
that's what you answered that to.
I don't think your dick is as
It's not
precise
telling you how to
as a
measure it.
theodolite.
Well,
But it
it
does
is if you
Specifically
matter.
just told me Mine's
no.
not detailed enough.
Because
Specifically
the
just
tool.
told me mine's not detailed enough because they weren't telling you how to measure it.
Sure, and well, I'm not
Sure, and now
referring to
are
what
we
tool.
worried about how to measure
Let me
it now?
let
Or
me
can we use
explain
a
it.
protractor or a theodolite or whatever the fuck we want to measure it?
Come on, I mean, chill, man. Let me just explain what I'm saying. When I say how to measure the angle, I wasn't referring to what tool you're using. I'm talking about
Well, what are you referring
angle.
to?
Yeah, how you're measuring the angle.
Between the
You're
triangle, the 3 points, that angle. It's telling you exactly what to do. My definition tells you exactly what to do,
No,
dickhead.
it doesn't.
Hold up,
Yes,
Jeremy.
it does. It tells you to make a triangle. Measure the angles in between the triangle. Done.
Sure, it doesn't says how to measure it. And if you're saying it doesn't matter, then you have to show that in the definition. Because that's also not in the definition.
What do you mean
What are you
how
talking
to
about?
measure
What
it?
specific method?
Also, when you look at the drawings which explain what you're measuring,
in here.
Jeremy, this is coming from the guy that said that you could just give you the distance between 3 points. Is it? One of your friends a minute ago was saying you could just have the distance between 3 points and you could work all of this out.
Also, you have to
wait
consider.
there. Oh, how are you doing that though? What method are you using? Remember, like, if you're saying so, what you're saying is that what Jeremy's talking about, that method is completely wrong. It doesn't. That isn't how you.
He uses direct line of sight, which is wrong, and it's completely incompatible with all the diagrams used for explaining how this works. So I don't understand how he can derive to that. Because using his explanation, you will have something cut through the earth, but you don't do that. You don't measure through the fucking earth. That's not how you do spherical axis. Then you're just measuring a triangle, a flat triangle.
Okay, can I postulate this? On a 10-kilometer stretch, there is a 2-meter hump in the middle. So if we had a triangle of 10 kilometers divided by 10 kilometers, etc., we would have line of sight. We could actually see. There wouldn't be a curve in the way.
Yeah, but that's a different axis. That's not the spherical axis measurement. Just pointing at it.
You don't need.
There's 3 points.
Listen, you could have line of sight regardless.
Sure. Yes, I don't disagree with that. But then it would be the same as in my drawing. If you were to create a direct line from A to C, you will cut through the earth, and you will cut through the earth from C to B and from B to A, so forth.
That's why spherical access. That's why spherical access is done.
Don't have line of sight.
That's why spherical access is done on the surface of a sphere, and you don't make a chord through the sphere.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with.
You don't do that.
Why you're not cutting a line through Earth. Dude, what?
Why are you saying? Why are you explaining it as you do? You explain us to do that. You're saying do that.
What are you talking about? It has nothing to do with going through the earth.
You're saying point it at the thing. You don't care about the azimuth angle. Then if you're just pointing at it and you don't care, he just said that. Jeremy's saying that. I don't know who said no now.
So you're going into a spherical excess calculation or measurement with a presupposition that the plumb lines aren't parallel.
No.
Listen.
If the plums
you don't need to.
No. If the plums are parallel, then all the degrees would be 180 degrees because there wouldn't
plumb lines
be
have
any
nothing to do with this either.
Exactly. Plumb lines have nothing to do with this. I've been telling him that all fucking morning.
Plumb lines have nothing to do with spherical.
The amount by which definitions. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Definition of
you guys
spherical
have fucking
access.
no clue.
Definition of spherical. The amount by which the sum of 3 angles of a spherical triangle. So you get the surface of a sphere, you draw a triangle on it. You now have a spherical triangle, right? Everyone with me so far? Because this definition is telling you exactly how to do it. Is everyone with me?
Glovers, I see it.
We're lost? You lost already?
Yeah, you have a spherical triangle.
Yo, Jeremy, is this just like this is like a piece of paper exercise, or this is like out in the real world?
Measure spherical access, bro.
But in the real world, or just on paper? Like, is this like a math equation or like a math thing?
This is how you measure spherical
triangles.
In the real world,
triangles,
like if we went out to the shore, if we went out to the shore, Jeremy, what would we do? If we were like out in the open with 3 points, how do we figure out the angles between those points? Yeah, and whether or not because I mean we can't just draw a ball, right? That's what you said. Just
You draw a triangle on the surface of a sphere, and you get a spherical triangle. Right? That's step one. That's what we would do. Step one. We're going to get a spherical triangle.
In the real world.
Step one. Real world. Spherical triangle.
How do we draw a spherical triangle out there, bro? If you and I went upstate, how do we just draw a spherical triangle?
I don't think the Earth's curving. That's not my problem. I don't think the Earth's curving.
Yeah, but we're not going to draw a spherical triangle.
Well, I guess we're not doing spherical excess then, are we?
Measurements. No,
we're not doing spherical excess.
Jeremy, let's say you and I met up upstate, right? And we wanted to now do spherical excess calculations. We wanted to determine whether or not if we place 3 points on the ground, it's a normal triangle or is it a spherical excess? We're not going to draw a sphere. That's not going to be our first step. What is going to be step one?
Step one, have the 3 points. Step two, have a means for measuring the angle. Right? Step three, you will be relying on line of sight.
That step three is what we are debating.
Yeah,
for the past hour.
You require line of sight, absolutely.
You could have line of sight, but still, the whole point of this is that if you're measuring along the azimuth and using your plumb as a reference, then they would deviate anyway.
No, you don't use plumb as a reference.
Then you're not doing spherical excess.
Plumb has nothing to do with this.
No, because it's wrong.
Because if the Earth is a sphere,
the plumb to do with this, guy.
Listen, if the Earth is a sphere, the plumb lines are going to be different. That goes without saying, right? But we're not looking at the plumb line deviation to see spherical excess. What we're doing is just measuring the angle between these 2 points.
If they're parallel, then they would be. Then that would create a flat triangle on.
With like a theodolite, you have it in your sights. You have the azimuth, and you just compare that with the other one. You subtract the difference.
Wait, did you just say the azimuth?
Yeah.
And you know what an azimuth is, Simon?
Yeah.
Can you explain?
It's basically the degree on the bearing. On the compass.
Degree yeah, which is perpendicular to.
If an azimuth is the same thing, if the azimuth is the same thing as a. If the azimuth is the same thing as a regular angle, then yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, just a bearing. Like on
that's fine. If it's a regular angle, it's a regular angle. I don't know why you guys are trying to be fancy and use the word azimuth.
So let's say the first point is directly
making an angle
north.
measurement.
Let's say the first point is directly north, and the second thing in our line of sight is directly east. Then we know that there's a 90-degree difference between these 2 points.
Okay. But all right.
You do that for all three. That's it.
Yeah.
Let me ask Percent one thing. How did you describe the azimuthal angle?
It's the horizontal angle. So it's like, on a compass, 360 degrees.
And the horizontal is perpendicular to a plumb line, right?
But the plumb line deviation doesn't matter, because if it's a sphere, the plumb lines will be different from each point.
Yeah,
and if it's not, they won't. That goes without saying. It doesn't address...
And so are the horizontals. The horizontals are going to... If we have different, if the surface isn't flat, right, we have different horizontals, and the reason why we take the azimuthal angle is because we want to get the divergence of those horizontals, because if they're all parallel, then the azimuthal angle is going to be the same as what Jeremy is calling a regular angle. But we wouldn't even
call it the azimuth angle.
Exactly. So that doesn't make any sense to try to measure spherical axis with those direct angles.
Listen, it doesn't need to be by azimuth. I just meant the 360 degrees. It could be a compass. I mean, a protractor that you're using. You don't need the full thing. The point is just to have the degree measure ticks, just to compare between what you're seeing in your line of sight.
But that's what we are describing. That's what Jeremy is saying isn't spherical axis. Jeremy's arguing against you there.
What are you talking about, man?
Dude, I'm telling you, you get three. Listen to me. This is super fucking simple. This is super simple, guys. Super simple. You get 3 points, surface of a sphere. You measure how many degrees are in those angles of those 3 points. Done. You now know if you have spherical excess or not.
Jeremy, this thing now, we are trying to take out the assumption that the Earth is a sphere. We're placing 3 points on the ground, and we don't know if the Earth is a sphere or flat. That's why your first step can't be surface of a sphere or draw a sphere.
Okay, you draw three.
You
draw 3 points on the surface of Earth. 3 points on the surface of Earth.
Yeah,
3
we put
points
3 points
on the
ground.
surface of
Okay.
Earth.
Okay.
We all clear on for step 1.
Yeah.
Points on it. What do we got, Nate?
Yeah, 3 points. We had 3 points at set
What are we going to
distances
do? We're
from
going to
each
measure
other.
that.
Step 1.
Next step, and measure the angles between those 3 points.
What are those angles
Angles add
called
up to-
between those 3 points, Jeremy?
What?
What would we call the angles between those 3 points? Since we're using a
Internal
theodolite and
angles of a
whatnot?
triangle?
No, we would call them the azimuth. Come on, man. You said it yourself. Sam.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Yo. Stop. See, now you're going off track. You're off the rails already. We're only on step 2.
How? Oh,
Because,
no, I'm just
hold on, because the word azimuth just brought some conflation. He was saying that if it's flat Earth and a globe Earth, then the azimuths are going to be a little bit different. So let's not even go that far. Let's just say you're measuring the angles between points.
Yeah, but listen, percentage. The azimuth is not determined by the shape of the thing you are measuring. The azimuth is dependent on the coordinate system you're measuring. It's within the definition. An azimuth is an angular measurement in a spherical coordinate system. Because we're using a theodolite or a compass or a protractor or something of that nature, we're going to measure a spherical angle.
Yeah,
Whether or not the Earth is flat, we're going to measure a spherical angle because we're swinging from left to right, right?
But if you're at the North Pole, it's different than if you're not, right?
What do you
if it's flat versus curved?
You would have to explain that, but that's kind of going off of topic. But I think you understand what I'm saying, right?
Step 1, we got 3 points.
I think you understand what I'm saying, but
yeah, let me.
3 points on it.
Jeremy,
I want to know something from Jeremy. Do you think spherical axis can be used to determine if a surface is spherical?
Do the actual version of spherical axis and not some fucked up version you're trying to do, yes.
Going by the yeah. So you think it can be used, right?
Yes.
The way you, the way you're describing.
Yes, you will be able to.
All right.
Yes, you will. Definition, yes, you will be able to determine if the ground is curved or not. Yes, if you do it the correct way.
Sure. So let's do it the correct way using a physical ball, something we can hold in our hands, right? Let's say it's made of glass, so it doesn't matter where the points are. They can always see each other, right? So if I put 3 dots in the surface of a spherical sphere of glass, and I measure the regular angle, as you say, between the 3 points, is that going to measure an excess?
If all the points have line of sight on each other, no, you can't have line of sight.
So how are you? Okay, so how are you measuring the angle then?
What do you mean, Jeremy? You can't have line of sight on all the
Jeremy,
points?
if you can't even see the points, how are you going to How are you going to see them with your theodolite if you don't have line of sight?
Yeah, if you can't see them, you're measuring the angle between what? What are you measuring the angle between them?
I would think they would need to be in your line of sight, at least
listen to me.
a pole or something.
I just did a class on this. If you have three dots and you have line of sight on them all, how many degrees are going to be in the triangle?
Well, you would be at one of the dots, right? So you only need line of sight on 2.
Yes, I have 2. From every dot, you have line of sight on another 2 dots. How many be in that triangle?
180.
What? You cut out.
No,
if you can see shut the fuck up. If you have the line of sight from all 2 dots from every point on this triangle, degrees are going to be in the triangle.
Depends on how you do the measurement.
180 doesn't depend on jack shit.
It completely does.
Percentage knew it right off the rip.
Then the Earth
You
is
create a
Percentage
flat
knew it right off
triangle,
the rip.
of
You guys
course.
are fucking idiots. That's why.
But you're
percentage is
creating
top
a
10.
flat triangle. Of course, it's going to be 180 degrees.
No.
And if there's more, then there's spherical excess or what have you, and it's curved.
But that's not spherical. It will never show more than 180 degrees if you have line of sight and you just point at it directly. Gummy bear.
Line of sight. You can't have line of sight.
Talk about azimuthal reference points.
So when you're saying,
hold up, why wouldn't they add up to more than 180 degrees if it's a spherical triangle?
If you have line of sight, it's not going to be a spherical triangle because you have line of sight on them all. So they're all going to be straight lines. What happens when you get three straight lines?
You guys can't be suggesting the only way you can measure spherical excess is if you don't have line of sight. You can't possibly be suggesting that.
That's not what we are saying. That's what Jeremy said. Well,
You guys
let's
have
talk
line
about.
of sight. I don't know what you guys are talking about, man.
Well, Ed, if you've got line of sight then, and you line up those 3 points with straight lines between each three of them, it can't add up to anything other than 180 degrees
That's what I'm
if you have
saying.
line of sight.
Yeah, and if
Right?
you don't,
Listen,
No,
listen,
because
wait,
it could
how?
actually hold up. Let's
So
say
pick
the
a
wait,
side,
Earth is
no,
actually
pick a
curved.
side, guys.
no.
Guys,
Pick a
one at a
side.
time.
Bandsaw, let's say
Instead
it's
of
actually
circle
curved.
jerking, instead
Let's
of
say
circle
it's actually
jerking,
curved
would you
and you're
want the
measuring up the
actual
angles.
answer?
Hold up. Let me just say, if it's actually curved and you're just checking the angles between these points, right? It could be that it's 90.5, and then it's like 91.0, and then it's like 89.9, and it adds up to a little bit more than 180 degrees. It's possible if you're measuring them, checking the angles separately, that it would add up. It just so happens that it adds up to more than 180 degrees, and at that point, you'd have to be like, okay, there's some excess here that's unexplained. Like, it has to be explained by some reason, and the most prudent reason, or whatever, we can infer that it's a globe. It's possible.
The percentage, if you've got line of sight with all 3 points, so from point A to point B, you got line of sight. Point B to point C, you got line of sight, and point C to point A, you got line of sight. But between all 3 points, you got line of sight, right? And you're pulling a straight line between all those lines. Those angles cannot ever add up to anything else than 180 degrees exactly, because you've got straight lines between those 3 points. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible.
No, but they're straight in 2 axes, but not necessarily in depth, right? We're not making chord lines through the Earth, so it could potentially be more than 180 degrees. You just have to add up the angles separately and see what the answer is. Just because you have line of sight doesn't automatically mean that it's going to be 180 degrees if the Earth is curved.
If you have line of sight, though, if you have line of sight, the lines aren't curving. The whole reason why you get spherical excess is because you're doing it on the surface of a sphere and the lines curve. If they're straight lines, it's always going to be 180 degrees. You have to have the lines curve on an axis.
Yeah,
well, you could have line of sight on something and it's going over a curve. Like, let's say you see the mountain like on the horizon in the distance or what have you, and that's what you're looking at, right? It could be behind it could be above the horizon or what have you, sitting on the horizon, and it could be that it's going over this supposed curvature, and
not if you're
still in your line of sight.
Not if you're pulling straight lines. Not at all.
What do you mean a straight line? It would be a straight
line.
They call
a straight line.
Yeah, it would be what they call like a geodesic or what have you.
No, if there's if there's line of sight, hold on. If there's line of sight, it's not curving, right, in any axis because it's a straight line, right? Do you understand?
No,
correct.
What's up?
I don't agree with that.
Okay, you have line of sight on something, which means I'm going to be drawing a straight line to it, and it won't be curving at all, right?
Yeah, but okay, so you don't even have to have you could have line of sight in a specific direction without actually even seeing that thing.
Same way that they reckon that they could do this same. Jeremy earlier they said that they could do this spherical excess measurement with the 3 points not even being on the surface. Remember that, dude. Just remember that.
Yeah,
I think the issue here is line of sight. Like, how do you define line of sight? For me, it's just in a line away from you.
How do you measure spherical excess above the surface?
You could see something above the horizon, right? And it would still be in your line of sight without actually, knowing what the fuck's going on with the horizon, whether there's curvature or not.
If you can't see it, it's not in your line of sight.
You could have a bearing, for instance. You could have a bearing, right? And shoot at that bearing, without even knowing sometimes, in terms of artillery and war and stuff like that, they didn't have the actual targeting systems that they have now, and they would have to just shoot at a specific bearing, and then you have a spotter way down, and it's shoot at this bearing, and he's basically shooting down his line of sight without even seeing the target. As long as you're shooting straight ahead,
Yeah, the easiest thing would be if we all walked step by step through how we would measure spherical axis in the real world and see which steps we agree on and which steps we don't. We just need a practical example. That's the only issue here, because a lot of us are coming with theories and ideas which work on paper. If I gave you a math quiz or something, you would be right, but that's not a real world representation. In the real world, you need instruments. And these instruments affect your calculations and how you go about performing these measurements. So if we all agree that with step 1, you have your 3 markers, A, B, and C, at set distances X, Y, and Z, what would the next step be?
So if I had a triangle that was, say, each side was only a kilometre long, just 1 kilometre long, all right? So I've got perfect line of sight between, because nothing's obstructing it. Am I going to measure spherical excess over a kilometre? No, you're not going to.
Depends on their model.
Not
Depends
at all.
on like the values of the model.
We're not working on a model. We're on a salt plane.
Yeah,
we're working in the real world. Because in
out
theory,
there in the real world, we don't know if the ground is flat or a sphere. We don't know. We just said 3 points out in the salt plains. Someone said they're 1 kilometer each.
Thereabouts, yeah.
Okay, the answer Ben saw is we don't know. We'd have to check.
There we go. Right, but how is spherical excess ever been measured? Over what distances are they actually measured? We're probably talking
large
hundreds,
very big distance.
Hundreds of kilometers.
Yeah, very big
exactly. And things are calculated. They're not actually measured. They're
I'm not
calculated.
convinced they've ever measured it.
Well, neither am I, really, percent, but they're just doing calculations because they're not pulling straight lines between 3 points at all. They're calculating what they think, and those calculations, right, those lines have to curve, right, on the left to right. They have to, right, and they calculate that.
Okay, but in terms of line of sight, are we like, do we agree that it doesn't matter if it's a chord line versus like a geodesic, or am I missing something there?
Okay, listen, you're missing something.
Well, correct me.
Hold on, Bandsaw. You're missing something. Listen, if you have line of sight, that means you can see it, right? That means the lines.
You could be tall enough that you could see too.
That means the lines are going to be straight. If they're all straight lines, it's always going to be 180 degrees. It wouldn't matter if you're standing on top of a pyramid, on top of a sphere, a flat plane. It could be any shape. Because you have line of sight. The whole point of getting spherical excess is that the lines curve in the z-axis. That's the whole way that's the only way you get spherical excess is with those curving lines. So if you're drawing straight lines, it ain't gonna work. Line of sight means you're gonna be drawing line of sight means you're gonna be drawing straight lines, and you ain't never gonna get spherical excess.
But it doesn't matter. Like for instance, hold up. So let's say you have this line of sight, right? Let's say there's this object, right? And you're trying to spot it. Let's say it's too short and you can't even see it, right? Now let's say, it's a fucking like a Jenga tower, and God's building it, whatever. Now you can see it. They made it bigger, they made it taller. Now you can see it, right? Now it's a straight line visually, like forgetting that light bends or what have you. How does that change the horizontal angle between that and the other one? How does the altitude of it, the inclination, how does that change the horizontal angle?
The only angles we're worried about here is the angles between the triangle.
Exactly. So
yeah. So
how does the fact that whether it's tall, how does the fact that whether you see it directly or it's too short or whatever, how does that affect anything?
Listen to me. This is I might have to draw this out or teach a class on this. If you can see all 3 of the points, if you have line of sight on all 3 of the points, you're going to be drawing straight lines, and they're not going to be curving in any axis. Correct?
Yeah, but they might be diagonal depending on the heights of these things.
Just relax.
All right, later, guys.
Relax.
Nice.
Later, Craig.
Later.
I know this is getting tedious. Listen. So you have 3 points. You have all straight lines now. They're not curving on any axis, right?
Sure.
What's that? That's going to be a regular triangle with 180 degrees, right? It's not even possible for it not to be.
By definition, percent.
No, I don't think it necessarily could. Like it could be, but it could also not be.
No, there's no way.
Line of sight doesn't matter, Jim. Trust me, line of sight really doesn't matter. We could have three points a mile each from each other, and we can see all of them. But if we drop a plumb line at all 3 points and they're not parallel, that tells us there's a little bit of circle axis.
Why are you worried about plumb lines?
Seriously.
I'm just giving an alternative example. Hang on, I'm giving Jeremy an alternative example as to how you can infer spherical excess with line of sight. If I have 3 points, I have line of sight to all of them. It's a mile each between each 3 points, and I drop a plumb line at each 3 points, and those plumb lines are not parallel. Then it tells me I have spherical excess, even though I still have line of sight.
You don't need plumb lines at all.
Yeah, there's no plumb
I know
lines
you don't
involved
need
with it.
plumb lines. I'm just giving Jeremy an example as to how I can have line of sight and still have spherical excess. Line of
It
sight
doesn't matter. Even if you drop plumb lines, at those 3 points, if you make a triangle to the 3 points, the triangle is going to be 180 degrees. It doesn't matter if you drop plumb lines.
You're right about that, Jeremy.
I know.
You're right about that.
Oh my god, you had me worried. You had me worried. I was worried.
You guys,
I was just using my fingers and making triangles.
This is ridiculous.
If I have point A, B, and C, and I drop plumb lines in all of them, and the plumb lines are not parallel, that would tell me the spherical excess, right? I'm not saying the Earth is a globe now, but
you're going too fast.
In that hypothetical, the world we would have spherical excess, right, Pasani?
This is like
It's
a
like
bad train wreck.
This is like a car crash. I want to leave.
The plumb lines are different. That would change things. But if you see it,
no, percentage. It's just a very simple question. You have 3 points, a mile each from each other. There's line of sight between all of them. If I hypothetically draw plumb lines and those plumb lines were not parallel, what would that tell me in a hypothetical situation?
it would tell you that the surface is curved. But at the same time,
And it's spherical.
Jeremy's talking about something else. He's talking about if you directly see the things, and in that case, even with a curved surface with different plumb lines, if you see the different points directly, then there'd be straight lines between them in the air, and you'd have an actual triangle 180 degrees between those points.
Always.
So they're two different things.
That would
It depends on how you do the measurement.
I agree with that. If I drew straight lines in the air, definitely, I agree. But if I could draw straight lines on the surface of the Earth, then you would tend to agree with me, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
and that's why it doesn't really make sense to to just like do it between two very high objects, I guess. Like 3 different very high objects, because that doesn't tell you anything about the ground, it tells you about the air.
Let me just
blow your nose, bro.
Can I interject here?
So
if you draw a triangle on the surface of a sphere, like a physical sphere, you get a pen and you draw a triangle, then you can measure the angles, right? And it exceeds 180 degrees, right? So how would you do that on Earth? How would you do an analogous way for that to Earth? If you look to the sphere, if you look to the angles you just drew on the sphere, all of those angles are azimuthal angles. That's why we take azimuthal angles when trying to measure spherical axis on Earth. That's why we don't take direct angles. Because if we would take direct angles on the surface of a sphere, the line that connects the points goes through the sphere, and we don't care about
the sphere. You draw the lines. Hold on, you draw the lines on the surface. You don't draw them through the sphere. You draw the lines on the surface of the sphere.
Exactly. And
so why do you
those
keep
lines
talking about lines going through the center or through the Earth?
Because that's the straight line. The straight line will go through it. So we don't care about the straight lines. We want lines that are that they leave the points in a parallel way to that horizontal. That's why plumb lines matter. All of those 3 angles that you draw on the surface of a sphere, all of them are parallel to the surface at that point. And the way we do it on Earth is by taking azimuthal angles.
Listen, you can't be
the
parallel.
azimuthal angles will kind of fuck it up a little bit, because as you're following that bearing, that azimuth, to get to the other point, it changes. Like with a flat Earth, if you're following it, it'll be curving slowly. It's not a straight line at that point. So that's why you can't just follow a bearing. You'd have to dead reckon a straight line.
We just want the angles. Spherical axis is about the angles. So if we have 3 points on the surface, and we want to know if the surface is curved by measuring spherical excess, then we need angles that are parallel to the surface. If we don't take angles that are parallel to the surface, then the triangle we are drawing.
Yeah, but how are you going to do that without being able to see them?
No, you have to be able to see them.
Exactly.
You have to at least see. Yeah, but for example, if you put a very high stick that is aligned with their plumb, for example, then you can get their direction. Even you can see them. If you can see the top of the stick, for example, you know their direction. That's why we are referring to plumb lines all the time, because it can reveal the angle between the points, the azimuthal angle between the points, which is what spherical axis is about. If a spherical axis wasn't about azimuthal angles, then it would never measure. Even if you draw it on a sphere, you wouldn't measure it, because what we're drawing on the surface of a sphere isn't the straight lines you're referring to, Jeremy. The straight lines you're referring to aren't what spherical axes are about. It's this
Why not just
surface
measure
lines.
drop from horizontal then?
There's an issue here, because if we see the two other points, automatically that means that we're making straight lines, like Jeremy said, and you have in the air, because you're seeing them, above ground level or whatever. In the air, you're gonna have a regular triangle, 180 degrees between.
But you're not
points.
measuring
Right?
what's in the air percent. You want to measure the surface.
I know.
The angles
Hold
on
up.
the surface.
That's why.
I know.
Not if you measure the azimuthal.
Hold on, let me finish. I'm almost done, guys. That was just half of it. So, in the air, you're going to have this 180 degrees triangle. Now, the claim is that, and this is the issue, because if you kind of imagine that pole or what have you meeting the ground, in terms of the person that's measuring the angle, between these 2 points, that angle is not going to change, right? Because that pole is going to go straight down in that same line of sight. So if looking at the thing in the air and measuring those angles, it was 180 degrees, and just going down, but still it won't deviate left or right horizontally, then it's still going to be 180 degrees. So the positive claim that it's more than 180 degrees needs to be proven. And this method won't prove it.
That's not how you do it, percentage.
The whole discussion. The whole discussion is just about how to do it, not about whether or not it has been done. But we are disagreeing even on what it means to do it. That's what we are trying to settle.
Yeah. So how would you do it then? Because I don't find that way.
That's what I'm saying. Let's go step by step with each other and see, in terms of the methodology in doing it, which steps we agree on. And then the steps we don't disagree on, we can unpackage those. So step 1, you have your 3, spots, A, B, C, distance X, Y, and Z from each other. What is step 2? We haven't even reached.
Hold on. How did you even plot those?
How would you plot them, bro? You just pick your points.
No. That's the thing. You can't just pick them. For me, I think the only way to do it logically would be to dead reckon it, using your landscape as reference points, and you make sure you're going straight without following any bearing or direction or what have you, right? And as you're going, make a path, and then make a line physically or whatever else, and then you'll know that that's the actual line, right? And then from there, you just you do that for the 2 points.
You don't need a
line. There you
line.
just measure the angle.
You just need your points. The lines between the points don't matter. But if you want to draw a line, go ahead. If that's how you want to plot it, fine. You drew your lines. Wada. We now have our 3 points.
You
plotted,
need the distances. You need the definitive distances.
You would obviously know what the distances are between those 3 points. You don't need to draw a line between them to figure that out.
No, but
so you have
he's
your
going through the method. You said talk about the method. He's going through the method. You will pace out.
Okay, cool. All right. I'm happy with this method then. Cool. We've figured out our 3 points and the distances between them. Points A, B, and C, and using percentages method, we have our distances X, Y, and Z. What next? What would you do in the real world now to start calculating spherical axis?
You're talking to me?
I'm talking to all of us. We're all trying to do this together, right?
Whoever's making the positive claim, because I don't think it could be done in any other way to get 180 degrees so far. I haven't thought of a way that...
You said any other, so there is a way you can do it, right? So he's asking for what's their way.
Yeah, what is the way you would do it in real life? What would a surveyor do in real life?
By using spherical triangles, I don't know. But in terms of, the other way would be doing it the reciprocal zenith angle way. Doing...
No, we're asking for a step.
Seeing the plumb lines.
A specific step.
Well, take it away.
And I think that's the issue. A lot of us don't know what you would actually do out in the field.
Whatever you go on to describe, if you go on to describe something other than making 3 points and measuring the angles between it and that triangle, that's not spherical excess. That's
it does fit. It does fit your description. It doesn't fit your other description when you refer to the angles as them being direct angles or regular angles, as you said it.
Okay, it's not my description. That's how you do it.
Well, where did
how
you
would
get
you
it?
do it, Jeremy?
I posted 3
Jeremy,
definitions.
Yeah, none of them
how
say
would
you
you do
have the angles are directly between the points.
I tried walking you through this earlier, Nate. You take 3 points. You put 3 points on the surface of Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you now have a triangle. You measure the angle between and that triangle.
How do we measure the angles between them? Because that's critical.
You could use a protractor, anything that measures angles. Any angle measuring device.
How would I do it? Let's say you and I are at point A, and we have point B and C in the distance, and we want to measure the angles in between to determine whether or not the spherical axis. What do we do, Jeremy?
Well,
hold my hand and lead me to the promised land here.
Okay, well, you're obviously if you can see the points, you're going to have 180. So you're going to have to make sure that you can't see them. So you're going to have to stake it out. You're going to have to actually not make an actual line, but you will have to put stakes in the ground or something so you know what you're looking at when you go to measure your angle.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
So you got all your stakes laid out in a triangle. You got this triangle pattern of, hey, where are you going? We're waiting for the bus, kiddo. Waiting for the bus. You got all your stakes laid out in this triangle shape, and now you measure the angles.
But how do we measure the angles, Jeremy? If we're at point A,
whatever angle measuring device you have that measures angles, that's what
How are we going to use that device? How are we going to use our protractor, our compass, or our theodolite?
You line it up with the stakes that you made, because that's one of the lines of your triangles. All right? So you line it up with the stakes that you made in the ground, or whatever post you have, signifying that this is where the line of my triangle is. And then you measure the angle in that triangle.
But you can see the stakes, right?
You can see the stakes. You can't see you can't see the end point, though.
Sure.
The stakes don't matter. That's just the stakes are just basically the stakes are just the line of the triangle. You can't see the other point. You can't see the actual end point, but you can see the line.
Oh, so the stakes are on the surface, like in between the points? Are they forming the line?
Yes, you say your triangle is 100 miles on each side, right?
Mm-hmm.
You would put a stake every mile. That way you have something to look at when you're making your angle measurement. Otherwise, there's no way to do it.
Mm-hmm. So if you look to the closest stakes from each target, and you measure the angle between them, they'll be pretty close, right? The closest ones. And yeah, because they're very close to each other, the angle you're measuring is very close to parallel to where you are, to your surface. That's an azimuthal angle you're creating.
Sorry, what?
You're creating an azimuthal angle if you measure the angle like that. Because you're using the stakes that are closest to you. And if you use close points, that forms the surface of that is in both cases going to be very close to a surface, to a flat surface, which means that angle is going to be very close to parallel to your horizontal, which is an azimuthal angle.
No,
you are
I don't know what
an
you're
azimuthal
saying.
angle.
Bro, how do you have this
picture.
straight line that's making this horizontal plane that you're talking about?
Oh, you're using where are you putting the stakes on?
But we say like horizontal. We get that from a water level or a spirit level, right? And what we're talking about is whether this level is flat or curved. So it doesn't help us to be projecting this imaginary horizontal plane.
Maybe I didn't picture it correctly.
No, you're saying that these stakes are going to be right near you, and so it's going to be basically like level / flat, and from that we have a horizontal plane, and from that we have this azimuthal angle measured at each place, right?
Oh, the stakes are going to be on the path between the points, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't fucking matter because even if it's level, you can't say that that's horizontal because we don't have a tangible straight line. That if we did, we wouldn't be arguing this shit.
Yeah, but if you don't measure the angle horizontally, for example, if you move it upper or lower a little bit, and then you're gonna get a different angle.
No,
so it does matter how you're aligning your measurement.
No, you can go up or down 10 degrees, but your left to right angle doesn't change, does it?
If you only go up around in one point, yeah, it does. So, for example, let's say we have 3 sticks on the ground, and they form an equilateral triangle, right? If you pick points on those sticks that are at the same height, they're going to always form a equilateral triangle. But if we move one of the points up, that's going to change the angles because it's no longer be an equilateral triangle.
No.
So the altitude of the points
the
we're
left to
picking.
right angle stays the same. The distance between point A and B, if it's at a
Yeah,
different angle,
exactly,
is
left to
longer.
right. Exactly, left to right angle is the key point here, which is an azimuthal angle.
Yeah, and
that's
it
what an
doesn't change.
azimuthal angle is. I agree. That's
Does
why
not change.
I agree, and that's the angle I'm saying we should be measuring. The angle that doesn't change.
And they're 180. 180.
Yeah, around
They all
the
add up
point
to
there's
180.
180. Yeah, so
Beautiful. It's flat. Thank you.
the fact that there's 180 degrees around a stick doesn't mean the surface is flat.
Well, it's not curved because there's no excess.
No, this 180 degrees you're referring to is the amount of angles around a point on the surface. It's not about the triangle, the angles of the triangle. The angles of the triangle have to be measured.
So far, I haven't heard a viable way to measure like this supposed spherical excess.
It's quite simple.
Where it would be different than 180 degrees.
You get a theodolite, you align with the vertical, and you measure the left and right angle between 2 points you can see.
No, but the theodolite is assuming a horizontal plane, right?
No, it has one. I mean, it has you have like a bubble level on it, so you can align it vertically. There's also a small plumb below it.
So, are you saying then that level is horizontal?
No.
Well,
I'm saying the vertical of the theodolite is going to be a plumb line, right?
Okay.
So if you move left to right, that's a horizontal.
If you move left to right, that's a horizontal. So basically, you're saying perpendicular from the plumb line is horizontal.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
But how does that? How does it project that forward?
Sorry.
How does it project that forward?
Well, you align it with the first target. It doesn't have to align it vertically, just horizontally, right? And then you do it with the other target, and you get how many degrees you moved from one to the other. That's a left to right angle. That's an azimuthal angle. You can do it easily with the theodolite.
You do that with all three, and they add up to 180.
Yeah, that's the claim about the outcome of the measurement. That's a different subject. We're discussing how to do the measurement.
If there's line of sight to the post on all 3 points, it will always be 180. It can never be any different, even if you establish the horizontal at each one.
Yeah, but we are not taking those angles. We are taking left and right angles. Those might not be.
They're the ones I'm talking about.
Sorry,
but they will be.
You're talking about the left and right?
Yes.
How are you taking left and right angles when they're at separate heights?
So let me get this straight. So, Time is review saying that even on a spherical surface, if you get left to right angles between 3 points, that's not going to excess 180 degrees?
Not if you've got line of sight. No, how can it?
Because you're measuring left and right. It doesn't matter if they're in your line of sight.
So if they have different heights, different altitudes, how are you only measuring left and right?
Well, if you've got 3 points,
because I'm not
you've got
pointing
a post. Let's assume you can't see these points because of curvature, and you put posts in so that you can now see that location. right? The angle left to right will not change. So you have a
I agree
line
with
of
that.
sight.
No, it will
Right.
change.
So you're never going to get excess.
No, it will change because if you look directly to them, you're in a spherical surface. You're not going to be parallel to a horizontal. If you align your
But the left
theodolite,
to right angle won't change.
it will. For example,
I think he's assuming.
Let me give an example.
Go ahead.
So, you have a camera, right? And you have two sticks side by side. You go very close to those sticks and you point your camera right to the middle of those two sticks. There's distance between them on your camera. If you point your camera downwards, if you disalign with horizontal, that distance is going to become smaller, right? As you look down, they converge. That's perspective, right?
What?
So if the
Jesus
sticks,
Christ, mate.
yeah. For example, if you measure the angle between,
We're looking at one point at a time, from A to B. I'm looking at B, and I'm setting up my 0 point on my protractor. And now I turn my vision and I look to point C, and I see what angle it is. It doesn't matter what angle up or down point A or B or C are. The angle between them will always remain the same.
no, your claim was that, at least if I understood you correctly, is that the angle between the angle that I would take from a straight line between the two targets is the same as the left and right angle, that it just aligned with them vertically. So you're saying that the straight line angle is going to be the same as the azimuthal angle, right?
No,
that's what I understood from
it's
you.
not what I'm saying.
All right, so then I agree
not.
with you.
Right.
I don't know what you're saying then. I don't know if I disagree anymore.
Yeah. I think.
I mean, so far,
someone
like I said,
diagram.
I'm not convinced they've even done it because I haven't even heard how they could, like the method for doing it. That wouldn't be 180 degrees.
It's only on paper. That's what the trick is. They get the results. If the results aren't a globe, they just fudge it.
What I'm understanding is that they would have these left and right angles from each point, wherein they project forth a horizontal plane based off of a spirit level or a water level or what have you.
Plum.
In a plum, yeah.
Yeah, but sure, you have plum, so you have 90 degree. But how do you project it forward?
What do you mean?
If you have plum, then
how would you have this like a physical line projected forward?
Use a scope.
Okay, so
there are two lines. I mean, there's a plus sign in the view of your theodolite, right? One is your horizontal line of sight. The other is the vertical. You align the vertical with your target. So as long as you can only rotate your theodolite around the plumb, that's going to be a azimuthal measurement of angle.
Excellent. And they'll all be bloody in line of sight. So they're fucking flat. They're straight. It's 180. Never be any different.
Not the points. Not the points you're measuring the angles to. No, because
so
when you rotate your theodolite from one to the other, the alignment between your theodolite and your targets do change. What's the angle you're going to measure?
If you hold your theodolite and you point it so that its axis is pointing directly at the two things you're looking at, you can tilt it by like left and right and measure the angles between them. If you tilt the theodolite backwards on its back, that angle between them is going to be different.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you guys are saying. Go ahead.
The problem here is you're trying to measure a curve, and when you have an angle, an angle is where two straight lines meet, and we're trying to do two curved lines. That's a problem right there. You can't measure that.
Let me ask you: was there any problem with what I said there? Did everybody agree or understand what I said there? If you tilt your theodolite on its back,
no,
you're gonna have a different angle.
There's no I don't disagree with that.
Okay, so that's what's happening. That's why you get the
issue.
angle.
No, but the issue is after. Like, let's say you have it aligned vertically, right? You have your plumb line, and let's say I don't know how they claim that they have the exact 90 degrees of it, but let's say that they have 90 degrees, like little marker, and in your target or your crosshairs.
What do you mean 90 degrees? What's the problem?
90 degrees from vertical, giving you horizontal. Okay.
Oh, that's in the middle of. It's 90 degrees from plumb. You said it yourself. You have plumb. What's the problem with that?
Yeah, so you have 90 degrees. Now, how are they propagating this outward? It's just sight, right?
Yeah, they just use sight.
So they're assuming then that the light that's entering your eye, like that, it's going perfectly straight. That it's a horizontal plane, right?
Yeah, but there is a difference in this type of measurement. Is that because you are not caring about the elevation of what you're measuring, because you're not pointing it directly in at it.
What?
So therefore you can have.
So where are you pointing it then?
You're pointing. You're having the vertical line in your scope has to align with your target.
How do you know
because
the line
that's
is
the only
vertical?
angles you're measuring? Because you used a plumb.
So you used the plumb and you physically created this super long pole or something, and then when you're checking your angle side to side from each location, you don't care about where on that pole it hits?
Not not along the vertical axis, no.
Well, wouldn't that be kind of necessary when you're checking the difference between 3 points? That they be the same points?
No, because that's not the angle you're measuring. You're only measuring the angle between the along the azimuth, as you've been saying.
I think that's wrong. Still, like,
well, that's what they do.
So it doesn't really make sense now, does it? You're not even checking the distance between the points or the angles between the points.
Yes, they are azimuthal angle.
I understand. They think they're checking the azimuthal difference or what have you, but they do that by propagating a imaginary horizontal plane based off of bending light.
Yeah, that's why you're
Without
ignoring.
caring
That's why you are using only the vertical axis. Then you can, so you don't have to worry about refraction and all that.
What do you mean? You use the vertical to your plumb line, and if not, you have your horizontal. But your horizontal is a tick mark in a crosshair pointing at something.
Yeah.
That thing that you're pointing at, you're looking at. Like it's going through the light is reflecting off of that to your lens.
Yeah.
That light is not straight.
It's when you have refraction, you generally have vertical refraction. You don't have horizontal refraction. So you're like removing a lot of air.
Yeah.
You don't agree with that?
The grading of the atmosphere.
Whenever you have refraction, you have refraction up and down. You don't have refraction sideways.
Yes.
Exactly.
How do you know that this light isn't hugging the curvature of the Earth?
It doesn't matter because that doesn't change the left and right angle between those lines.
It doesn't matter because if that light is which is giving you the horizontal plane is level but not horizontal, then you have an issue.
No, my horizontal isn't being established by what I'm looking at. It's being established by the plumb.
But you're pointing it at the vertical of what you're looking at.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
along the vertical. You're making the vertical line hit it.
So because of refraction, this might be lower or higher, which doesn't affect my angle because I only...
It does, because you're checking only the side angle, right?
Yeah, so then
it has to be at the same horizontal plane.
If it refracts up, if the pole is really higher than it looks like, and you don't care about how high it is, how does it matter?
It matters because it has to be at the same horizontal plane, right? At each location, you're only getting a side-to-side angle, a horizontal angle.
Yeah, that's the only
plane.
thing you're measuring.
Yeah, so if the light is bending and you don't know if it's horizontal, then you have an issue.
If it's at a different elevation, it wouldn't ruin the experiment anyway.
Yeah, what must be on a horizontal plane is the rotation of your theodolite. your theodolite must only rotate parallel
along
to the horizontal plane.
Along the plumb, yeah, at that
Exactly,
point.
or around the plumb or parallel to the horizontal, which is the same thing. So as long as, and that's not set by what you're looking at. That's not set by light. That's set by weight. That's set by gravity, right? Or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
So refraction has nothing to do with that. And refraction might change things to be higher or lower. And that's not going to affect the left and right angle because we're only measuring the horizontal angle between them.
But if it's not actually horizontal, isn't that going to change the angle?
Yes, it will change the angle.
Always
You're
horizontal.
right. You're right. If it's not horizontal, it will change the angle. That's what I was saying to time. But what established this horizontal isn't what you're looking at through the theodolite. It's the plumb, which is not affected by refraction.
Yeah, but the
or
plumb
anything related to light.
The plumb, you're creating this vertical from the other point, right? But you're seeing it from where you are, and that light could be bending.
Yeah, but no. The plumb was
meaning it would change that arm of like the angle, either increasing it or decreasing it, which would change the angle between it and the other point.
No, I was referring to the plumb of the theodolite. The plumb that sets the rotation of your theodolite. That plumb isn't affected by refraction, and as long as that plumb is vertical.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
as long as that plumb is vertical, what?
As long as that plumb is vertical, which is supposed to be, in both cases, like even on a flat or on a spherical Earth, we would both agree the plumbs are vertical. Then yeah, like if I rotate around the plumb, then I'm only taking left-right angles, and refraction is not going to be an issue because my target is only going to be shifted up, higher or lower, which isn't going to affect that angle. The plumb of that target might be higher or lower, but I'm not measuring the angle between the top of the plumb. I'm measuring just
I know, but the thing I said still applies, and you haven't reconciled it. So your theodolite, even though it's plumb, it's pointing at the vertical, somewhere along the vertical of point A, right? Let's say we plumbed it out, and it's pointing somewhere, but we don't know if it's straight. But you're assuming
we do know
it's a horizontal plane. You're assuming it's straight. It's going straight out.
No, by design it's straight. Percentage. The theodolite by design sets plumb and then has a horizontal. Irrelevant whether you look through it and think that that's horizontal or not. At the device location, it is horizontal.
Yeah, right.
I know, but that's not what I'm saying. Maybe you're misunderstanding me.
I
So
know,
you have the theodolite set up. You've got the plumb.
Has no point.
No, listen.
Yeah.
So you have the plumb out at your location, at the station, the theodolite's position or what have you, right? And that is giving you that gives you your horizontal, sure. And that horizontal is like a tick mark in your crosshair, right? And it's pointed at something somewhere along the vertical of the other point, right? Because you've already got the plumbs on that
horizontal. They're not. They're not looking optically for a horizontal to the other location.
I know, but it assumes horizontal when the light isn't horizontal. That's my point.
No, but they're only looking for horizontal at the device location. They don't need horizontal to the other point.
No, it assumes horizontal. It assumes a horizontal plane between the point, like along the vertical of the point that's the points that you're not at, and where you are. It assumes a horizontal triangle throughout that entire thing, and that light that's reflecting through from the horizontal of those other points through your theodolite, through your crosshair or whatever, which you think is horizontal, it's not actually horizontal. And if it's not actually horizontal, that changes your angle.
But no one is measuring that angle, so it's irrelevant for this. Okay.
I think you're not understanding me, but it's cool.
No, I do. The refraction up and down, I definitely do. If you were going to try and look through the theodolite and try and convince me or you or whoever that what we're looking at a kilometer away is the true representation of horizontal, that would be an absolute lie.
that at the device location, it is truly horizontal. And then because the angle left to right is based on the pivot of the theodolite, we don't care what it's looking at, as long as the device itself at that point is rotating horizontally.
They do care what it's looking at, though.
No, they're just lining up the vertical. They're not lining up the horizontal.
Yeah, they're lining up the vertical, but they're assuming that where it's lined up, they're assuming that's a flat plane, like a horizontal plane. And it might not be. It probably isn't, since we know light bends.
Okay, but where are they assuming that for the calculation? There's no calculation where they need that angle. They're not even measuring the angle.
Okay, look at the photo,
Yeah,
the image that Stark Otter posted. It's like a good kind of depiction. So basically there's like 3 different levels between these points of like horizontal planes, like these triangles.
Yeah.
It's assuming
Oh, that's a
horizontal
whole
each
different
time.
method, yeah. Yeah, that's
Well, that's
3
what they're
separate
talking about. They're
triangles.
talking about the azimuthal like difference between them.
I thought we were just talking about one triangle on the ground. I didn't think we were talking
Yeah.
about 3 above each other.
No, they're talking about having a horizontal plane that's like basically projecting outwards. And they do that optically. But we know that light bends. So it doesn't make sense to assume a horizontal plane just because it's pointed at the same vertical of the 2 like points that you're trying to measure between.
When you're
Funk,
looking
can
through
you
it,
just confirm that? Can you confirm whether we're talking about a single triangle on the ground or whether we're talking about the 3 stacked on top of each other that have to be horizontal, a plane?
I don't understand that drawing, why they are. I think they're not. Yeah, that's actually what we're saying. I
See what I
understand
mean?
the
3
drawing
separate
now.
triangles.
yeah.
Yeah, they assume horizontal from each position, except none of the light is horizontal. And the way they think it's horizontal is because it's in the crosshairs and it's light reflecting off the thing.
Percent.
Okay, well
When you
that's
look,
very different to what I thought we were talking about. So yeah, my bad.
when you look,
If you look
when
at
you look through it,
my,
hold on, I was just trying to get in there, punk. Percent. When you look through a theodolite, all right. So you've established you've plumbed it all up, squared it all up, and you're looking through your theodolite, and you're looking over a distance. Just say it's a kilometre. You probably shouldn't do it over a kilometre, but just say a kilometre, 2 or 3 kilometres. Are you going to get variation through the optics in the up and down direction due to refraction, miraging, whatever conditions are in the atmosphere? Are you going to get slight variation?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Are you going to get any variation left to right?
Very limited, comparable.
Yeah, it would be a lot less, I would think.
A lot less. Exactly right. So that's what we want to do, right? So
No.
Yes.
No, they're saying. Hold up.
I agree.
They're saying where the crosshair lands. Hold up. They're saying where the crosshair lands. That's now a horizontal plane from where you are, and where the crosshair landed on that object way in the distance, right? That's a horizontal plane. They have no clue that it is. That's just light reflecting off of that thing and just lining up with the crosshair in your theodolites, like whatever it's called. That's the issue. It's not about side to side. It's about where it lands on the thing. They assume that's a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
When it could be going, it could be an upwards angle, it could be a downwards angle, depending on the refraction of light.
It doesn't. The thing is, it doesn't even take into account the upwards angle. So even if there were refraction fucking it up, you don't even care about that anyway. So
What are you
it's not about
talking about,
assume. I'm talking. I put the drawing as an example. Like I have two red. This is like imagine this as a theodolite. You have a crosshair and you're looking through it, and you have aligned it so that plumb is so that it's this crosshair, the horizontal axis is the line there is the 90 degree to plumb. So it's calibrated now, ready to use. So you just align it to the first point, the first red cone, which I drew there, and then you just turn it to the right along the horizontal axis only. And then you align it with the second cone, and you measure that angle between them. And there could be some difference in height or elevation, but it's presumed that it's very limited, has a very small effect on any spherical axis that would accumulate over like 20 kilometers or something. If there is something that is like 100 meters above you, and you measure something which is like, and you measure along like surface of a big sphere, those 100 meters wouldn't matter.
I mean, I feel like it would, because like on these red triangles, right? You're taking the vertical along them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's at a specific, it's a specific distance, right? So where that lands, we're not just talking about like, it doesn't matter where vertically it lands. It has to land physically where this point is. Along that vertical axis, it has to land
azimutally.
At a specific distance.
You mean azimutally, like you care about elevation, or you don't?
Yeah, you'd have to care about the elevation, the actual altitude of
how would that,
like where it is along the marker.
How much would that affect the experiment? Have you calculated that?
It definitely would.
I haven't. Can you show me? Because I haven't calculated it myself, but it would be interesting to see if there is something that is 100 meters above you on Earth. If you actually don't take that into account, how much would it affect spherical axis? You say it would. I don't disagree that it would. I think it's just like so tiny and negligible that.
No, my point is it would change the angle of like what you're checking. If it's not actually a horizontal plane, let's say it's a lot higher than it would be, then you're creating a more obtuse angle, right? Meaning the other angles would be more acute. So it would change. Like if there's more of a disparity between the 2 points, then it's going to be a greater angle than if it was just the same level on a horizontal plane.
But we both agree, like horizontally, there will be very little dispersion. So the triangle which you created here is, I agree, it's like along a fictional plane which we created, which are not directly at this point. But it depends on whether that would change the experiment in any way. And it's a very not positive thing, but like a very good bonus effect to that by removing that as a variable, because then you don't have to worry about refraction.
Exactly. It's an unknown variable at this point where we don't know how much of an effect would it be. It would be affected by whatever the local temperature and pressure is along the line of sight for each point.
We do know how much it would affect. You can just calculate it. It's not like you're saying that it's like we can't do this math, but it's not like very.
It's not something math would tell us, because it's local temperature and pressure variations, which would throw it off from being horizontal.
Well,
that's why light bends.
The predictions are defined by the math.
Sure.
So if the
predictions, the math also assumes a horizontal plane, which is the variable that isn't true.
It doesn't assume. What do you mean?
The math assumes, that you have a horizontal plane from where you have the horizon, like the horizontal line, and it's lined up with your like object, right? It's assuming that from where it lands along that vertical axis, when the object is lined up, that is a horizontal plane, like covering that distance.
Yeah, beneath the target. Yes.
The object you're looking at is irrelevant to the horizontal. Their horizontal is set regardless of where the object is or where it looks like it is. Because it's set with a
kind of, but not really.
Why not?
Because it has to be like at the along that vertical axis of the object, right? And it matters where it falls exactly, because for it to be reliable, you would need it to be at the same exact level.
It matters where it falls. It matters where it falls in the horizontal line.
Yeah, exactly. Well, no, it matters where it falls vertically as well.
No.
Why? Yes, because let's say
we aren't pointing it upwards or downwards. We are only rotating it. Yeah. So why would that be relevant?
Because you're assuming that the plane extends from the horizontal line all the way towards wherever this object is, along the vertical axis of that.
No,
object.
we're not. No, we're not.
Yes, you do. Look at that image that Stark Otter posted or whatever. You're assuming there's 3 horizontal planes connected. Created at each point. One at each point.
The question is, here you have a math problem, and the question is, if you have X amount of meters between the points, elevation-wise, how much would it affect the experiment? That's a math problem. You can calculate this, and you can tell us how much it affects. I don't think it's. You do know. Come on, don't say you don't know. It's math. You can just do this. Don't act like it's some unknown.
How?
No, I'm sure you could see how much it would affect.
Well, then you're claiming that it's affecting it, and then you should show this because it's just a math problem. If you're telling me, well, if it's like 100 meters between them, then it would affect the experiment quite a lot. Then yes, I would agree. They need to take that into account. But then you would have to show that because that's your claim.
What?
No, hold up.
That's the whole.
Let me just respond
to the
Funk
point of your claim.
No, my point is, we don't know whether or not the actual path of this light that's reflecting along the vertical axis from the object, right? We don't know exactly the path at that horizontal line. And that being said, it's an unknown variable. So whatever
but we don't measure that anyway, so why does it matter?
Whatever discrepancies that you find when measuring the angles might be just due to this refraction. So until you can solve for that variable, you can't solve for both variables at one time.
So if the red cone is lower in my line of sight, in the theodolite image I posted, if the red cone is lower than it presumes here, how would it affect my measurement?
It would affect your measurement. It definitely would. Because
how? It's the same angle between the 2 red cones.
No, because you do it from each point, right? And you're assuming that it'll be at a different area because it's supposed to be horizontal plane.
Literally, I don't understand how this works in your head. If I move this red cone straight down, like a few meters or something, it will be lower in my line of sight. My instrument hasn't moved an inch, and it's still pointing directly at it along the vertical axis.
Yeah. And that's absolutely
you're
fine.
telling me that the angle will be different if I now tilt my instrument to the right and hitting the
that's cone. Funk. That's absolutely fine. But now you go to the next point, right? And you're checking the angles again, and you can't move it again. At some point at the next one, it's either going to be above or below, right?
Yeah.
But we don't know.
But in all of this, we don't care about that.
We do though, because regardless of where it lands on that vertical, you don't know if it's straight. Which is the assumption being made.
What do you mean by straight?
A horizontal plane.
If you align the vertical,
you don't even care about if it's aligned horizontally, or vertically. Where it's we don't.
No,
it doesn't matter where it falls on the vertical axis, as long as it's on the vertical axis.
Exactly.
You're still assuming it's a straight, a horizontal plane, to wherever it falls. Which is
we're only assuming light isn't bending sideways.
Yeah.
No, you're not. You're also assuming that wherever it landed is matching up horizontally with your horizontal line. Not that the light is bending. You're saying that light is going straight.
Yeah.
How is that not sideways refraction? That's sideways refraction.
No, it's not. That's up and down refraction. What are you talking about?
Okay, so it's up and down refraction. How does that matter?
Yeah, up and down refraction.
Just agree with that doesn't matter. How can you say that matter when you straight afterwards saying it doesn't matter?
I didn't say it doesn't matter. It does matter because again, you're assuming that it's a horizontal plane when it might not be, and that will change the angle of what you're looking at.
Yeah. And I went through the example with you, telling you how if it's affecting it, let's say it's actually optically an illusion where it is, and it's actually lower down, and you're saying to me, well, that doesn't affect the measurement between them.
What?
And now I
didn't say that.
So how does it do that? If
My whole point is that whether it's above or below will affect it because you're assuming a horizontal plane.
Assuming a horizontal plane, I don't understand what you mean.
Look at the photo, the image that Stark Otter posted. You're assuming a horizontal plane from each location. If it's not actually horizontal, then you're screwed.
No, but it's specified as an assumption. It's no secret. We know that.
Well, that's a problem.
Is it calculated? It's a math problem, as I said earlier. Tell us if it's a problem. How much of a problem is it?
What's the problem?
What is it specified as an assumption, anyways?
It's in the drawing here. It's in the drawing they have here. It's specifying it in the drawing here.
Which one?
The drawing of the drawing from Stark Otter is saying from the point C, you're measuring the angle. You're measuring the angle between A and B, but you're assuming the plane of C, and on B, you're measuring the angle between C and A, and you're assuming the horizontal plane B. That's there. It says so there. It's no hiding it. It's no secret. It's an assumption that is taken into account.
Yeah, and my point is, you can't solve for two unknown variables. You can't just assume this because this discrepancy might just be what you think is spherical excess. It could just be refraction.
But even if it's refraction moving it up and down, when he takes it into account, he doesn't care if there's a difference in elevation between them. And he doesn't even have it in any calculation or in any measurement.
If you point the very center of your theodolite to the vertical of the target, then it doesn't matter how upper or higher it gets. It's not going to affect the angle that you twisted to align with the target. And that's the angle we're measuring. So even if it's higher or lower, why would that affect in any way the twisting of the theodolite to align with the vertical?
It doesn't. But when you take that from the three different points and you're assuming that they're all horizontal, then we have an issue because they're not actually all horizontal.
We only care about the azimuthal angle, and if this measures the azimuthal angle, that's what we're talking about. That's how spherical axis is measured.
Yeah, but it measures the azimuthal angle at a specific point along the vertical axis. Because if it's a horizontal plane, they'll fall at different locations along that vertical axis, different physical locations.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree that they are. I agree that they are different planes and that they sort of hit different places. But there is an assumption that all these planes have the same angles between them. If they have the same angles, if the horizontal plane from A, from B, and from C, if all of those planes are the same, even if they are measured assuming different planes that are actually not hitting the target directly, if they are the same, then there is no problem percentage. You would agree?
I would agree.
That,
I would agree. If the planes were actually planes, there wouldn't be a problem.
So then,
well, I mean, to be fair, I haven't even gotten that far. I haven't even checked the math on that. But let's, for the benefit of let's take it for granted that if the horizontal planes are actually horizontal planes, there'd be no issue. The issue is they aren't actually horizontal planes because we know light bends.
Well, it bends along the vertical axis. Yes, we agree.
And the horizontal plane is only established by the plumb. We only want to know.
It's not only established by the plumb. It's established by the plumb and where it matches up along the vertical axis of the object you're looking at.
So that's the measuring. I mean, knowing that knowing that refraction is only going to bend light upwards or downwards, and knowing you're only twisting horizontally, Now, where it lands on the horizontal is going to be the actual angle. It doesn't matter. It no longer matters how much refraction is being affected there.
What are you talking about, man?
I'm talking about we have a plumb. If we only rotate around this plumb, we are making a horizontal, right? And if we're taking measurements on where things land on that horizontal, that angle, that azimuthal angle, isn't affected by refraction. Because if you move the point upward or downward, that's going to require still the same twist from one target to the other.
Okay, how about this? Let me try explaining it this way. So let's say you have your theodolite set up. It's plumb, right? You have your horizontal line, and you line it up with your with the 2 points, right? And it falls on a specific area along the vertical axis of that point. Like, you know it because, let's say that there's a defining characteristic of where it lines up on each point. Okay? Now you go to your next, you go to like the other point and you do the same thing, and it falls at the same exact location for the point that you just were at. It falls at the same exact location.
What do you mean it falls?
And these points are at different altitudes. Okay, let's say that they're different levels, but for whatever reason, the refraction is such that it falls at the same exact location along the vertical axis. Do we have an issue there?
No.
I didn't fully follow you. But...
Wow. All right, so it's basically showing that your horizontal plane isn't actually horizontal because they're lining up at the same exact point. You understand?
No.
Refraction is allowing it to line up at the same exact point, even though it says it's lined up with your horizontal line and it's a horizontal plane. It's actually lined up to the same exact point, even though these points are at different elevations.
Yeah, which gives you the same angle as if you would remove that refraction, and then they would no longer be aligned. You would still measure the same the azimuthal angle between them.
Yeah, but the azimuthal angle would change if the lines aren't actually horizontal, right? If you removed the atmosphere, removed all air or what have you, and you did it again, then it wouldn't fall at the same location. The refraction would be making it fall at the same location.
Actually horizontal. What do you mean by that?
The azimuthal angle would be the same, so you would still have access.
Why are you saying
the angle would not be the same? Because between the 2 points, if one is higher and the other one is lower, you're creating a larger angle.
No, because you're not aligning with them vertically. You're just
because that's the thing. If it's actually not horizontal, then you don't only have a horizontal angle you're contending with. You also have a vertical angle. You've basically made a diagonal from what was once just a straight line.
Yeah, but I'm not measuring the angle between those diagonals. I'm measuring the angle that I'm twisting the theodolite around, which is a horizontal angle.
Yeah, but what you have to do is you have to line it, like, you know that it's lined up horizontally by where it falls on the vertical axis of the other object.
No, you know where the object is horizontally.
Then how do you know? Hold up. So how do you know it's actually horizontal if you don't care about where it falls along the vertical axis?
What do you mean?
Because your theodolite tells you.
You're online. You have a plumb.
Yeah, because your theodolite tells you, so you don't give a fuck about what happens in terms of the actual light propagating.
Yes,
to establish the plumb, no.
Wait.
That's the issue.
What's the issue with that? That's the whole point of this experiment. Percentage. This is the whole point of this experiment. If the plumbs are not parallel, then this experiment will show different angles between the triangles. Then
so
you're
this
saying
is just measuring plumb lines not being parallel, not spherical.
Plumbs are really
so this
plumb.
is just measure. Go ahead. I'm next. Go ahead.
It sounded like you were saying. It sounded like you were saying. How do you know that plumbs are really plumb? I mean, that's like our baseline. That's the thing we use for.
No, I'm fine with having a plumb line, but you're saying that you're creating a horizontal plane from each location with the plumb, and I don't see it because in order to know that you have a horizontal from 3 different points at different elevations, you would have to have a reference points on those points, right? You'd have to know they're falling on different elevations.
They use
each one has their own plums.
Yeah. That's the whole point.
Then how are you making sure they work together, though?
That's the whole point of the experiment. If they actually, I don't know what you mean by work together, but if they are
how do you know that your plumb just isn't correct? Your horizontal isn't just correct.
Plumb is plumb. It's by definition it's 90 degrees to plumb.
Percentage is under the impression you're trying to create an actual horizontal plane in 3D space between these points, when that's not what you're trying to do.
What do you mean an actual
You're just
plane?
trying to measure the angles between them.
Yes.
Yeah, I know you're trying to measure the angle between them, but the angle will change depending on whether it's actually horizontal or not.
Yeah, it's actual. We have to. We are, of course, we have to trust
It's horizontal.
the plumb. You have to
flat.
trust the plumb, of course. I mean,
So
the
this
plumb
is
is
essentially just measuring if plumb lines aren't parallel, then, right?
yes. I've said that earlier many times, and you guys said no.
That is heavily dependent on. This is heavily dependent on refraction, up-down refraction.
If not up-down refraction, side refraction, yes. Not up-down refraction, no.
You
We
realize
don't
you
measure
can't-
that angle at all.
You can't measure plumb lines being parallel or not unless you're taking into consideration refraction, right? Do you know this or no?
I do know that you have to take that into account, and that's what you have done by excluding that type of measurement from the experiment. You don't need it.
Yeah.
What exactly is being measured here? So
if you're taking azimuthal angles, then refraction isn't relevant.
when this thing you're doing you're telling me refraction isn't relevant because you're only measuring side-to-side things?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're making a horizontal plane?
Yes, it's measuring an angle between them. Along that plane, it's like at point A, it has a plane.
You can stop. I've already found the flaw. You're 2 words in, I found the flaw.
Oh.
Horizontal plane, right? That's dependent on up and down refraction. Realize that or no?
No,
it's
from
not.
point A, there's a plane. That's right.
Yeah.
So with your plumb, your theodolite, you've established a plane at point A, from point A, and you measure left to right. Then you go to point B, and you measure a separate plane. It's not going to be the same plane if it's a sphere, obviously. But you establish a plane from that point and measure left to right. And then go to C.
And that's why you get an axis.
None of those planes are going to be truly horizontal if it's a sphere.
Exactly. I support that 100%, Whitesburg.
Yeah, and
But
if they are
my
parallel,
point is, if you can see the 3 points from each other, then you're always going to get a 180-degree triangle.
Hold
the
on,
left
1
to
second.
right is always going to add up to 180.
Yeah, 1 second. If you're making a horizontal plane, and this measurement is dependent on this horizontal plane that you're making, there's up and down refraction that needs to be taken into consideration.
this plane isn't established by light, established by a plumb.
Yeah,
Plane established
Jerry,
by a
let me just
plumb.
clarify. They're not trying to create a plane between all 3 points in 3D space.
Exactly.
They're 3 separate planes from each point.
I realize that. So on the first horizontal plane, if what you're looking at matches up with the horizontal you've made or not?
No, you're not looking at any horizontal. The plumb, the theodolite, establishes a horizontal at that point. You rotate it and you measure left to right. We're not even interested in the actual plane.
Horizontal come into play?
It doesn't.
Because we want surface
horizontal
angles.
plane then. Why would you even say that if it doesn't matter and it doesn't?
It does matter because we want surface angles.
Okay, so the horizontal does matter.
Yeah, which is established by a plumb line.
Yeah.
We got a horizontal, and now we're looking left to right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
Why does
measure
it even
the
have
angle.
You're talking past each other. You're talking past each
to be
other.
horizontal? Why
He's
can't it
saying
be
the
2 degrees
horizontal-
under horizontal?
Sorry?
Have to be horizontal. Why can't it be 2 degrees under? What's the difference if it's horizontal or not? If you're just measuring the left to right angle, who cares if it's horizontal?
Because if you tilt, if you tilt
of the plumb,
if you tilt the axis of your rotation, the axis of how you're twisting your theodolite, the angles change.
So it matters. So up or down, aspect of this matters then, right?
No,
each
not
point
the targets.
vertical.
Yeah, not the targets, because
if the
targets.
Hold on, stop. Horizontal. You're measuring left to right. Now, if the horizontal doesn't matter, horizontal does matter. We need to have this thing horizontal, right? Look at the points.
Need plumb.
Perpendicular from plumb, yeah, horizontal.
Yep.
Right, and that's
making this horizontal.
Just to the point.
Go on.
The horizontal at this point, yeah. We got a horizontal. We're off a little bit. Horizontal a little bit. Does it matter or no?
Sorry?
From horizontal a little bit. Looking at so you're saying it doesn't matter if what we're looking at is refracted up or down?
You're cutting a little bit. I'm missing some words.
You're saying it doesn't matter if what we're looking at is up or down?
Yeah.
If it's just horizontal at the theodolite, as long as the theodolite's horizontal?
Yeah, we're only measuring where it lands on the horizontal of the theodolite. Yeah.
Optically, it doesn't matter through the theodolite.
All right.
But my point, Jeremy, is if we're looking from point A to point B to line up the vertical, then we have line of sight. Therefore, it's going to be a 180-degree triangle. Now, the only way you're going to determine excess out of this is if the distances physically paced out between these points didn't match that triangle. And those
if you have 3 points at different heights, and you use that method that you just said, where you just make your horizontal and do left to right, then yeah, it's not going to matter. It's always going to be 180 if you can see the things.
Exactly.
But I gave you the experiment, and it seemed like somebody told me, like, if you have a theodolite and you have it aligned with plumb so that it can only rotate along the horizontal axis, which is 90 degrees to plumb. If you now tilt the whole theodolite backwards, and you're now you're twisting your theodolite left to right along the new axis now, because you tilted the whole theodolite, and you're aiming so that the vertical now at the same time inside that scope of the tilted theodolite hits both targets, that angle is going to be different, right? Than if you were to tilt it back on the ground again.
Not that he would accept it, but what you really need to do is somebody's got to do this in a 3D model with the extreme distances and demonstrate it, because I don't think you're going to describe it to him.
Well, I can visualize what you just said, and I'm trying to think whether it would actually make a bit of a difference. Like if we're on a flat plane and we've got it all, set horizontal, and we swing left to right, versus if we just pitch the whole theodolite back, say 1
on
degree,
his back,
and do and do the same thing again. I'm just trying to visualize, would that actually make a difference in that
mean if you
angle
tilt
left
it?
to right? I don't know that it would.
You mean if you tilt it upwards?
It would. That's the whole point.
Yeah, it would. That's how perspective works, because that angle is going to be smaller because things are further away, right? That's why I made that example in which you have 2 sticks and a camera close to it. If you tilt your camera upwards, it's degree in your field of vision, which is what the theodolite is measuring. So it would change.
Let me check. Okay, now it's like a snipping of a snipping.
So I think the problem with this test or this theory is that the distances involved make it so that it can't actually ever be done like we're discussing.
Oh, it was done, right? I'm pretty sure they made like 50,
Been done with
50
GPS.
measurements of those in the US.
Well, no, because put it this way, if it's done at a distance big enough so that we can actually see the excess, there's no way you'd have line of sight. So it would have to actually be done via, other methods that we supposedly trust, like GPS.
Well, you just have to be very precise. I mean, if you hire very precise, if you use very precise tools and get professional surveyors to do it, then yeah, maybe they can be far enough, I mean, close enough to be in the line of sight and far enough to detect a divergency. And I think that's...
No, because
What do you mean?
10 kilometers, well, 10 kilometers is about as far as you're going to get before there is no more line of sight if it's a ball, right? And that's not far enough.
Well,
10 kilometers isn't
that
far
depends
enough.
that depends on your altitude, and also depends on the target's height. So if both are higher, you can see much further. So you just need to do it in a higher elevation, see something that is very tall. Just get a very high.
Okay, so what do you think is the minimum size triangle? Are you able to work
I
that
don't
out
know.
quickly? What the minimum? No, okay. What
No,
do you think
if you give me, I have no idea. But yeah, well, I have to have some calculation.
Yeah, I've got a funny feeling it's a fucking big triangle, mate. Before you're going to be able to rule out margin of error things and everything as well.
You said there's only a few arc seconds. Larry said there's only a few arc seconds over 180 miles. So well within tolerance of the equipment, but it was a very small number. I posted an image just, in case anybody's still missing it. If I look at a tower with my theodolite and I look at the bottom of the tower and the top of the tower, on a flat plane, one would expect it to have the exact same azimuth. So the refraction has very little impact on my azimuth measurement.
You guys know anyone from New Zealand here?
Yeah, Carlos.
Who?
Carlos. He's a Kiwi.
Carlos.
Yeah, Carlos. With a K.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he has like a accent.
Oh yeah, and Basil. Yeah.
Oh, that is
Carlos,
Carlos, isn't it?
sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just, I think we could chalk up the spherical excess that's found to just another one of the myriad of coincidences that all point towards a globe.
No, it's just more calculated stuff.
Right, but it all, it's calculated based upon reasonable logical premises, right? Like
As it would have to be. If it was a conspiracy, it would have to be, wouldn't it?
No, it wouldn't. And these are things that are used in everyday life, like for construction and just geometry in general. And you can't just tailor it to hide the globe or hide the flat. These things are used practically in other worlds and applied to the measurement of the Earth.
Well, I mean, spherical excess is real, obviously, and it's applied in all sorts of, different industries for purposes.
Right, but it shows up as a byproduct of the use of known geometric principles.
But it can't be verified for the surface of the Earth, mate.
Well, as I said, it's a wonderful set of more coincidences, that everything coincidentally seems to point towards a globe.
Oh, correlation isn't causation, though.
Right. But correlation, when everything correlates, it's pretty damn good proof. Yeah, you're right. There's still a fraction of a chance that little unicorns could be pushing light in such a way to mess me up. But generally speaking, we can conclude it's a globe until better information comes along.
Yeah, sure.
That sound I hear in the woods sounds like a panther panting in the woods, but it could be a deer with a head cold. I think I'm going to go with the panther, just to be safe.
Fair enough. You could still wake up in the morning to realise it is a deer with a head cold.
Yeah, you could, but I would. We go with the best information we have at the time. None of the best information we have right now points to flat.
Okay, but what we're trying to say is, and what I'm trying to get at here, you hear the panther. Do you tell all your children, listen to that, kids? That's a panther. It's out there just waiting to kill you. Or do you say, here, kid, that sounds like it might be a panther? I'm not 100% sure because we can't fucking see it or verify it. Could be a panther. Sure sounds like one.
But in this case, we don't just we hear the panther, we also see the panther. It could still be an elf in a panther
we calculate
costume.
The panther.
It could be an elf in a panther costume. But, so kids, just beware that may not be a panther. It looks like one. It smells like one. It sounds like one. But it still could be a unicorn in a panther suit or an elf in a panther suit.
No, we've never seen it. It's a mathematical.
So listen, when you guys do your weird version of a spherical excess measurement, and you got 3 points you can see, right? You got 3 points you can see, and you take the theodolite, horizontal it at one point, make the angle measurement, go to the next point, horizontal it, level it or whatever. When you do that, you're saying that comes up to more than 180.
Correct.
Because of
the because of could be your answer. You could explain why that happens. We've just eliminated the fact that it could be refraction, and we've eliminated, it seems to point away from a flat plane.
Yeah, but you're saying because it's. I'm just trying to figure out how we have 3 line of sight on all this shit, and it's not adding up to 180.
That's why I wish I could do the. I don't know if you accept it, but I wish I could do the geometric stuff in a 3D program, because I'm just on the edge of understanding myself. That's why I'm arguing with curved and stuff, and I'm not real confident because I'm trying to just put this together in my head, and I'm not quite getting it, but I see how it is plausible that I would get different angles if I had different planes that I was measuring from.
See, I'm with curved on this. If you have line of sight, I don't see more than 180 coming up, regardless. If you
still have to take you have to put yourself into the 3D perspective on a ball and answer what will the azimuth be on each of those measurements.
I know I can picture it in my mind. So you're at one point, you got your level set up, you're all horizontal, and now there's 60 degrees between these two angles, right?
Right. Now, if I put myself on the same plane as the original one, I'll get a different answer.
Now you go to the next point. You go to the next point. You make a horizontal there, and you measure the angles, and you get whatever degrees. Like, I don't see that adding up to more than 180 just because we have line of sight on it.
Kind of picture what would happen if, let's assume that the globe for one moment, and let's just take your theodolite and change its plane that it's measuring from. Just take your theodolite and adjust it for a theoretical ball.
Yeah, no, I understand. When I envisioned it,
come up with a different azimuth.
I envisioned myself changing the plane. You know, we're changing I've got plumb lines not being parallel in my mind and everything, and I still don't see it.
Right, but now take it from the gravitational plane that we established, the method that we use for establishing vertical and horizontal. Now take that, just tip your theodolite, and take your measurement again. Do you think it'll have the same azimuth?
I don't know, man. I'm with curved on this one.
Well, that's you say you don't know, but you're with curved. You got to.
I can't picture it.
Yeah, I'm having a real hard time with this also. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think I do have a what do you call it, a protractor. I think I might be able to just take a string and put it between two locations and adjust the plane of the protractor, and I'll show you that the azimuth will keep on changing.
Yeah, I mean, I can picture the plumb lines being not parallel, and we're changing our plane and everything when we do this. I still don't see it coming out to more than 180 if we got line of sight on what we're looking at. I don't know why it would be. I don't know. I don't get it. It could be that I can't visualize this good enough in my head. This is a very complicated thing to.
Oh yeah, it's a hell of a 3D space thing to put together.
Yeah, like this isn't like just some regular.
This is why, like, I don't understand, like, people like Kosho who like the 3D programs. It's so simple to set up in that program and just show it. Like, put your sticks at 1,000 miles apart on your globe simulate, and then show how much the triangle will be out of 180.
Yeah. Why aren't they doing it?
I don't know. I don't have the skill, and my computer keeps on bitching at me whenever I try and learn the programs. It throws up. And now I can't remember. What's the name of the one of the 3D programs that everybody uses? Blender, yeah. Blender.
I've never used it. That's the big one, though.
Blender got really mad at my computer. Every time I would try and use it, it would lock up.
Yeah, I think that's some like complicated shit. That's not exactly. It's like a high resource program. I think. I don't know. I've never used it, but
I think there's a way.
Go ahead.
I think there's a way you can visualize it. Like imagine a small sphere, right? And then you stick 3 sticks into this sphere, and you do it in a way that it's like a plumb. So each point you're sticking it into the surface. It's being done in perpendicular to the surface, right? So if you have those 3 sticks on the surface of a sphere, and they can be much bigger than the sphere, so you can always see them, right? And now you just pick 3 points on those sticks that are high enough that the 3 of them can see each other, so they're all in the line of sight. Now you tied a string connecting those 3 points that are on the sticks. That triangle, like that, the 3-dimensional triangle, doesn't have an axis, right? Are you following me?
Yeah, I'm with you. I already know how to visualize it I got it all pictured out in my head, but I just don't see it.
Yeah, it's 180 degrees.
Yeah, exactly. That triangle that you draw with straight lines, right? But if you look to how close the string they used is to the surface. As it goes from one stick to the other stick, it starts to get closer to the surface, and then it gets further from the surface again, right? Because they're straight and the surface is curved. So there's a hump on the surface that gets close to the string, right? So because it's getting closer to the surface, that means the measurement, the direction that point is looking to the other point, is not parallel to the surface of the sphere. It's a bit downwards because the string is getting closer to the surface. If it was parallel to the surface, then the distance to the surface would be something like 2 inches per mile squared. So it just increases, it never decreases. So by looking straight, you have to those angles, the lines will no longer be that angle. As you move them up, that angle increases because the sticks are going away from each other. So if you move that point up to make those lines parallel to the surface, that angle is going to increase. But of course, you're not going to do with the three of them of the same time, because you still get a triangle. You do it with one at a time, so you can get the angle from each one at a time. That will give you an axis.
Yo, I hope you were following Jeremy, because I got a message and I lost him like halfway through.
Oh, well, I'll do something in Blender then later.
Bacon, I heard you until like we confirmed that the ones in the air through with the strings
right,
would be 180 degrees, and then I got a message. All right.
I mean,
you said something about moving towards the surface and having, different angles, and after that I got a message and I lost you. So if you want to go from there,
if you use that triangle to establish a plane that each of those points is using to measure the angle, right? For none of those points, that plane is going to be parallel. It's going to be horizontal for none of those points.
Well, if they're at different heights, sure.
Or even they're at the same height. None of those points have that triangle parallel to their
sphere,
horizontals.
Yeah. None of them, yeah.
Yeah. So to get the horizontal angle, you'd have to, for example, for one point, you can just move the other two strings up to make that triangle horizontal. And that, that wouldn't affect the direction that they are, but that would affect the angle, because the sticks are going away from each other, the angle between the strings are going to increase as you move them up. So even though you're keeping the distance between, even though you're keeping the direction to the other sticks, the angle between them changes as your view becomes more horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I was saying that's the whole point. If you take horizontal measures of angles, they're going to be bigger than if you take the angle between straight lines between the 3 points. That's the axis, because that's the angle on the surface.
It would be bigger for one, but not for the other, right?
If you do one at a time,
if it's not lined up.
Anyway,
so hold up. So let's say you have.
Sorry, I gotta go now. I have to get back to work, but I can come here later with something on Blender to visualize it. So
sounds good.
All right, all done, or is it?
Yeah, please change the subject.
So just to sum that all up for the record, that's not measuring spherical excess. That's something else. I'm not saying this is nothing what they're doing, but this is not spherical excess. Spherical excess, you just do 3 points to measure the angles in between them.
My hot take on this is basically they know that they can't measure this. It only exists on paper. When they get results that don't add up to a globe that is exactly what they claim it is. So what they tried to do is be like, hey, check it out. These flat Earth measurements are actually globe because of plumb bobs. They just changed what down is and added a whole bunch of downs to their model.
Another thing, here's how refraction does come into play with this method. You have these 3 dots. Well, they're using a whole plumb line, so I don't know how you key up to where it. Are using 3 dots. They're still using 3 points for this, right? So if you're using 3 points and you make a horizontal at 1 point, if it were to line up with all the other points, it would be 180 degrees, right? Like say you're on the dot, you got your theodolite. Let's say they all matched up with each other, we would have a 180 degree thing. But since they're at different elevations and different heights and shit, that's why they're saying it's not 180 degrees. I don't know. I'm still not getting this. And I don't see how refraction isn't involved. I feel like refraction is highly involved with this. Is anyone here?
Yeah, I know. I'm just not really sure. It really seems like it's they want to talk about everything other than triangles. It's something else. It's always something else because like they want to side with math. Like math solves everything. It's a language that's so perfect. But when you apply that logic to their model, there isn't math. It's all kinds of random variables they have to keep tossing in until they get a result they can agree with.
Well, their model's got a big fucking problem. From what I saw, we've talked about this before in GEMS. How many times have you heard light travels at a constant speed in a vacuum?
Yeah, that one too.
You've heard that a lot?
Yeah.
Have you heard that saying a lot? Light travels at a constant speed in a vacuum?
And it never stops. It just keeps going and going and going.
I'm just saying, have you ever heard that used against you in an argument? That light travels at this constant speed in a vacuum?
Yeah, and also too, say if something is
that's not true. That's not true though. That's false. They just made light travel at different speeds through a vacuum. We know that now that can happen. Light can travel at different speeds in a vacuum, so it's not constant.
This is the
Doesn't
one
travel at a constant.
The one with their light speed nonsense is that object A is moving towards object B at light speed. Object B is moving towards object A at light speed. How fast are they moving towards each other? Light speed. 1 + 1 = 1. And they're right there, it breaks their model. That is like untrue. That is not a true statement. Like even their physics don't work because they don't have a medium to test it on. It's some unknown variable out there that isn't a medium to be worked in.
Yeah, they need space to be a vacuum, otherwise the whole cosmology falls apart. They need that speed of light thing to do, parallax and all that.
Even their distances. If you give them, say, okay, sure, let's work inside your paradigm here. Your distances are all kind of fucked up. You have no idea how far the moon is, so you have no idea how far Venus is, so you have no idea how far the sun is, but you made an astronomical unit anyway, and then you're done right there. It's like everything could be off. It's garbage in, garbage out, right from the very beginning. This is why their distance to the sun, the margin of error, is greater than the current claim. It would be like saying, hey, from me to the kitchen, it's 15 feet, plus or minus 6 miles.
Yeah, I saw your article about the Marriott bought like base on the moon.
Oh, yeah.
Who do you even pay that to? Like, who owns the moon?
A sucker, right? Like that's like a new version of like swampland. Like I got some swampland, pennies on the dollar. Huge development planned. You know, it's like they did Mars at the beginning of all the lockdowns too. They're selling property on Mars on a Groupon. Matter of fact, you could get a Groupon to get a discount.
I'm saying, who do you pay?
Oh yeah, who's the dude who says I own? Like yeah, that person who like owns the color blue or something like that, right?
Right.
Like how did you get ownership of the color blue? Show me that. You know? No one like so you're gonna give me a tour, are you? Right? So you've got property, you got some land you want to sell. Let's see. Let's do the daily test here. To open the news and see which model it matches. Jury convicts fallen CEO Elizabeth Holmes on 4 counts, despite being deadlocked on 3 others. California deputy DA who fought against bag mandates abruptly dies at the age of 46. What a coincidence.
Was the cause of death?
COVID, obviously.
Yeah, I've clicked on the article. It looks like it was family are saying some family member interviewed said it was COVID. She told apparently this is like third person. She told a family member who then told a news source. The shocking reality of home makeover shows. What your house looks like after the cameras leave. Oh, reality TV isn't real? New space telescope, quoted here, is hunky-dory after problem fixed. This is one I'll post.
What are they saying? There was something wrong with the James Webb thing?
Yeah, last I heard, it's supposed to be origami. It was an origami telescope. It was like all fitted up in a little ball of crap. And once it got out there, it was supposed to unfold, and apparently it wasn't unfolding. But apparently now it's unfolding.
Percentage, what do you think? We got picture 3 plumb lines coming off the surface of a sphere. We go to 1, we make a horizontal, we measure the angles between those 2 lines. Then we go to another one, make a horizontal and measure those angles, and so on and so forth. Is that going to be more than 180?
I think it depends. I think it depends on
if the surface is a sphere,
where,
if we're on a globe.
Yeah. I think it depends on where you're pointing along that plumb line of the other objects. So let's say, there are these, let's say it's straws sticking out of a fucking orange, right? And you're looking halfway like, you know, at the halfway mark of each straw, then that angle is going to be different than if you're, you know, if your triangle is to the tip of the straw, because now those things, the tip is farther away, right? And so it'll be a bigger angle. And that's where they were kind of like messing up. They were thinking that you could just propagate, or at least this is how I understand it, that you could just propagate a horizontal plane and automatically assume that it doesn't matter where it's hitting, but it does matter where it's hitting along that vertical axis.
So that's what I'm saying. Up and down refraction is a thing here.
Yeah, that's my understanding, that it would matter where it would actually hit along the vertical axis, because that's a physical area, right? And if you're assuming that these horizontal planes are touching different physical areas, it doesn't jive. But
listen, that's what I was trying to explain earlier, because if all the points, there was some kind of refraction happening to where it made all your auto levels be on the same horizontal. Now you're lining up 3 points in free space and you got 180 degrees, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if there's some kind of crazy refraction going on, it's definitely going to mess your shit up. Any refraction. It doesn't have to be crazy or a little or just a teeny tiny bit. It's going to throw your shit off. And they're only measuring a teeny tiny bit over 180 degrees, let's not forget. Like, they'll say it's a negligible amount, but the amount they're measuring is almost negligible. You know what I mean? If you count in the error bar of the machine itself and all that. So, yeah, refractions, I don't know. I feel like this may not even more than 180 degrees. And C, I feel like refraction is involved here.
I was trying to hear what Bacon was trying to say, but he had to go.
Yeah.
But I think he was trying to explain it some way. I'd be interested in seeing like what he comes up with his Blender thing.
Yeah, I'd like to see this in Blender, how this happens in Blender. And then I want to see what happens if you have them all on the same horizontal plane. You're going to come up with 180, which is now we're dealing with refraction. Because if refraction's making it seem like it's not on a horizontal plane, but it actually is, all this is a complicated way of checking if plumb lines are parallel. Like, this isn't spherical excess. This is a plumb lines being parallel measurement, basically, but more complicated for no reason.
The thing is, if you actually have a ball, right, and your points are big enough so that you'll see them from every other point, then, like, in your field of view on your theodolite or whatever, they're not going to be, like, if they're plumb, they're not going to be going straight up, right? You're not going to be able to align it vertically perfectly, right? You're going to only be able to align it vertically on a specific point on that object, because that object, if it's a straight line or whatever, it's going to be going outwards. You understand me?
Now say that again.
So let's say you have this, like, orange again, right? And you have three really fucking long straws stuck in it, right?
All right.
From the point, actually, you only need to put 2 straws in to understand this. Now, your eye is, looking at both these straws, right? It would be where a third straw is. So your eye's looking at both these straws, and these straws are moving away from each other, right? Because they're both plumb, they're sticking out separately, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you're lining up the vertical axis, when you're lining up vertically to one of these straws, the entirety of the straw isn't going to be along the vertical axis. Only one specific point, because again, it's diagonal, right? Only one specific point can be on that vertical axis, right? And
you got the whole straw, the whole straw. The thing is, you're not seeing tilt. You're looking at it head on, so you're not seeing any tilt with it. I don't know what you're saying.
Hold up. So we're basically, like, doing a small scale, like, we're zooming out, right? It's a very small ball. It's an orange.
You got an orange with 3 straws sticking out.
Yeah, and the straws at their bases are closer together than at their tips, right?
Yeah.
Because they're moving away from each other. Now, if you were, since it's diagonal from each other, like the straws in your field of view, they're both in your field of view, right? And they're diagonal from each other.
Yeah.
If you're going to align it vertically with a vertical axis, right, you're only going to be able to get one part. It's like, you know, a diagonal line intersecting with a straight line. You're not going to be able to align it completely. Only one part of that diagonal line is going to be on the axis. You understand?
No, the straw's going straight up and down. So you go to one straw.
It's not. It's just plumb. But from your point of view, they're moving away from each other. They're both plumb, but from your point of view, they're moving away from each other. If it's a ball, you understand?
This is measuring plumb lines not being parallel then.
I haven't gotten there yet. But as long as you're with me that the plumb lines are not going to be parallel, they're going to be moving away from each other, then with your theodolite, since you're trying, like, the way that they're trying to figure this thing out is you line it up vertically, right? You're not going to be lining up the entirety of the straw vertically. You're only going to be lining up a specific point in it, because again, it's diagonal, right?
No, in your frame of reference, in your point of view, though, that straw is vertical because it's tilting backwards. It's not tilting left or right. You can line up the whole straw. The tilt is back. Whenever you look at something head on the globe, the tilt is leaning back away from you. It's not going left, right. You can line up that whole straw quickly.
Hold up. Let me think about that.
Listen, picture you're on the globe, and you have a skyscraper in the back. It don't lean to the left or the right. It just leans back away. It's tilted back away from you, so it still looks vertical. It would just be shorter in angular size.
Yeah, you're right.
Because of the tilt.
You're right. If you're focusing on one of them, then it's going to be tilting away from you. And then as you move it and focus on the other one, that one's going to be tilting away from you. But if you're looking like in between both of them, they're just going to be looking like they're moving apart from each other.
You could always line them both up you could line them all up vertically. They'll all match no matter where you go. It's always, you'll be able to put the crosshairs vertically on that whole straw or whatever. Listen, if it matters where see, that's what I'm saying. This thing about them changing horizontal planes. So they go to the one spot, make a horizontal. Then they go to another spot, and they don't stay on that same horizontal plane. They make a new level. They make a new level or whatever you call it, level. I hate using the word level, but we'll just use level for now. We're in a globe model, so you go to a new spot, make a new level. I forgot where I was going. Oh yeah. You go to a new spot. This is all based on making a new, they're assuming you're making a new horizontal and you're not on the same plane, which means now we're dealing with up and down refraction, right? Because they're saying, oh, it's a new horizontal now. But if it's just refraction and it's actually the same horizontal, then it's not a new horizontal and you're just lining up 3 points on a, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I feel like there's definitely refraction, up and down refraction involved with this.
Yeah. I don't have to think about it more, man.
First of all, if you were even to do this in reality, I don't know what you're actually looking at. You'd have to be looking at a point. You have to have 3 points that you're looking at. Right? So they just picked 3 random points on the straw and the orange. I'm about to go into gems with this.
All right.
I thought we were going to get it popping in here. We had a lot of people in there. I was going to try to get this bumping, but we're doing a show tonight at 5 p.m., guys.
All right.
Eastern.
they've got heat shields that can drop the temperature with a 500-degree swing.
Yo, Don, you there?
Yeah.
Yo, Donnie.
Oh yeah.
Hello. What's up? What are you guys doing?
Nothing. We're sitting here in silence.
That's gay as fuck. Okay.
I know. I think we're so woke.
How are the holidays?
We're so woke that we just sit here and wait for more revelation.
Uh-huh. How are the holidays, man?
Fine, mate. I've just got a cold, so I think I've got Omicron. My girlfriend said it's just a cold. Stop whinging. And I said, well, it's a cold at the same time as everyone says they've got Omicron, and it's got the same symptoms. So I'm going to call it Omicron.
Have you been vaccinated?
No. But
why not?
Well, I caught this
Why not get
cold off
vaccinated?
my girlfriend, who is double vaccinated, so...
Yeah, but I'm sure she's like faring way better than you is, right?
Yeah. Well, she seems to have it for longer, but she does function better than me. Yeah, I whinge more.
Yeah, I don't know, man. But I mean, your body, your choice. You know, just recommending.
I'm fighting it naturally. It seems alright. Holidays are fine. Got some good presents.
What do you got?
What did I got motors. I got drone bits, but interesting stuff. I got a black crystal ball.
Mm-hmm.
I got a triangle-shaped shelf thing. Triangles inside it.
What does it do?
It's just a black triangle shelf.
Okay.
Do you celebrate Christmas?
No. Well, I mean, we do, but I didn't this year. But normally, like, we just put up a Christmas tree and give my daughter some presents. But I wasn't with her this year, so yeah.
What did
I
you
didn't
do
celebrate
then?
it this year. I was traveling. I was actually in Europe with my sister. We were visiting family, so we were just like moving around a lot. Got back on Sunday.
That's still something. Seeing family.
Hmm?
It's still that's a little bit like other people do at Christmas, seeing family.
True, but I mean, I wasn't seeing family just for Christmas. It was throughout the whole holiday. Like it was like a month-long trip. My sister and I just moving through Europe, seeing different family members. But on Christmas Day itself, no, we didn't do anything special. We were just out shopping and stuff.
You didn't even eat meat, sacrifice an animal or something?
We ate, but like at a restaurant. Like we didn't do anything at home with family on Christmas Day. No, we were just out in this. We were just out in town, just doing stuff. Yeah, no, didn't sacrifice no animals, and hold hands and pray and sing songs. None of that. Were you with family on Christmas Day?
Yeah, I just went to the girlfriend's with the kids.
You still with that same girl? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you get along with the kids?
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Do they call you dad? What do they call you?
The boy slips up sometimes and says dad because he hasn't got another word, and he changes it to Paul. But
oh, that's cute though. Like, tell him that he can call you dad. Are you comfortable with that?
I don't know. I don't really like the word dad, but I want them to see me as a parent, as the other parent. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they should start calling you dad. I mean, it sounds like you're pretty serious about this girl, So if you're gonna be with them long term, I don't know.
I'm trying to get over how non-woke she is and how she doesn't care about any of my theories. We keep having stages. So we had one argument about masks. Like, I was allowed to write a note for my stepdaughter, for her daughter, to not wear a mask at school. But the daughter just said, "Oh, I'll just wear one because I can't be bothered with all this hassle." And instead of siding with me and saying, "No, we will write you a note. We don't want you in a mask at school," she just wouldn't back me up. So in the end, now the girl is wearing a mask at school against my decision, just because the mum doesn't care enough to back me up.
All right.
But it's one argument out of a few years, so we're doing quite good.
All right, that's good. Yeah. But I'm guessing on most other things you guys tend to agree, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what's up, man. I'm happy for you, bro.
Well, cheers. I wasn't ready to settle down, but it so happened.
How did you meet her, though?
She used to be a year beneath me in middle school, and like follow me around with my mates with her friends at school, and then we stayed in contact. And she got married, and I had other girlfriends. After she divorced, and I was single, after I gave up drugs and changed, we just met up again.
Well, what do you mean after you gave up drugs? So you like sober now?
No, I smoke weed all the time. But I used to do worse drugs,
but
in varying
yeah,
degrees.
but I mean,
varying degrees.
weed's not a drug. Okay, but that's good. So how long has it been?
It's like 4, 5, 6 years now. I think I didn't even count. It took me
I'm proud of
ages to
you.
stop, but when I stopped, I didn't count. I just pretended this is me now.
That's what's up, bro. I mean, Dawn, you should be proud of yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am. It was great. After I changed that, everything else just clicked into place.
All right, things started to make more sense. Life became easier, type of thing.
Yeah. I just became more comfortable with reality.
Nice. I like that. It's good to hear that. So what happens in this server? This is like gems, but smaller. Or what?
Yeah, kind of. It's
No,
not.
this is like Gem server, but politer.
Yeah, it's not too biased. Either
Oh
way.
shit! Is that Druz?
Hello, mate.
Yo, what's up, Druz? I was asking about you and Gems. They all said like you just disappeared. What happened?
No, I didn't disappear. I very, very publicly said that the way people are treating each other is ridiculous. The fact that people like Chemo have mods is absolutely ridiculous. And if things aren't going to change, I'm going to leave. I'm a man of my word.
Nothing's changed. I hear you. Nothing's changed. Like they were kind of going at Jeremy just now. It was a bit sad to see.
And it's ultimately it's mean and it's childish. It kind of reminds me of how people used to act in sort of middle school and high school. That little cliquey thing of, oh well, you're part of the clique. And stuff like that just isn't healthy. The level of vitriol is not healthy, and it was making me a very angry person, and that was stupid. So I made a choice.
Yeah, true. Yeah, they get fucking nasty in here.
Well, you've got two choices in these things. You can either try and affect change, which I did, and if that doesn't work, you can leave, which I did.
Yeah, I did both of that, Just. Well done.
And my problem is I tend to treat people the way they treat me.
That's how it should be, though.
And I'm not very good at backing down. As I say, there's nothing I say on this server that I wouldn't say to somebody's face. There's nothing I've ever said at Gems I wouldn't say to their face. And to be frank, if some of the people had spoken to me the way they did in real life, I would have battered the fuck out.
You want to be Why do you want to be Frank now? Doesn't that changing identities is illegal?
Well, because I've been long enough being Ted, so I thought being Frank would be good. But yeah, I just don't think it's a healthy way to interact with people. And apart from a couple of sort of, shall we say, sort of far rightish kind of servers that I used to admittedly troll for the shits and giggles, Gems is about the most toxic environment I've seen on Discord.
Shut up.
Yeah, fuck you.
Gems is the 24/7 one?
No.
No, the debate flat Earth and more.
Oh, right.
Yeah, 24/7 even is more reasonable than this. I mean, debate flat Earth and more is just like the opposite side of Gems.
I don't know.
That is.
I mean, I know it can get toxic in Gems, but I don't think it gets 24/7 toxic. You know.
To be honest, I so rarely go
24/7
in
flat
there.
Earth.
I'm probably not a good judge. 24/7's dead
Mm.
most of the time, though.
24/7
Yeah,
makes
it's-
an effort to not be toxic, but then they ban everybody who has a different opinion. So it's sort of annoying to try and be there.
Exactly.
And very few people are ever muted in the server. That's another thing I like.
Does it ever get like busy in here though?
Yeah. Sometimes 25, 30 people.
Okay.
But generally probably 10 to 15. And that's another nice thing. It means because there aren't so many people in the server, you don't have the kind of mic cherry issues that you get places like Gems.
Yeah. Yeah. It was good seeing you guys though. I gotta head out, but I'll be back a bit later.
All right, man. You take it easy.
Happy New Year, man.
So it looks like somebody decided to do a blender version of the azimuth angles.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it
it's
was
horrific.
Jeremy was saying
Just
doesn't
looking
matter.
at
I
it,
mean,
it's horrific.
if things get higher or lower, that wouldn't. I mean, if we measure directly instead of azimuthally, it will give the same angle. If all 3 points are in this are visible to each other. I think that if all points are visible to each other, then all the angles are going to be 180. It's not going to exceed that.
Yeah, that's actually untrue because of the different planes that you're measuring from.
Exactly. And that's he tried to picture that, and he said that in his mind it doesn't seem like it would change.
Right, and that's where the blender. I think what you'd have to do to finish the blender thing for him to understand it would be to actually take the camera angles and go from A to B, B to C, or A to B, A to C, and show the angles that are actually measured from those points.
What you could do with that diagram, which would be pretty cool, is you could show very, very simply reciprocal zenith angles on it.
Well, the beauty of this is reciprocal zenith angles is somewhat subject to refraction, whereas the azimuthal measurements are not subject to refraction, or at least not in any appreciable way.
Yeah.
And it's actually a validation of reciprocal these zenith angles.
I like that.
With the correction.
I mean, it's like the conversation I was having with Time, which was, if the tolerance, if the tolerance of your instrument or the accuracy you require for your measurement is less than the standard deviation of the results you're collecting, all's good. but that seems to be a hard concept to understand.
Yeah, the beauty of the spherical excess is one would expect if we were standing on a single or on a flat plane, all the plane of the triangle would be the same as the plane of the God damn it, plane of the triangle would be the same as the plane of the observation.
Mm.
Yeah.
And then we would get 180.
And then, I mean, if you take azimuthal angles in the flat surface, I mean, there would not be a problem if you would take azimuthal angle instead of like direct the direct angle between the points. It would only make a difference if the surface wasn't flat. That's what we're trying to figure out. That difference.
All right,
Right.
It wasn't time. It was domestic primate that I was having that chat with.
But it is nice because it confirms and eliminates one of the variables that causes problems with reciprocal zenith angles. Now we know how to correct reciprocal zenith angles because we know it's a curve, but this helps eliminate the argument.
Well, one of the things the reciprocal zenith angles show is that plumb lines are not parallel. That was kind of what I was getting at.
Yeah, I mean, the whole spherical excess measurement, it can either be described as the excess of the angles or measuring how parallel plumbs are, or how not parallel plumbs are, or how horizontals aren't parallel. I mean, we're all measuring the same thing. It can be described in different ways.
But the good news is it looks like James Webb has successfully opened its sun shield. So that's one big mechanical phase there.
I just saw something. I didn't read into it at all. They said that it didn't reach the. There was some complaint about the initial velocity that it hit, that they didn't hit a target. I was wondering if that's going to be a problem, or you not know what I'm talking about?
No, I haven't seen that. I mean, to be honest,
it was just like a blurb I saw go by, and I didn't read into it. It's like, oh, that's interesting. I'll have to ask about that.
Well, if you guys bring the subject in with Jeremy and refer to those pictures, just let me know, because I gotta go.
Hasta la vista.
Yeah.
I think he'll be back. How long have you been a Christian, Dawn?
She always forgets and calls me Christian whenever I mention God.
The common thing.
I guess if you're a Westerner, you have gone through some type of Christian indoctrination, haven't you? In the culture.
I think it depends when you're at school, to be honest. But yeah, I think that it's a large part. I mean, you can just say the fact that most people celebrated Christmas by giving each other presents is indoctrination in itself. But most people don't sort of celebrate Harvest Festival or Easter, in church like they used to. So,
all the hymns, Christmas carols and the hymns imprinted the idea of Jesus in my head when I was quite little.
Who would a valiant be against all disaster? Yeah, exactly.
They're beautiful. I love them. You can't call it indoctrination.
God. Well, that's me remembering that from being in school. did those feat. You know, I can pretty much do the entire of that hymn off the top of my head. I vow to thee, my country. Definitely do that one. Yeah, it's kind of weird. That's all from my middle school. That's not even from my high school.
Yeah, mine's middle school. I remember from high school is more Tudors and Egyptians stuff. I don't think we sung hymns.
I didn't really do any Egyptian stuff or Tudor stuff. I mean, history was suffragettes, World War One, Victorian, and a bit of Norman. That was about it. It's pretty poor history course there.
That's interesting how we learn different histories depending on our age group.
And pretty much went to school in the same sort of area.
Yeah, but what, 5-10 years before me? Not that different in time, but enough where the core history is different in the curriculum.
I would have left school end of '84. September '84 was when I left high school. That's when I went to sixth form.
Well, it is quite a lot for me. Still
Yeah, I'm an
interesting.
old
How
fucker.
curriculum changes.
I was horribly unfashionable because I didn't wear flares in middle school.
We actually had a fad of not flares but baggy jeans.
Well, that puts you late 80s.
Yeah, I was born 82, so in middle school. Like 89.
I got to Levi 501s and then stuck there. And it's weird, I was wearing Levi 501s before Levi 501s were popular because they were cheap jeans at the time. They were good for farm work. I do remember being asked in sixth form to wear a different pair of trousers because my jeans were held together probably with more with oil than with fabric. That's when I had my Honda Bentley and it used to leak oil like a motherfucker until I fixed it.
I just got a board game just from 1991 from eBay. It just came. It's quite exciting.
What you got?
It's not a board game, a tabletop game. Space Marine. I've got a picture further up in the chat somewhere.
What, Games Workshop?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a long way up.
It's
Well,
got
1
it there.
o'clock.
Epic scale. Warhammer 40,000, but in epic scale. Second edition from 91.
That's not a common game, and that's a nice nick.
Yeah, it's well good condition. 50 quid, but no models, so I have to build my army separately. But this has all the original cards and counters and rulebook and box.
Just no figs. It's not a biggie.
No, I've got an army, but I'll make my mates one, and one for my stepson and mate to fight against me with.
Yeah, I never really had anything to do with the epic side of it. By that point, my mate had kind of moved on to different part of GW.
I don't know why. It just it resonated with me at the certain age. Orders phase where you choose what your figures do before they move, and they're hidden, so you have to sort of make battle decisions that are hidden, knowing what your troops can do and what your opponent's troops can do. And it became quite dynamic and tactical. About 10 years ago, I tried to play a rehash version, and I hated it because it was totally different. So finally, for Christmas, I just bought myself this.
Well, it's like the old Hero Quest game, isn't it? They've just re-released that.
Yeah.
Which is weird because I do kind of, that's how I started off teaching my kids D&D. I didn't even need the rules for it. I could do it off the top of my head.
Yeah, I used to go around to mates, and he had Hero Quest and Hero Quest Advanced. And if I was playing D&D, I would want to have a board and models, because I think that gives the players a little bit of sense. Even if it's one dungeon and one pathway, and then you replace it when they move to the next bit.
No, that's what I do with the kids. I've got a big map I put on the on the big table downstairs.
Oh, that's great! You should take some pics or something.
Yeah. But what I've got on top is this was an old hack that I made. So you have like terrain underneath, and then glass top, and then you can use, if you want to, then use a blank piece or a hexed piece or a squared piece of paper. I prefer hexes to squares because it's just better. You can then draw your maps on top of that. So as they start exploring, just using basically a marker.
I don't know if you've heard of Warhammer Quest. That was a later version that I played with my friend. So
rings a bell.
You don't have to fully be a dungeon master, but you have a randomized deck. So each time you go through a doorway, the next room is randomized, and the models, the enemies in it are randomized. And I'd always loved that. And you can obviously draw your own ones and make up randomized cards. It was basically Hero Quest, but with the same battle things as Warhammer.
Yeah.
Mixed together.
There's a game they did, again, back in the late 80s called Chainsaw Warrior, which was a solo play game, which was kind of with a card deck.
Well, it's a tiny bit like Fortnite. I was going to give it to him. There's a battlefield, and you have to work out who you're going to shoot.
Yeah, or you could say that Fortnite is a little bit like this, because this is way older.
Yeah.
There is an order to things.
I never played D&D. Like the idea, you can make anything up basically, and so it's role play, but you've allowed one person to be God, and then you're under his choices. It always seemed exciting, but I never actually had a group and played it.
I got a super duper vendor prezi over Christmas, which I was quite pleased with.
What?
Well, I have certain manufacturers that like to suck up to me because I work for quite a big company. So unexpectedly in the post, I got one of these, which then work sent to me. One of my mates work dropped off for me. Not bad for a freebie.
Oh, just as a gift. Yeah, that's nice.
I wouldn't buy it. But it's actually quite nice because when I work from home, I've got one keyboard I tend to use for my PC, and then I've got another full-size keyboard that I use for my laptop. No, I can use one. I can use the little piece keyboard for either the PC or the laptop, and create a bit more space on the table. I want graphics cards to become cheap. That's not going to happen for another year.
Have you ever read Cosmic Trigger, Dross, or heard about it? Robert Anton Wilson.
No, but I've read a fair amount of Robert Anton Wilson.
I think it's
the Illuminati trilogy being the main book, and
yeah, I think there's the third one in that. I thought it was.
One second, I'll tell you. Because I'm now holding a paperback copy of the Illuminati trilogy.
Oh, no, all in one book. I think the Cosmic Trigger might be in the back of that. Then.
No, it's the Eye of the Pyramid, the Golden Apple, and the Leviathan.
Oh. Maybe I don't know what the Cosmic Trigger is. Another book then.
Oh,
but
if you like that kind of literature, there is a really good series of books by a guy called Robert Rankin, which I think you get a fucking kick out of, and it's called the Brentford Trilogy. Which is a bit like Douglas Adams. There's way more than 3 books in the trilogy. But it is funny as fuck. It's kind of a slightly esoteric and weird. So a bit like sort of Robert Anton Wilson. And I mean, obviously the Illuminati trilogy is more of a comedy with some weirdness in it, as opposed to books like The Widow's Son, which is a bit more sort of trying to be a bit more serious. But if you haven't read the Widow's Son trilogy, that's a really good set of books by Robert Anton Wilson.
I don't know if you've heard of it. He comes up with this concept in the Cosmic Trigger, maybe in some of his other books, called Chapel Perilous.
Yes.
After you have like some type of awakening experience, whether it's paranormal, supernatural, or Jesus, or an angel, or a huge conspiracy theory like Flat Earth that blows your truth perception to pieces or whatever, I would say that happened to me. You end up in Chapel Perilous, and it becomes like a mind abyss that you have to cross. And some people can go crazy and stay in there the rest of their life, never know what's real again. You know, so it's basically pushes you towards paranoia or agnosticism, where you accept that you don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I tried to label Mel's situation as Chapel Perilous. I gave him a video about it. Now he says he feels better. A bit better.
That was the one I was looking for. So, yeah, it's the Widow's Son is part of the historical Illuminatus chronicles. And that's a really good set of books. I quite enjoyed reading that. I haven't read that because that's part of what's it called?
I think I've listened to the
final
first
secrets. The final secrets of the Illuminati.
as an audiobook. I think I listened to the first one. That's when the idea of the 23 comes up, isn't it?
Mm.
And
I mean,
everyone sees
like
23 after they read the book, whatever.
I like reading rather than listening.
I do sometimes, used to, but now to get more stuff in, I like to listen.
Got to make time to read. I just think you retain so much more when you read something than when you listen to it. Not that I'm saying I haven't got a fair amount of audiobooks, because I listen to them when I tend to be biking, either music or an audiobook.
I'm only reading the Magic in Theory and Practice, and it's really hard to read. So I only read a tiny bit at once in each session.
You want something fucking hard to read? Try Ronald Hutton.
What's that?
So he did The Blood and the Mistletoe. He written quite a few books, but the one that I managed to wangle my way through was Blood and Mistletoe, which is a sort of history of the Druids in the UK.
Okay. Yeah, I would listen
That
to that sort of thing.
Really hard. I mean, even to listen to, I reckon that'd be hard.
Yeah, if you don't concentrate, you've just got no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Reading this Crowley book, the way he associates stuff with other stuff, it's like reading a Pete Shea manifesto, honestly. It's really far out.
That's a concept I don't even want to think about. A Pete Shea manifesto.
I've told him to write. I told him 2 years ago to write, and then I told him again recently, but he still hasn't. When I tell him to write the manifesto, he says, "Oh well, it's all up on my YouTube. Been making videos for years, Dawn. You know that."
You ever listened to any of them?
Yeah, I give a. It's he rambles in between. It's not edited down.
Someone I feel truly needs some help.
Yeah. The Chapel Perilous would describe his situation, but also lots of other things on top of that.
I don't even want to try and think about how to diagnose him. He needs help.
I'd also add, without diagnosing him, he's a smart, wise man too.
I think there is a very slim divide between being wise and being a fool.
Yeah. Well, having a unique way to think and being insane, there's a fine line there.
Yeah. I don't think many of his ideas are, okay, he's got thoughts. And if you take it to a total abstract, then okay, fine. But he wants to assert his abstractions as reality, and that's problematic to say the least.
I've just found a weird mishmash of a channel. The Muhammadan way, Sufi realities,
Sufism.
but then talking about reptilians, jinns possessing members of the elite, shape-shifting, Archon, Anunnaki, Sufi meditation centers.
Except, of course, jinn in that culture are not described in reptilian, but but we won't go there. You could literally take reptilian and put canine jinn and the elite. Why canine jinn possess the members of the elite?
You could say some jinn are reptilian. I don't think you could cite a description of a jinn that fits the reptilian description.
No. The thing I always find funny is obviously the concept of jinn predates Islam by a good sort of 1500 years.
This is Sufi Islam, is it? But it's New Age version.
No, so Sufism is part of Sunni as opposed to Shiite.
It's like gentle
so
Islam.
the whirling dervishes, for instance, they're Sufis.
Is Islam light or is it just Islam pagan?
No. It's like it's if you think, do you know who Al-Ghazali was?
I've heard of him. I can't really remember.
So Al-Ghazali was most famously quoted for saying things like "maths is evil." If it ain't in the Quran, it's not worth knowing.
That's a great sentence, but it's also a crazy thing to say.
So he's kind of like the, I suppose, uber Westboro Baptist kind of version in Islam, except he was much more popular.
Would they say maths is evil, but I'm allowed more than one wife?
Yeah. But it was so he's from, I think, the 11th, 12th century, and it's at that point all the great sort of discovery revolutions that Islam was providing stopped because he was influential enough in his teachings to get that across, and that's when they went back to this really redundant form of Islam.
Okay, redundant. That's an okay way. Is that what you're saying in Sufi is redundant?
No. So Sufism is very much in the mysticism side. So it's looking much more at the sort of experience of the world, and again, for them, philosophy and learning is very, very important.
My type of Islam.
Yeah, and
I just want you to confirm this madness that Mohammedan way Sufis have turned New Age now, and they're into reptilians sometimes.
No, I don't know who Mohammedan. I don't know what the Mohammedan way is. That's adding to Sufism. I'm just talking about Sufism.
Yeah, but this channel that I've shared, this is an example of New Age Sufism, right? Weird mishmash. The Mohammedan way, prophetic realities, meditation, and Quran realities. Dajal's jinn will use time travel. Deja vu, snake serpent symbolism, Sufi meditation center. This is mad clickbait. I hope I enjoy the videos. If I do, I'm going to binge this channel.
This will probably help you. So this is an overview of kind of some of their thinking.
So yeah, if I'm gonna understand any Islam, this sort of mad stuff, I bet I'm gonna find this exciting.
So the whirling dervishes. Have you ever heard of them?
I've heard of them. They're the guys that spin around with the dress.
Yeah. So that's kind of a form of meditation.
Yeah, you sort of go into a spinning trance kind of thing.
Yeah.
The going around the maypole and the dance in the film Midsummer is very similar to that.
Yeah. That's a good film.
Do they take a drink or do they take something before they spin around?
Nope. They're not allowed to do that kind of thing, which is why the hashish were naughty.
So they have to go extra hard with the spinning then to
But
make
the Hashishim
work.
were Shiite followers as opposed to Sunni.
Isn't that quite interesting? Some people have the willpower to keep off all mind-altering substances, but still want to alter the mind by spinning.
Yeah, basically.
That's madness. It's great.
There are many keys to the door. The trouble is, though, is when you abuse your keys.
Look at these 3 illustrations, Justin. A man Sufi and a boy Sufi. They're getting close and they sort of sit together very close. It's kind of weird. Or is that God and someone else? I don't know what it's representing.
That's Muhammad, but it's not representing Muhammad. It's just representing your teacher.
You and the teacher. You become the teacher almost. You sort of transfer the gnosis, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm. But most of the Sufis, Muslims on that have been pretty cool, actually, to be fair. Saudi was a fuck for really hardcore, obviously.
This guy seems pretty chill. It's just talking about snake serpent symbolism.
Which I always find weird because, you know, for some reason they want to take the symbolism of the snake as evil, and I think that is so rooted in Hebraic / Christian mythology.
Yeah.
And I think that was a reaction to everybody else saw the snake as healing and teaching.
Yeah, it's like, well, they're like choosing the eagle, sort of choosing Rome instead of paganism, I guess.
In Persian tradition, the snake is kind of on the good side, and Greek, obviously, definitely on the good side. Hittite.
For me, it's both. It's the mysterious one, the snake. It's both. It's just duality to me, eagle and the snake. Fascism,
Well, now you're almost getting
communism.
into Incan, aren't you? Because of the or Aztec. Incan, no, Incan. No, Aztec. I always get the two mixed up. Which way round they go? Aztec.
It's a bit like sun and moon, snake, and then the other animal. The snake's the moon, I guess. The other animal's the sun.
Don't really see much symbolism towards the snake and either the sun and the moon. It's more a astrological symbol. So you got Draco, for instance.
I think I mean it, but it becomes negative, the mysterious animal that you can't trust, like the moon. The mysterious body that you don't know and you can't trust.
Well, that was the weird thing in sort of history, that it's the opposite. It's the fact the snake is a representation of learning and healing. So that's why you get the stuff of Hermes
how it's changed
Trismegistus.
more. I'm talking more modern, how it's looked at now, maybe.
Well, that's Middle Ages, Hermes Trismegistus. Or early Middle Ages. You know, the Hippocratic staff.
Yeah.
But you got the two snakes facing each other rather than just the one snake. And I think a lot of people our age got affected by Conan the Barbarian. That was your indoctrination, you see. Boom, 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 boom.
He was the inspiration for Hero Quest guy, wasn't he, almost, as well? A little bit.
I'm not actually sure if that came out first.
It feels like, or the same illustrations are kind of the inspiration for both. Maybe. But that archetype, they're almost the same.
No, 1982, it definitely came out first. I think, yeah, we definitely got that right.
Oh, cool.
It's a real shame. I thought the Jason Momoa version of Conan the Barbarian almost worked, but they really screwed up the storyline.
Who's the guy that goes into the labyrinth to fight the Minotaur? Because obviously that might be the first version of that
Theseus.
character. Yeah. I bet there's even earlier ones than him, but that's an early one.
Theseus, who forgot to raise the white sails on his ship as he sailed home, which caused his father to leap off the cliffs at Athens to his death because he thought his son had died. Sad story. And poor old Ariadne, who, helped develop that thread, she gets dumped on an island after helping him escape the labyrinth. Do you know that part of the story?
I'm sorry, what? Rope bit? The string?
Yeah, you know that Ariadne gives, not Ariadne, God, but similar name, Ariane or something like that. I forget her name now. But she gives Theseus the string to enter the labyrinth so he can find his way back out again after he kills the Minotaur.
Yeah. I like that.
So,
It's the same tale as like leaving the breadcrumbs or whatever.
Yeah. So as they're sailing from Crete back to Athens, Theseus gets a vision from the gods saying, you must leave her on this island. So he does. That's where she.
Ariadne was a tiny little person, wasn't she? She's in the Studio Ghibli.
Ariadne was basically the a weaver who said who suffered the fate of pride. So this is something you see that's quite common in Greek and well, an awful lot of religions, where pride is seen as a really big folly, especially pride against the gods. So the Gorgon, Medusa was cursed for her mother basically saying that she was as beautiful as Hera. That's why she got turned into the Gorgon, into the Medusa. And then you have Ariadne, who's again claimed to be the greatest weaver, greater even than Athena. And that's why she got turned into a spider. And Athena sort of almost had a bit of pity on her, which is why she turned into a spider to then produce the finest weaving of any creature on Earth, including man. Hence, pride goes before a fall. Anyway, I need to go and do stuff. I will catch you all later.
I'm going to stream this Mad Sufi, see if he's any good.